7,000 chips in. That's what he'll be thinking to himself.
He really wants to call.
That's it. He'll be kicking himself now that he went for that thin value bet on the river.
Clock, please.
Please all the players in the Goliath event, tables 1 to 69. You can retake your seats. We are going to restart in just for 5 minutes. All the players
two pairs of straights, obviously sets there. Set of 5, set of 9s possibly. But yeah, so many hands he's losing to now.
Well, he's now putting doubts in his mind by saying, well, he hit a few sets before. We're angling towards a fold now, aren't we? But he really wants to call. Can tell, can see it in his hands, in his eyes. He wants to call. Can he pull the trigger?
Okay, players in the Goliath event, tables 1 to 69.
20 seconds and the hand's dead.
We are restarting in 5 minutes. You can retake your seats.
And folds. And he shows him the Jack Queen.
Further up.
And he shows him the Jack Queen, and he's now gone for a bit of fresh air. That's how Jack Hardcastle plays, and that is as impressive as it gets.
Yep, fair play to Jack for
A
making that move.
10-minute hand that would have impressed Will Kassouf.
Yep, sure did.
Take the chips out. Take the chips out.
Not too sure if Timmy's been drinking or not, but that makes no sense whatsoever. Tim under the gun just calls. Yanis comes along. Steve will make up the small blind. And we're going to see a flop four-handed. A lot of limping for a final table. 6, 7 of hearts as flops. Delicious. 6, 7 of hearts. Gaz comes along with 6, 7. He's thinking, how am I getting paid? The case 6 comes along, and there were only 2 7s in there, and it comes 6, 7, 3.
Yeah, I did, yeah. Told pretty much all of them. What did you do? I'm going to play so bad now.
So 25 from Yanis. Steve calls with a 6. Gaz raises to 104. Yanis.
Yeah, we've got comfort now. And got a little table and everything.
Does he call? Will he raise it up? Top 2?
There you go, mate.
Long way down, isn't it?
Any sockets anywhere near here?
Well,
Sockets.
a lot of this building. This not near the table. A lot of sockets, boss.
It's a bit different, isn't it?
It's not, you got electric behind you, is there not something there? Yeah, it's a nice comfy seat, see how it works, isn't it?
Luxury, isn't it? Luxury mark, isn't it? Luxury, this.
Let the games
Let's get some hands on this one. Kings versus aces versus queens.
Freeway all in.
First hand.
On the river.
Are they watching this now while we're speaking?
We are watching you live as it happens, don't swear. Morning everybody, welcome back, level number 9 of the day. Has it finished? Oh yeah, it's 8:45 nearly. We have 2 new experts in the commentary box. Tell us your names and where you come from.
Hey guys, I'm Nick, I'm from Ipswich.
Nick.
And Tom from Ipswich.
Nick and Tom from Ipswich. What's good about Ipswich?
Not a lot.
Come
Not
on,
a great
boys.
deal.
Come on, boys. Come on.
The games are pretty soft.
The games are very soft.
Does that count?
Yeah, of course. So, you wanted to do a bit of commentary. Tell us why.
This is a really, really good event. I thought it'd be nice to give a bit back to it and try and get some knowledge.
Nice one. Nice one. I like it. I like it. So, you're through to the commentary box. Nick and Tom, who have you got really? Who's in the tournament that you still got friends? Any friends still in?
All 4 of us are through. Tony and Jason we came with are both still in.
Yeah.
We all made day 2, various different days.
Excellent.
So, look forward to.
5 a different number of bullets, everyone. So
Yeah, all right.
How many? What's the most within your team?
I think one's had 6.
Yeah.
I'm in for a 5er.
You're in for a 5er. Now that's a spin.
Broke a satellite.
Excellent.
Jump in, £5 rebuy, get the seat.
Good stuff. Well done. So 500, 1,000 running ante of 100, just about to start. The next session, we've got Alex from online. Alex Martin will be with us very soon. He's on his way down around about 8:45. He'll be giving us some insights on what's happening online. We had his first bet on the football season on Grosvenor Sport. It was a loser. We're all skint still.
Was it a big one or just a little?
No,
dabble?
it's if you type in Goliath into the promotions, you get double the odds on any bet you have.
That's not the worst.
Maximum bet of a £10 note. And I had the first goal scorer in the Sunderland match, and it wasn't the player I picked. Apart from that, we're doing all right. The football season mainly starts tomorrow. We'll be ready for that. The lads will be in. We'll be giving us some tips, I'm sure. But we're here for level number 10. The alternates are still coming in. We had about 40 still to get in during level number 9. I'm not sure with the start of level 10. I'm not sure whether they've all got in or not. I need to get clarification on that. We'll try and find out from the staff whether they're all in or not.
One of my friends was here from 7:45 this morning.
Rio is in the queue.
Oh, he got in,
Yeah.
and he bust out.
Ah.
No more rebuys for him.
Very unlucky. Very unlucky. 7:45. Was he in the queue this morning?
I don't think so.
No?
Not 7:45.
I know by the time 9 o'clock came, apparently there were 300 in the queue. They were queuing all the way around. So he might have been one of the first. One of the first. If you're still in the free roll, good luck. I'm still in for some unknown reason. Bizarrely, I'm still in. How many's left in? Let's have a butchers. The wrong one. There are 30 still in out of the 114 that played. Good luck us. £110 token first prize. 2 30s for second and third, and then £5 tokens for the rest of the final table. 30 left. I'm not on the first table of chips. In fact, I'm short stacked. In fact, I'm short stacking the whole table. Good luck me.
You still got 20 bigs, you're doing fine.
Good luck me. Exactly.
Start shoving.
So what stacks did we get through with, boys?
I got through with just under 150, which I think is about average 30 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah. Nick?
200, and then
Very good.
310, our other mate, and 470.
Excellent.
So we've all got half decent stats.
Long way to go, Jim.
Oh, absolutely. We're reckoning around over 900 runners coming back for Saturday for day 2.
How many do you think will get paid?
10% usually. If it is 10%, then cheers. If it is 10%, you're looking at something like 630 players, 640 players maybe.
Not here for a min cash though, are we?
No, but it's always nice to cash pay for the weekend. Look at this for a
Oh
flop.
my lord.
Oh, there you
Gets
go.
there.
I spit in the face of Ace King. There you go. Get me a double up on that free roll.
Give me the 6-5.
Get me a free roll double up. Thank you very much indeed.
I'm not sure he was aware that it was 32.
Sean Hayden has done for the evenings. He's back again tomorrow. Filmed another couple of tricks with him. And now we're back to the live action. In seat 1, Pavel Gachevitz, 39,000. Essa, who we spoke to before the dinner break, 50 Java, he's on 76,000. Wayne Emmons, so Wayneo on 37. We spoke to Wayne earlier in the week. Seat 4 is empty. We've got Matthew Thibault, Craig Charles, not the DJ, is it? Or the lad off Coronation Street and Red Dwarf? No?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is. Mark Scandra, Mark Gibson and Jake Quincy in seat number 9. Jake in the black and white as part of the part of the Grosvenor APAT team that managed to finish 9th out of 33 teams in Blackpool last early in the year. Great, what we were unlucky. We were unlucky that we weren't very good. We managed to have one player through to day 2, and that was Jake himself. Also won a couple of events in Nottingham, went to Vegas. He had a decent 2017 to be fair. Rupert Graham's in the building. Yeah, bet down. Bet down. Evening, Sean. Good evening, son. Yeah, nice to shake hands with you, sir. Michael O'Mahony says you've just watched how we get it in with 6-5. Let me tell you, it was a decent call in hand. To be fair, I'd only got 18 bigs. It's a decent call in on 5-6 clubs. It was suited, to be fair. It was. What's this, French?
It's my terrible hammer.
We're just.
I assume we're live now, right?
We are live.
So this is
live. You can talk about absolutely everything.
wonderful. Just wanted to make sure.
We can talk about the hands.
So
what happens is all this action happened 30 minutes ago.
Yep.
So if you went into the room, it'd be nothing like that.
Yep.
And because we're commentating as we see it, we can chat with the chat box.
I just thought it was a pretty interesting spot last hand, where sevens
10 high
raise.
checks back.
No, sevens raise on the turn, and the 10 high floats, and then decides to not bluff on the river.
Just
when
give
it
up
gets
with
checked
10 high.
So
I'm like that.
Can't win with 10 high.
No, that is true, unless you're trying to nick it.
Gotta just fire that last bullet.
And don't forget, anybody who gets eliminated now, that's it for 2017. You will have to return for the next one. Same week next year. Put it in your diaries.
it's already in there, sir.
The Goliath has been cemented for this week next year.
It's 3 of a kind, sir.
It's a winner. So, plenty going on. Don't forget, Dave's running the blog, gukpt.com. We've got Facebook, Grosvenor Poker. We've got Facebook on Twitter. We've
Wow.
got Facebook on
That is
Instagram.
not the worst flop for the small blind.
Always been lucky, that Essa.
Pretty sure he's probably just going to slip it here to the pre-flop aggressor.
check.
Seems pretty reasonable.
Powell in C1. Checks as well.
Doesn't have jack of clubs.
We'll try and swell the pot at some point.
I can't see him getting any action here.
Unfortunately, no. We can see the chords. We're not going to be calling for a good shot.
To be honest, I don't actually mind him checking that turn one more time, to be fair. I mean, Jack 8's picked up a gut shot, he might take a stab at it, but just decides to bet and take it down. Fair enough, win the pot.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking about ace of clubs that have been betting on the flop.
You think so?
Yeah. Ask the boys in the booth about last night, says Jason Shellham. Well, what happened last night, boys?
We might have had a few drinks.
I'm guessing you were celebrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of us made it through, last one made it through.
All made day two. We were all celebrating.
Nice one, Jason. Hope you had a good night, young man. Well done for making day 2.
Some drinks were had.
You got to celebrate now and again, lay your hair down. Well, a bit hard, but...
Which one?
It's aimed at both of us, not a problem.
Which one?
I was looking like that. No, you got to enjoy yourself. It's a long, hard slog. You don't finish till like 1 a.m. So by the time you have bagged up after 13 hours, you deserve to have a couple of sherbets.
Yeah.
Which a couple, well, you didn't. A couple times 6, maybe. I did see you with 2 drinks in each hand at the same time at all times.
Yeah, you have to have a Jaeger as the chaser, you see.
All right, okay.
Otherwise, you're in trouble.
Right.
And the stacks are pretty shallow on this table.
Yeah,
so
there's not many big stacks to be fair.
not many people are going to be getting out of line. 501k.
Yeah. 501k, 40-minute clock all the way through.
I can't see him passing this hand.
Mark Gibson with the ace-jack suited. Raises it up to 2.6. Any action?
Jack 10 might defend here.
You don't mind that. Wayne Emmons from London. Played every Goliath.
He's going to make a tight fold.
Pretty sure this is going to be a call with the king 5 of clubs in the big blind. It's only 1.6k more. Take it to the streets.
I won the whole day.
3,200.
Fairly standard call.
Yeah, pretty standard c-bet to be fair. Standard call in front as well.
You kill from the big blind and make a pair. You can't just fold, can you?
No.
And he has backdoor clubs
Especially
also.
with King 5.
Ooh, that's a nice card.
Oh, that's delicious. Keeps Mark involved.
If he fires 2 barrels, it will probably work.
I'd like to see a bet of around 8k here. Fold out those 1 pair hands that the big blind can have. And it also sets up a nice river to shove if you miss or if you get there. I'm not sure what Karim's like as a player, but if that's me in that spot and they've bet 5k, I'm not folding. I'm seeing one more. Pre-flop raiser's got all the ace kings, the ace jacks like he has, all the ace queens, and you got to think he's probably going to get bet bigger if he has an overpair to try and get some more value. So
Doesn't get there.
is he going to fire the trigger tower? What do you reckon? Is he going to drop that last bomb?
Probably not. No, I just check. How many players still in? Flipping Nora. Hundreds.
Let me get my abacus out.
Hundreds. We'll try and find out exactly how many, Scotty.
I think we were breaking around table 62 about 15 minutes ago.
Ready?
Yeah, so probably around the 600 mark.
He gives up on the
He
river.
gives up. Ace high, no good, sir.
See if I can just see the number.
What do you make of that give up there?
I can't see ace high being good all that often. Only, I mean, even 6-8 got there. 4-6 was a flop straight. I can't see him being good very often there.
The question is if he has to bluff, because that board, it flops the big blinds range.
You're Bob on, Tom. 618. 618.
Was I really?
He's just raised pocket eights for you,
Who's
mate.
got your
Not a
eights?
problem.
Oh, thanks. So now everybody's listening. Now they know that I've got pocket eights. Thanks. Thanks. I'm just raised with the eights. Flops come king, queen, 2. We'll play it as live as we can.
I didn't
shall we?
say that.
I know.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, 6 on the turn. All you have to do is bet it. Oh, still checking. He's obviously not listening.
He's not watching. He's not watching.
I've got my glasses, got his hat.
Yeah, my 8's probably good.
If he was listening, he'd have bombed you off that big time.
Always go back on your own, everyone.
I played the Open Dealer Championship on Monday. I had Facebook Live open and I was just like that with my
These are my
and people
cards.
started watching it at the other end of the table. Hi, Bobby. Bobby's out. How you doing? Standard. Bobby's out. What happened?
What can you do?
Win flips, win races, win
Bring your trampoline for your
Win
flips next time.
20%ers.
For a 5 of hearts, and the first card out was 600.
Pretty tight fold from the big blind there with the king 8 offsuit to erase from the hijack. I'm not a big fan of that, but some people they like to play tight. They like to
Yeah.
wait for
Cheers,
the
Bobby.
odds.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with being tight.
No, yes, that's the way to play.
Play the get good card
Tell you
strategy.
what,
Tight is right.
Astra put a big blind in.
What do you do for antis? They're every hand.
Leave it. I like the idea of the button doing the antis. The thing
I love that idea.
The thing that they're trying to bring in. I know there's a few obstacles to overcome it, like dead buttons and a few things regarding table changes and people coming into different seats and what have you.
One thing I was also thinking about as well is what about when the short stack late on in the tournament has to post the antis for everyone? Surely he's going to have a lot of his stack committed.
No, because the last 8 hands he's had to put none in.
But in that one, if he's folded 8 times in that one hand,
That's just one of those things.
one of those things.
If you put antis in every single hand and fold every hand, you've still lost them exactly the same
You
amount
just
of
have to
chips.
defend your big blinds.
I don't
a lot
understand the
wider.
reasoning behind.
It's your big blind.
I don't
you
think
should
it's.
worry about.
I don't think it's going to come in too soon. But I don't understand the reasoning that you can defend the button too much because you put the blinds in. Because for the last 8 hands, you've not done anything.
I think this happened in the Super High Roller Bowl over in America, where the big blind has to pay all the antes.
All right, okay.
So this makes for a better game because the big blind has to defend a lot wider, as they put
But
the
he
antes in
doesn't.
as well. He does. He should do.
But he shouldn't, because for the last 9 hands, he's not put any chips in. So it makes no difference.
But you've just put loads of chips in the middle.
It
You've
doesn't
got-
matter,
you've got to
because
fight
it's
for
your
it.
turn to do so.
You put money in there, you've got to fight for it.
Not in the slightest.
We'll agree to disagree.
Because the very next hand, just because he's put the antis in, what are you going to do? Try and nick him? Nah, I don't know. Anyway, that's one for the later day, because I don't think it'll be brought in much too soon in Britain, I must admit.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Get everybody putting the antis in.
I reckon top 2 might have a stab at this. Or
Oh, Michael O'Mahony. It was him that he was listening when you said when one of my teammates said I've got the 8s.
Michael, that won't happen again. He's got aces. Pretty standard bet here from the ace 10. Going to fold out, try and get value from the 1 diamond hands and fold out all the other
Chris
random
Morgan's
stuff.
watching the live stream with his missus, and he puts it on, and his wife just says, I might come with you tomorrow looking at the dealer. We do have some good stuff.
Very good stuff.
We do.
Yeah.
One of the best run tournaments you'll ever.
Don't have a bad
Ever
word to
get
say
to-
about the staff and the way
No.
the tournament's run.
Flopped it. Boys, show the diamonds.
Junior KPT.
Jump in and you can get some Andy Hill's wisdom.
Yeah, Andy Hills has just joined us here as well, guys.
Let's get some Andy Hill's wisdom. Tell you what, they're bigging you up.
I don't mind being bigged up.
Absolutely. No, come Andy.
Thank you.
Not a good day at the office.
I mean, most days at the poker office are bad, but that's the nature of tournaments. But,
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I should have folded pre. But here I am.
But failed to do so, and he wanted to come and see us.
I get that a lot. Just go to talk about a hand and he just goes,
He says, "What would you do?" And I say, "Fold."
Fold pre.
Just fold.
That's it. Hashtag fold pre.
Just fold pre. And he goes, "Oh,
okay. I won't talk about this hand.
That's very often the answer is fold pre. A lot of the posts you see on Facebook.
absolutely."
Chris, you can always come and say hello, we don't mind.
2,300.
Okay, that was all the players in the right event. Tables 70 to 95. You have 20 minutes remaining on your break. You will restart.
Ah, the split break is on his split break. Interesting the split break, because you think you're playing longer as you don't go for a break, but then you say that you're on the break, and then the other tables play the same blind. So everybody's equal. It's just a lot of people want to play the split break tournament. You didn't see Andy yesterday, but randomly bumped into Kimber on my way into the casinos, didn't you? Hope it wasn't too painful. Jeff doing a lot in the commentary box this week, as well as making day 2.
How do you do that?
I have no idea. Joe Beaver's made day 2.
I know. They both had good
Must have been a soft field this week.
To run incredibly well.
You meanies.
Katie's made day 2.
Pretty interesting
And
spot
Wilkinson
here with
told me
A6
at the break he got 19 big blinds. So
Yeah, this is the definition of an action flop.
Flatting.
that's nice. Top against the flush draw.
The 8s was overcalled.
I
Oh no, we
believe
knew
so.
called.
Yeah,
Sorry,
called
the big blind.
first.
Yeah.
Who led the flop?
Ace 10 led. 8's just flatted.
Okay.
Ace
And
6
then
and hearts
A6 is
completed.
Called in the big
Overcalled,
blind.
right? Okay.
Off a 20 big blind stack when there's 8k in the middle.
Yeah, that's not good. You've got to
think I'd be
push all in
ripping-
on the flop.
I'd be ripping there.
There's no other play there.
And I mean, now look, he's just going to have to give up the hand. There's 22k in the middle,
Yeah.
and there's nothing he can do if someone bets.
Can't call.
I mean, loads of good things that can happen when you push all in with the A6 on the flop. I mean,
10,900.
the obvious thing is that you get called by something, but then you get to run your entire equity. You get to see both cards, 2 shots at hitting what might be a live ace. We can see it's not in this case. So he would have actually been a dog here. It would have been around about 36% or something to win the hand. But there are other good things that can happen. Sometimes you get 2 folds. Sometimes you get called by a worse hand. You can get called by a worse flush draw.
Yeah.
When you've got the ace-6 of hearts, there's all the combinations of king-jack of hearts, king-queen of hearts, and so on. So you can actually get called by some hands that you crush.
You also fold out a lot of just random overcard combos that can realise on the turn in the river just by making a pair and then.
Yep, and taking down, absolutely, and when there's 8k or whatever we said in the pot, that's never such a bad thing. You know, even though you might have, as it were, bluffed off a load of worse hands, taking down 8k at a risk of 20 is not a bad thing.
There's also a chance you may even fold out a hand like 7s or 8s.
Yeah, absolutely.
this
Loads of
tournament?
people will. You know, I think that, yeah, some proportion of people, yes, some proportion of people, no. So there is definitely a certain percentage chance that they lay down 7s or the 8s. I mean, there are people that show 5-4 as well, right? So again, there's another hand.
Always wanted to say that.
In a cycle.
He's just putting 5k in the stack. He's now got 18 bigs. He's got to have to try and look for a good shove spot now, and he just passed up on one.
Yeah.
So
You don't flop nut flush draws every hand. Well, not unless your name's Nicholas Kennedy, anyway.
Right.
I get there.
Nick, tell us more.
I just seem to bomb it, and I just get there. It's just, there's no sweat, no anything.
It's normally instant service in the turn.
It's an invaluable poker skill.
It's got to be your favourite, isn't it?
Yeah. Getting there. Is the
Getting
best.
there.
It's the best. Has Jake played many hands? I'm friends with Jake.
No.
No, I can't say he has. He hasn't been dealt very much though.
Okay.
One of our friends was on the feature table yesterday, Darren Morris, and obviously I think it's 4 levels you're on the feature table for, and I think he played 3 hands. He just got absolute napkins, and he's like,
He did see the ace king against queen's hand when it came king queen rag king king
Wow.
for the old boat over quads.
I mean, you haven't told me that obviously what happened exactly in the hand, but I mean,
I believe it
Queens
all
is
went
so
through.
devalued on the river. There.
Yeah,
It's just the same as
I think it all just went in pre-flop.
Okay.
Well,
I
the
see.
Queen's yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, all in pre. Alex Martin, young man.
Apologies.
How are you?
Very well. Just at the Switch Hotel.
Oh, yeah. Kick you out, did they?
Yeah,
how's it going, you alright?
You trash the room that much that they kick you out because of us.
basically. I can even frozen this, that's it.
There you go. Chill out. Why do you do what Nick does and just tell him what I've got, and then the guy playing to me right is just betting into
You
me?
looking at folding
I
ace
tell
jack
you
off.
what.
Pretty sure you're going to see us stand and defend here with the Queen 7 from the big blind.
Not bad. Probably going to get raised.
I'm all in, Andy. From Bedfordshire. Fold. Get out of the way, don't do it. There's no need. Don't do it. Fold. 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 All in. Oh, we've got a call because we've got a straight flush draw.
Just get there. Just get there.
Yeah, it's
Easy
get
game.
there. Oh, what's that like? 4 clubs. Yeah! Yes! In the face of kings. Get me in.
In your eye.
Top set, no good.
In your face, baby.
I love a good winner.
Well, I love you anyway.
Sorry, Mike.
Sorry, mate. You flush monkey. I called you a flush monkey.
That's the first flush I've hit since 1983.
I don't believe that for a second, sir.
Look at that. I'm even going to look at the chip chart now. Look at that. Oh, I'm still not on the front page. Oh, where am I? Oh, this game's wrong. 23 left in the 23 left. Oh man.
Antes, please.
I think we just missed a relatively standard hand. Nothing too exciting to sing about.
Sorry, sir. Can I have Yes, you want just one of those? That's okay. It's up to you. If you need the other 5. 2 5's okay. 2 5's okay. Yep. Thank you.
Aye, aye. Currently second with 37,000 is Stu Dawson. Good luck, Stu. Good luck, Stuart.
We're making a bit of a move, aren't we?
Absolutely. Yes. Oh, you got ace 10.
Oh, he's up and down. Queen! Oh, sorry, chap. Chip leader. Right, second, a few other things.
No, but he has just ran up a 3k stack into about 20k.
Exactly. Exactly.
Tight is right. Tight is right, Tower.
Listen to Nick.
It's a lovely hand on a button here. 10-8 suited.
It is, although he does have an 18k stack, so I mean,
He's
you see,
limping off it.
yeah, I mean,
Rip it.
I can understand. Well, you've actually got more than one option here, and it actually depends a lot on the people behind you. So the guy in the small blind, the more aggressive he is, the more problem there is with opening.
Is this not just a standard shove with 18 bigs on the button?
I mean, it's going to show a profit. You know, it will show a profit. There might be more optimal ways.
You might have a point. I think specifically in this tournament, with the small blind and the big blind.
So there's loads of good things that can happen when you min raise. So one is you get away from coolers. you know, when someone has a hand behind you, they would have jammed on you. You get away from that. That gets negated the more aggressive the players behind you are. So if you raise as a steal with 10-8 and someone aggressive is behind you, they might jam all in with Queen Jack or Ace Rag, and now you've wasted 2,000 chips. Now, the other good things that can happen though are you raise and you get called by the big blind, and now you get to play a pot in position with a very pretty hand, and you're going to win that more often than not. In position with a range advantage, meaning you can represent strong hands on the flop.
So are you more of an advocate of min raising there rather than just open jamming 18 bigs?
There are some situations, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad play to open jam 18 bigs, but I don't think it's the optimal play. I think you'll make more profit in the long term by min raising, and there are situations where I would open folding. Tight as that seems. The range I open from a 17 big blind stack or a 20 big blind stack with a 20 big blind stack behind me is different from the range I open.
You've not got too many raise folds.
Exactly, you have to raise fold more on that stack, so that eats into your profit. And obviously, open jamming negates the raise fold thing, so it comes down to how often you think someone's going to beat that jam on you.
Are you more inclined to open rip it if you know the small and the big blind are relatively solid players?
The more solid they are, the more I'm tempted to min raise, because they're not going to now bluff me off my hand so much. Like a very aggressive player, like if you play higher stakes when you raise there, a lot of players, more aggressive players, are going to look down at ace rag and jam on you, and you don't get to realise any of your equity. You've got a very pretty hand, but tighter players are not going to do that. They're not going to jam ace rag. They might jam ace 10 or ace jack. I think they might flat or fold. Like the small blind might fold his ace rag, and the big blind might sometimes flat it.
One really good point as well is if there's good players in the small and big, they know you're going to be shoving.
They're going to be calling correctly.
They're going to be calling you.
This is it. So no, it depends how good they are, because like very good players can look at an 18 big blind jam and go, well, you don't have aces, you don't have queens, you probably don't have ace king. Like some people might have ace king there. Most people are not balanced in their 18 big blind open jams. They're slightly capped, meaning you can take the top hands out of the range. So
I noticed
that means you can actually call a little bit wider against someone who makes capped jams. If someone jams 18 bigs and they wouldn't do that with aces.
Does anybody think the guy with 5,500 chips will show up for day 2?
I'm going to say no.
It all depends if he's here for the week.
Yeah, this is it. If
he's got a room upstairs already and he's already in Coventry, then yes, you just never know what might happen. You've got one blind and an ante. If you are travelling if you're travelling down from Manchester and you've not got a room, I would be very surprised.
The thing is, lots of poker players.
The actual bubble boy last year was a no-show.
Oh yes, I remember. Yes.
He didn't turn up. The actual guy who was, I don't know, he had a decent stack, to be fair, because we were like 200 places off the money.
Now, there's a lottery aspect to coming back with one big blind, because if you, like lots of poker players are punters, right? They like to have a bit of a gamble. Yeah. It's almost like playing the roulette wheel, because you come back and you don't know which seat you're going to be in, right?
Every round they come again, yes.
Oh, sorry guy, you haven't made the money, but he's not there, so the bubble bursts and it's like, it's not a problem.
You don't get the rub down.
Yeah, you don't get the awkward, oh yeah, you win £20 or I don't know what it is, I don't know if they pay the bubble here or did they do it last year? Or?
I don't know if you get something. No, I don't think you did. I don't think so. I think they do the thing where several people busting at the same time, like split the money or something like that. I can't remember. But yeah, the guy with one big blind there's a sort of lottery, isn't there? Because depending which seat he ends up in, there's a massive difference between being under the gun in the big blind versus being the other end of the table.
Button.
Mental block button, yeah. Button is what you want.
Hijack.
Yeah, exactly. So those ones, thank you.
One of them.
Thanks for help with the lingo.
That race okay, because you never said race. It just went like this.
What do you make of this call of the min raise off a 13k stack?
Well,
queen off?
I mean,
13k stack.
Yeah, Mark in seat 7. I don't recommend this.
It's not utterly black and white. I mean, yeah, I think it's better just to shove. I mean, okay, so the guy's raised under the gun 1, so that makes it less tempting to shove.
Switzerland.
I mean, it depends. I mean, we can see that 101 is opening with Queen Jack, which is quite a, like, it's very much a steal. You know, that's quite a loose hand to open from +1. You know, he's got a fair number of chips. He might just, you know, want to play.
I don't hate it.
But no, I mean, you know, it's very situational, that stuff. I mean, it's a hand that will often be dominated by somebody behind us, as it is here. I mean, obviously, it will be interesting if we get the Queen high board, but this is the whole thing about.
Let Jack 2 of hearts hit flop.
And this is one of the Jack 2 of hearts should win this hand.
Guys.
Oh, you got a bet, surely.
Again, the Jack 2 of hearts should win this. So stronger players will lead out with the Jack 2 of hearts, and the weaker players will check. So I'd like to see a bet here. Nah, it's better to bet there. There's been no action on the flop. Nobody likes this board so much, and the most important thing is this flop hits the big blind's range. Never mind the fact that we've got a flush draw. It's 6, 5, 3, 9. When everyone checks around that flop, that is your board.
Yeah, we
you own that board. You own that flop.
The old check raise, you see.
Oh, he went for the check raise.
And that's
I
the
love
problem.
it. I love it. You see, that's not too bad. I mean,
No, I think he just led out.
maybe he led out.
The graphics was wrong.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. He led the turn.
He did look like he was reaching for chips before the graphics said he didn't.
I don't
So
hate
that's
a
good.
check raise on that flop.
I don't hate it. Like, sorry, on the flop. Yeah, absolutely.
He's repping an H thing with the old check raise. I know he didn't check raise.
I mean, it looks a bit bluffy when you check raise. You're not representing that many actual main hands. It's just simpler to lead out. It's very fancy to check raise. But if you just bet out, you're going to win the pot a lot.
And that's just because, in your opinion, the big blind, it just smashes his range so much.
More importantly, the other guys probably have nothing, right? There's a really good chance the other two guys. Yeah, exactly.
So long as the other guy's not trapping with a hand like kings and just checking it back, the deception.
I don't think most people would do that on that board texture. There's a flush draw, possible straight draws, and although the big blind has all those hands, so you've got to bet your kings. Either player could have kings in that hand. The people that weren't the big blind, the undergun 2 and the flatter, they can both have kings. Now, but you've got to bet your kings to get value from straight draws, flush draws, and to induce as well, because all those hands should really jam over your Z-bet.
I mean, that same player has just made a min plus off the 13 big blind stack.
Easy jam.
Yeah, I mean, if you knew the guy's opening as wide as Queen Jack, then yes, you should
Please all the players in Goliath
don't
event
necessarily know that. I mean, we can see the cards, but often when someone raises early position, even if they've been moderately active, you don't always know. Like, if their hands haven't been going to showdown much, you don't always know that they might have been getting a lot of good cards. And you are supposed to have strong hands in Queen Jack. So your legitimate opening range from 1 to 2 doesn't really include Queen Jack. So you've got every right to think King Queen's going to be dominated a lot. And you've got marginal fold equity. 15 big blinds is enough to make someone fold, when they've been raised. But, some people with a lot of chips are going to call you off with 7s and 8s. And then you're not going to get ace queen to fold.
He just gets it through with a min raise off the 13 big blind stack, ace queen.
Right?
Just gets it through. I mean, I'm shoving there, but I mean, it works.
Yeah, I'd quite like a shove there with ace queen.
Ash, you're right. If you wrote the wrong number on your bag, it doesn't matter, because you bag the chips up, you've signed for it, you put them into the bag. The bag's not being touched. The bag's still in the back with your name on it. And if you could have put 450 million on, nobody would believe you. So whatever's in the bag is your chip stack, whether it be wrong or not. Lawrence Gosney does that all the time. Whenever you play with Lawrence Gosney, if he finishes a multi-day tournament, he bags up chips, he'll put up 600,000 and he's got 38. He always does it and always has. So it doesn't matter what you wrote on the bag, because whatever's in the bag is not being touched. And hence the reason why you come back to a second day 2, and they'll say you're more than welcome to go to your seat and unbag the chips, because the chips can't be wrong because they're still in a sealed bag. So whatever you wrote on the bag, it doesn't really matter. It's just for social media purposes. If you wanted to be a chip leader, you could have put 7.2 million. So nobody can come and say, well, it says 80,000 on my bag and there's only 65,000 in the bag, because nobody's touched whatever's in the bag because it's still sealed.
They're industrial strength.
Oh, absolutely. I tell you what, you need. Bring some scissors.
Yep.
No, I'm only kidding.
2,900.
Pretty standard opening off 100 bigs with the ace 9 off.
Oh, I'm racing. I'm racing. Queens
Wait.
against what? Ace, king. 6, 7, 8.
I'm gonna make
8,
some predict-
3, 7. Winner! See you later, Tom.
What's he
So
going to do?
here's an
Yeah,
interesting
I was about to
spot.
make a prediction here. So I think in this tournament, and this actually relates to the previous hand, there's a lot of calling and not much 3-betting in lower stakes tournaments. When you play higher games, people use the 3-bet more. So King 10 is actually exactly this kind of hand
Yeah.
that, like your sort of typical mid to high stakes players will 3-bet in the small blind. But you'll see a lot more calling in this game.
And that's as the
And
buttons,
that will
the
be
buttons
my
rank is so
prediction.
wide.
Yeah, my prediction would have been this guy's got King 10 suited. He's going to, you know, it's actually quite a good play to 3-bet there. There's just so many hands that the buttons open that you can bluff him off.
Here's a nice stack to do it as well.
And what's the button going to do? He's got ace rag. Okay, he's got ace 9 here, but what if he's got ace 4 or ace 2?
Yeah,
Is he
absolutely.
going to flat it? Is he going to shove over your 3-bet? I mean, not many people in this game are going to 4-bet jam a light hand. So it really puts the guy in a spot. And also another problem about your King 10 is it hits boards in a sort of marginal way. Like, you don't get a 10 high board that often, which is your kind of dream flop. And you know, you can flop a flush draw around 10% of the time, but you don't, when you get a king high board, you've got a very marginal top pair.
Yeah.
So you can represent boards you don't actually hit when you 3-bet. If you 3-bet and it comes ace high, you can represent that board.
Or you can just make top pair on the turn.
We can just do that. That's the alternative.
Let's just do that. I think one good thing about the King 10 as well, if you choose to 3-bet it, is that you have the betting lead on the flop. You can
Represent everything.
You control the pace of it.
you just bet the flop. And
Well,
just,
I mean, so a lot of the time that people will have flatted with, you know, Queen Jack, Jack 10, and they'll just miss the flop. They'll miss the flop 2/3 of the time.
Check fold.
They will fold to your c-bet. So
Check your
you
bet.
get the first bluff at the flop. And, a lot of people are not going to make a move on you. They're
What do you
just gonna
think
go-
of the lead here on King 10 on the turn when he makes top pair? You prefer a check there to let the big
No, I
blind?
like the bet because
it's scary, isn't it? Thing, 3 spades, give value from 1 spade hands.
yeah, it's gone check exactly that. What you said. So much of the time, your opponent's going to have one, and they're going to sometimes have, you know, the kind of hand who check back on the flop might be Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades or the Jack of Spades, Ace 10. So there's some of the time they do have a high spade, so you can get value from those hands.
And he has top pair.
He has top pair. You know, he can get caught by word. Sometimes the reason the guy didn't see bet is because he had jacks,
Yeah.
or he might even make a tricky play with, like if he's stolen from the button with a bad queen, like you know Queen 8 or something like that. It's not a bad play to check back that flop. Think about it.
Bit of
You've
deception.
raised the button. Small blind's called. Small blind does hit that flop. The small blind has a lot of Queen Jack, Queen King, and so on. So you can pot control with your bad queen. If you check back that flop, you stop yourself from losing too much. The time the small blind does have a queen, because you're guaranteed to be beaten when he has a queen. He's always going to have a better kicker than Queen 6 suited or Queen 8 or whatever. So it is believable that the button could have a queen. So that's another reason to bet the turn with the king.
Yeah.
So don't give the button too much credit. You know, yes, he can have better kings, but it's always going to be better to bet than to check and just hope that he starts representing a king he doesn't have. I mean, that's a bit of a long shot. If the guy doesn't have the king, he didn't bluff the flop. So why do you think he's going to suddenly start bluffing now?
I think in this particular tournament there aren't too many bluff attempts from what I've seen so far. Generally speaking, when people are betting, they've got a good hand.
You can keep it. You can just keep it simple. You can say, "I've got top pair. There is stuff I can get called by that's worse."
I think in this tournament, you can't get too tricky. I think when you've got a value hand, and I recommend this to anyone who plays it next year, if you've got a hand for value, you need to bet it, and you need to bet it strong because you want maximum. Like,
There's lots that can
make
call
the
you.
most.
Lots that can call you.
This table's actually playing relatively tight.
Yeah, I was
very
going to say
tight,
that.
very
This is
tight.
not like the tables I've been on.
I mean, folding Queen 9 from the cut-off, I mean,
That's okay.
it's a
but
fold,
I mean,
but
yeah.
people have been raising a lot worse from various positions.
Sure.
So it's interesting to note that on a pretty tight table.
Yeah, if I'm aware of how tight people are playing, I'm certainly widening my range. Bet,
Yeah,
maybe
open to more hands.
opening more hands than the cut.
You're still getting the lot tower.
Third in chips, man.
Third in chips.
Wow.
Third in chips, this is it. I've got no profession and everything.
GKBT ticket.
Yes, I won myself.
Is it fair if you win that? Do you just
Why
give
is it?
that
How
back,
is
or-
it not fair? How is it not? How is it not fair? I won the free roll and gave me a ticket away because I can't work. I can't play during contracted working hours. I can use that ticket whenever I want to. When I will be playing.
luck to you, sir.
Absolutely.
This is a little interesting. The King 5 is raised. We have a proper blind on blind hand. The Jack 2, really? I'm not calling that raise with Jack 2 on that stack.
No, I'm not.
I think you just 100% of your range has to be show or fold there from when it's in the big blind and someone raises. Can you peel a lot off a 10 big blind stack when the small blind raises?
Depends a lot on the size of the bet. You know, like a min raise, yes, I do have a flatting range.
There's been only about 190. They had about 200.
But it's ridiculously
he made it 3x,
situational.
didn't he? Did he make
Yeah,
it
the
3x?
3x I'm folding junk hands. I mean, the 3x should get Jack 2 to fold.
And probably flatting really big hands, aces, kings,
And
queens.
I like the King 5. But I like that fat raise, by the way. I mean, he's putting the big blind in a spot. He's not making it too cheap. We have got a junk hand, you know. King 5 is a kind of bad hand. Yes, it's got a sort of a blocker with the king. It stops your opponent from having, or makes it less likely your opponent's got certain good hands like King Jack and Ace King and so on. But it's not that much of an effect. Blind on blind, there's a lot of hands that big blind's going to go with.
Do you prefer it than a shove, or can you go either way?
Don't mind. You could go either way, yeah. What was it, 15 big blinds effective?
13.
13.
Yeah.
Was it not 13 after he peeled, though?
No, it was 10 after he
oh,
peeled.
10 off.
really?
Yeah.
10 after he peeled, yeah.
Probably just putting it in with the king.
I think
five.
I've piled the King 5.
Good luck to you, sir, if you've got
and
a better hand.
yeah, and it could be, and against some players, it could be slightly better to raise fold. You know, someone who's very tight and doesn't 3-bet jam on you enough could be okay to just steal with King 5.
Can
Thinking that, you know, if you raise and they jam on you, which isn't going to happen too often, you're going to be, you know, obviously King 5 is going to be beaten, but you might, it means you lose less when they have a hand, right? If you make it 3x and fold, compared with open jamming. But it just that depends how tight they are, how wide a 3-bet jam range they are. But again, like the fact that we saw the guy call with Jack 2, I mean, yes, the Jack 2 is going to miss the flop a lot of the time, and you know he's going to have bled an extra 2 big blinds, and then we win the pot anyway. But if Jack 2 is flatting with 3x, then the 3x has kind of failed, right?
yeah,
it's failed
it's
in its
failed big time.
objective, so, which is really to try and buy fold equity. If you're going to get called by Jack 2, you might as well. I mean, there's arguments both ways. I mean, these are quite close decisions, to be honest. And shoving is definitely okay. Getting the Jack 2 to fold and making sure you win the pot from Jack 2 all of the time, as opposed to only the time Jack 2 misses the flop, has some merit.
And here we have an example of why we defend the big blind wide. 7-5 offsuit, clear defend.
I think it was just a min rate, yeah, just a standard min click. I'm calling a lot of hands from the big blind here with the 30 blind stack.
What do you like, Andy, with regards to how wide and how tight you defend a big blind to a min raise from a cut off or button open?
It's again, I'm going to cop out and say it's really situational. It is actually really situational. So it depends a lot on how good your opponent is.
Sure.
The crucial thing is you're out of position. There's two crucial facts. One is you're out of position to someone, and the second thing is you have a range disadvantage. You don't have strong hands on a lot of boards.
Yeah.
So if it comes ace high, you clearly, again, given the stacks, you don't have ace king. You don't have ace queen, right? So
Yep.
you've only called pre. You have so many bad hands and so few of the, ace x hands. So you can get bullied by a good player on those pots. So
Sure.
you get caught between a rock and a hard place against a good player who isn't going to just play honestly on certain boards. They're going to represent the hands that
Sure.
the boards they hit. So they're going to do a lot of betting, and you're not going to know whether they're representing the ace queen or the ace jack, or whether they've actually got it, because they're going to play it the same way.
Craig's all in. What do you make of this? 28k over the
Check
over
shove.
the 6k bet. Just check jams in with trips. Wayne's picked up a lot of equity on the turn. Got a ball and a flush draw.
Yeah, I mean the 10-9 has played it well. Like he's gone for the pressure play.
You know the old saying,
Like he's gone for the barrel.
people chasing straights and flushes.
Well, he's been
Probably just
aggressive
check
in his
this.
hand.
I probably just check this back, to be honest with you.
It depends how wide you think the big blind calls the first bet. It's a bit of a funny flop. It's King 5-5 rainbow, so some players only call the c-bet with a king or a 5. Now, I wouldn't make a habit of trying to bluff people off trips or top pair.
Sure.
Especially not on a Goliath, right? So that could be the argument towards barreling, not barreling the turn. So what you just said is accurate.
It's a great time to realise your equity, isn't it?
I would only offset that by saying some people will call the flop with ace high. If someone calls the flop with ace high, or they float too much, some people might float the flop with, I don't know, queen something of spades, or ace 8 of spades. So you might look at it and think I might be winning with ace high. If I'm not, I might make a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
So people who are doing that, you want to bluff those people with a 10-9. You want to make sure you don't give them a chance of winning the pot. So if you go, the way to punish floaters is either by going bet bet when you don't have it, or bet check bet, or bet check call when you do have it, right? So there can be a case for barreling the 10-9. The more times the big blind doesn't have the king or the 5, the more I like the barrel. But you might find a lot of people always have the king or the 5.
I think so.
Yeah, so in which case you're absolutely right. It's better to realise your equity.
I have a flush draw, I have a gut shot. Let's see a river card, please.
Yeah. There's another problem actually, which is that people might over-check raise that turn. So the only sort of legitimate value hand that should really check raise that turn is the trip 5. Right?
Yeah.
So if you check raise with just a king, there's a real problem that every time your opponent has a value hand, you're just isolating a stronger raise, right?
Yeah.
Your opponent's got a better king than you, or he's got aces, or he's got a 5, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're just going to end up against better hands. So the only merit of the check raise with a king would be to stop someone who's barreled twice with a flush draw or a combo draw from realising their equity. And admittedly, when you've got 10-9 of clubs, it's very tilting when someone check cams that turn. If you decide to barrel,
I was about to say that.
For God's sake, I wish I hadn't played that turn.
How many times do you just check back?
Yeah, so...
and the thing is as well, the other guy's got a decent sized stack, as he can't even call it. He's getting a ridiculously bad price, and he just has to side fold.
He absolutely has to side fold. And I mean, case in point, the guy did have the 5, and it shows, you can't hit, there's no other card you can hit other than your flush or your straight.
Yeah.
So you're not getting the odds.
Today? What? Life's a breeze for some of them. Eh? Didn't realise we called Arthur. Job.
You'll find out.
So we're still in the free roll. Well done, one and all. These guys talk total sense. That's why I'm not saying a word. I'm also concentrating on being in the last 11 of the 114 out of the free rolls. So I'm listening to these guys. I'm learning stuff, and I'm now 30 chips in the free roll. That's how much I've learned in the last hour.
Well played.
Yes.
You're putting the tips into
You
practice.
lot carry on. You're doing a sterling job. They all talk sense. They know what they're on about. And I'm loving it, loving it, loving it.
This is an exact scenario we spoke about earlier when we were talking about leading the turn when you've made the top pair to get value from the hands like the ace-9 with the ace of diamonds.
Absolutely. This is absolutely textbook. It's it's almost like they've set up this hand to prove our point from before, right?
Scripted.
And when the flush misses now, do you check it to him and let him bet all his ace highs?
This is interesting. Now, this depends a lot on the player who checked the flop instead of c-betting. So we can see that here that, I mean, there's a pretty good chance that it's going to go check, check. That's probably going to. I'm going to make a prediction. It goes check, check, and the ace-9 goes. Yeah, I might have the best hand. I don't need to bluff. Check, because you are beating some hands, right? If you've got the ace-9 here,
you win. Prediction's right.
Yeah. So the reason he's checked back. I mean, I don't know what his thought process was, but I mean, if I'm looking at ace-9 there, I could be thinking that the guy's led out with the naked king of diamonds.
Yeah.
So there's a good chance that ace-high is winning, and even if ace-high isn't winning, there's a very real chance you're never going to get a bluff. Yeah. Any hand that's checked to you that's better than ace-high, having led the turn, is probably going to check call the river, not check fold the river.
It's also really interesting to note as well, the effective stack was the guy who had the 10, and he had 8.8k, and there was already 14k in the pot.
Oh wow!
I don't think he's going to check fold.
I wouldn't think so.
Not a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's a more interesting hand against. Can be a more interesting hand against more, say, like strong players. there's a bit of a levelling war that can occur on the river because now. So what a good player would be thinking in the big blind spot, having checked the river, would be this guy from the start said he's got showdown value. The fact that he checked the flop usually means he doesn't have nothing. Good players don't normally check when they have nothing. So there's not c-betting actually means it's the reverse of what happens in very low stakes games. They often have something when they don't bet, and when they do bet, they either have a very strong hand or nothing. So what you'll find is when it gets to the river, if the guy with the Jack-10 checks, and then the guy who's represented showdown value by not betting and just calling a turn, we know he's got something, at least ace high, but if he then bets the river, it actually looks quite credibly like he's rivered the queen. It looks a lot like ace queen or whatever the other, was it a 10 on the turn? So ace 10, it looks like a lot like ace 10. So now the big blind's in a bit of a bind as to whether to call that, because good players don't bluff too much. They don't over bluff. They don't go, oh, I've missed my flush draw, I'm just going to bet just for the sake of it, right? So they're a little bit more balanced in their play. So it's actually better to lead the river with your.
What do you think about what do you think about donk betting? I had a hand yesterday where a 3-bet with 10s and the original rears led out on an ace side board instead of letting me see bet.
In this game, I'm going to believe the donk bet quite a lot. I've played against a lot of people in this. They are literally just playing their hand. They look down at their hand. I'm not saying that this will apply to everybody. Like some people will donk bet and never have it, but there's a lot of people in this comp where I would just side-fold my 10s against them because they've looked down and they've got an ace and there's an ace on the board and they're betting to protect their ace.
We had this exact same conversation earlier in the week.
You can overcomplicate.
I've got top pair, I'm betting. But the problem with that a lot is people just hit middle pair with a 7, ace 7, 3, and they just bet the 7.
Right. And in their mind, they might be betting to find out where they are in inverted commas, right?
The old information bet.
If you've got king queen, you can't call.
So it doesn't. Those bets. I mean, the more of a chance there is that they're betting something other than the ace, the more you can consider calling. They're going to have to play honestly on the next street. Like if they bet the ace high board and you call, it's quite. Well, it should be, unless they're an idiot. It's going to be pretty hard for them to keep firing without the ace.
Yeah, if they don't have it, they're going to be like,
you look like you have an ace.
You've got it.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
they're going to give up.
Of course. So they might just check to you on the turn, and you might get a cheap showdown. But there's some boards where there's just a far greater chance to have the ace than the other card. You know, on an ace 6-2 board, if someone's called your raise, there's so many more hands that have an ace in them than have the 6 or 2 in them, right? What's the range of hands with the 6 in? Well, they might not be calling this queen 6 or jack 6, but they'll be calling the 6-7 or 5-6, or probably suited. So there's just not as many 6s, whereas some people have the whole spectrum of aces. So they do have the ace more.
What do you make of the raise fold with the freeze to a 10 big blind shove? I mean, he's right. The guy's got 10s.
No, that's absolutely fine. I like that fold.
I think especially in this tournament as well.
People aren't shoving light, from what I've seen.
What are you hoping to see? Pocket 2s?
Absolutely.
Like, and a lot of people are not even shoving ace 10, so that means their range has a lot of higher pairs in it. People, it's a very like a beginner's error in Hold'em is to put someone on the hand you want them to have. You raise with 6s, someone jams on you for 18 bigs, and you think, well, maybe they've got ace king or maybe they've got ace queen. Now, true, maybe they do have ace queen, maybe they have ace king. But think about all the other hands they might have. Think of the higher pairs. They're going to play them the same way. So don't be an optimist. Don't be a pessimist. Don't be an optimist. Be tot up all of the hands they can have. So you try and think of some hands you actually crush.
All right, Tower.
Yes, young man.
See you in a bit, sir.
I tell you what, this has been expert commentary. You two guys, you know what you're on about, don't you? I just thought you got drunk all the time. I tell you what.
Only after 10.
I tell you what. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick and Tom. Absolutely brilliant, let me tell you.
Well, I might see you later if you're bored.
That much.
Happy to jump back
They were talking that much sense. I'm second in the free roll. Good lads, thank you very much.
Oh, so you've basically been cheating your way to success.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, that's a lot of sense. That's a lot of sense.
One of these at home, would you? Spot on, wouldn't it?
The ideal, wouldn't it? Lights and all that under there.
Andy Booth. Your mates round. Yeah, beers.
You know who makes them? Andy Booth.
Is it?
Part of the team, isn't it? It's Andy's table, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know how much?
So here we go. Thanks to the guys. I tell you what, listening to Andy and Nick and Tom, it was awesome.
Some good hand analysis going on right there.
That was very, very good. Well enjoyed that. Well enjoyed that.
Meanwhile, Tower, how are you getting on, boys? How are you doing, Tower?
A few chips. At least
How am I doing? I'm chip leader.
How many runners do we get tonight?
And 119.
And we've got 10 left. Almost final table.
119.
It's a big turn.
Should we pick up this action straight away, Alex?
Yeah, let's go straight.
We have got managed hand straight away. So pre-flop raise from Craig and a call from Jake. Queen suited. Check bet call on the flop. Craig bet the ace 10 and just been called, and then he's made the ace. And then he's checked back on the turn with the ace, which is nice.
Yeah, Jake's in a bit of a quandary.
Is he going to check call here?
I don't think there's any value in betting, really.
We have now got.
I think this is a situation where he probably thinks he's going to check call, so instead he's bet small.
Yeah, he's blocked.
Falls to raise.
He's blocked by that. Really.
Yeah, it's the block.
Yeah. This is Jake Quincy, by the way. Quincy. He's very good.
Quincy.
Quincy.
Yeah.
Quincy.
So that's good from Jake, because what he's thinking is if he checks, he's probably going to end up calling more like 6 or 7k. So instead, he's just going to bet 4k and just hope the guy calls him and fold to a raise.
I get it. I get it in some regard, but I just think that it's a value bet where you're just not getting called by worse. And personally, I think you should be.
It's not a value.
Check making a better decision.
It's not a value bet, but what I'm saying is that if he,
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Personally, I prefer a check fold or a check call, depending on you reading the player and your senses of the player.
I don't realise you're doing it.
I guess it can be classified as a thin value bet. Definitely.
You're not from Liverpool
Definitely.
anyway.
He could be raising with a worse queen, picking up a jack.
So who have we got on this table, Tower? Have we got a list?
Alex and Tom are with us from online. Gave us all the tokens, gave us all the free rolls, gave us about £3,000 to give away all week. They've been great.
Yep, I think
Thank you very much indeed.
£3,000 of a ticket.
Flips, free rolls, you name it, you get it.
Nightly, £200 free roll, yep, so plenty of value for you guys. We've got a £10,000 Goliath free roll on the 13th of August.
Oh, I'll be in it. Am I not in it?
That is
You're not in that one.
£10,000 Goliath for 8 PM, 13th of August, so don't miss that one. That'll be
That's a big one, yeah.
Someone's gonna pick up £2,000 there for nothing.
Yeah. There's a
Do you
community.
have to, is there a password for entering, or is it?
No password.
No
How do
password.
you know that they play the Goliath?
It's open to all.
It's open to all.
Almost all of our active player base attends the Goliath, so we didn't want to restrict people. If people want to play on their mobile, they're in their local casino.
The problem we've had in the past is people forget the password and this sort of thing, and we end up. So we've opened up to all Grosvenor poker players as the Goliath free roll, but it's open to all.
Oh, right, okay.
Because it's a Sunday, a lot of people like playing in their local casino on a Sunday. It's a nice one they can get into on their phones. They should all know how to use it after the flip free rolls this week.
Yep.
And the Wheel of Fortune, which anyone that had played a flip free roll has been able to spin the Wheel of Fortune. And we had a bit of a hot spell, shall we say, earlier. We've given away 5 GBT tickets on that so far, and I think about 7 or 8 25 tickets. And a bunch of £30 tickets.
Very good.
Some good promotional
All
activity.
good stuff.
If you've got any questions for
Absolutely.
for Alex
Fire
and
the
I,
questions to the guys that have given us such a great week for us to enjoy the flips, the all-ins. Managed to win one of them. They're excellent with a lot of value for us. We've loved it. Kept us all together.
more than welcome, Tal. More than welcome.
Thank you very much. And I don't know why we're still 5-handed because there's only 9 left. What's happening?
It's 8 final, 8 runs of.
Even though 9 of us get tickets.
There's 8 players on the table.
There's 8 players on the table. I thought it was like.
No. So we've got an opening from Craig, 3 bet from Mark, and Powell is looking at. I'm not sure what he's looking at. Cold 4 bet, possibly. Don't particularly like a call. It's folded.
So there's only 8 to the table.
It's ace-5 suited.
Even
folding,
though 9th will get a token, yeah?
Yeah, that's
All
fine.
right, everybody's in the money in the free roll. Well done, one and all. Well done, £110 token up top, 2 30s, and then the rest are £5 tokens, but you can use into satellites, into, well, steps they're called now.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll be crediting we'll be crediting them next week.
Just to let you know, my account will be being credited next week.
How much do you want back for it?
We've got Issa in seat 2.
Yeah.
Lovely Issa.
Issa just made
Essa.
Is it Essa?
We've had this discussion with him. He came in.
I'm
Can you
calling-
call me Essa?
I've got to
He's
call him Issa.
6'5" and he's big. I said no problem. If you told me it was Thursday, it'd be Thursday.
It is Thursday. Is it?
No, no, it ain't Thursday.
Hi Raj. How you doing?
So Essa, yes, he came in with the old French Guinness, Finnish Guinness. Have you seen it? Oh my word! This Finnish Guinness, it's. Oh, they're blind out.
You made a tight fold.
Who else is on this table? So Jake's actually had some big results of recently.
He has.
Wayne Hemmings. I
Yeah,
know Wayne.
Wayne up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we know
Wayne
Wayne.
Hemmings. How's he
Wayne,
looking?
you.
Got a few chips.
Could do a chip count at some point.
They're on the screen every hand. At the end of every hand, keep looking.
Every hand, is it?
At the end of every hand, the chip counts will be on the screen.
You think I know that because I've been commentating on it for the
You
last
would.
2
You
weeks.
think you'd take notice? and the guy in seat 6, it's Craig Charles. Where was Lister and Rimmer? Where are they? Where are they when you want them?
Red Dwarf. Missed that program.
Oh, what quality.
Brilliant.
And also the chip counts of all the players underneath them in every hand as well.
Yep.
Okay. So
I
have
know
you been
that.
commentating blind, yeah? But commentating blindfolded, is that the new game, is it?
I knew the chip counts. I just the.
We knew, Tom, we knew.
So Jake is overing very, very wide here. Pretty much any two. It's got a piece of it. I think this is going to go check bet fold an awful lot of the time.
Yep.
I'm much more of it. I know that Andy and Nick and Tom were having a discussion earlier about limping the button. I'm much more an advocate of me raising the button, especially in this sort of field.
But there's nothing wrong with mixing it up now again. If you're raising the button quite often, then you're throwing the limp. It's
Yeah, I think it's fun. I think if you've got a couple of really aggro guys on your left, short stacks, then obviously. But then I'd probably just prefer a fold. Do you know much about Wayne Hemmings' results? I know I've seen it at the Goliath last year. Plays quite a bit with us.
He plays online a lot, does he?
Plays a bit. Likes getting involved in the satellites.
yeah.
What did Jake win with us recently? Did something with us.
We were in the APAC together. He was in the APAC with us. He won. This guy. I tell you what, this guy won drinking stakes. It's a good job you didn't. It's a good job you didn't fill his pockets with drinking tokens.
Yeah.
You'd have needed a lot. He is. You're not wrong. Yeah.
So I was all in it.
Yeah, there, you got jacks. Sixes. And I never missed, to be fair. Ever. Oh, apart from that time. Oh, lost my ace king against sixes in the free roll. I say I'm on tilt. I'm on uber tilt. Everybody fold because I'm on uber tilt. That's it. It's all going in.
Mark 3 bet that.
I hope so.
I hope so too. That's just good poker.
Yep. So we've got a raise from Mark with ace 8 suited, and then the free bet from Mark G, Mark 2 with
Marky
ace 10
G.
off, which is nice.
Three bet's a little bit small. I'd rather just hoover the pot there. What do you reckon?
Issa's
Tom?
got. Yeah, I'd be raising a bit bigger than that myself. But you know, it's, if he gets a call from Mark, you know, he's got position on him.
And
He
you
might
get
be
extra
happy
time.
to play that against him post flop.
And you get extra time. You have to press.
There's a little time bank button which appears when you're in the hand. Unless you've used it all, you get.
I don't time bank, can't
120.
fall straight away, me.
So he's just come on at the small blind. He's called the 3 because it was so small.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Which leaves the blinds with a decision because they know that the guy who opens is going to call, so it gives them good equity to make the call with the guy behind them calling. So King Jack's a great hand for that. Is Wayne going to make up here as well?
I'm hoping Wayne might go for the little cold 4 here, which would be awesome.
Hey, take your photo, take your photo, take your photo.
Tails on the final. He's only had ace king 17 times in the last half an hour I've been in.
So Mark G's in the spot, which he's probably not too happy about now. Full way ace 10 off. But he's got position.
Yeah.
East got the big stack here.
Yeah, the other guys are all a bit too short to be getting involved with these hands, I think. I wouldn't have minded East's call if the other guy was super deep as well, but this is going to play out very interestingly.
18, 15 and 1. 34.
So East the middle pair. Wayne and Mark should give up, and Mark G is going to play the open straight draws if he's not the big one. Or maybe not. It's a pretty scary board with where he got ace 10. He's probably going to check behind actually.
I think probably checking behind is good. I think it absolutely smashes most
calling
legitimate
range.
ranges, yeah. But he's gone for the bet.
Yeah. I don't mind it, but I think you're right. Like, it hits a lot of people's calling range. The 9-10 jack board, not 9 jack queen. Sorry.
I think he can just get put in a spot by other 10s that have got him in a lot worse shape.
Yep.
Basically, any other 10 is going to jam him now, and he's going to get a real problem.
Yep. Is he still playing this?
Easter's got himself in a pickle here, and I think it's from the beginning, from the initial call. It's been hard for Mark to make a mistake now. It's going to be easy for Easter to make one. Wayne's just eating into the TV time.
Yeah. Unless he's thinking about running a bluff here, but that doesn't make any sense to do that, so it should be a quick fold.
I think the people's ranges are too strong.
Yes, it wouldn't make any sense to do it, but he's thinking about something.
Do you flick it in there pre-flop with the getting the A8 one, whatever, with
The King 5 off? I don't dislike it. I think the problem is at this stage of the tournament, do you want to make a play like that? Do you want to make a play like that and bust out at this stage? You know, it's your last time in the Goliath or last entry.
I think it's a good time to make a tight fold. It's a big card for Issa. Issa. Oh no, it's not. I thought you King took it close. So yeah, on this Sunday, guys, we've got the Community Shield free bet free roll.
Who's in the Community Shield?
That will be the mighty Arsenal.
Arsenal.
And Chelsea.
Oh, Chelsea final, though, wasn't it? Arsenal, Chelsea.
Yeah, that's going on.
Is that at Wembley?
It is. No stipulations, and anyone that wins will get paid out in Grosvenor Sport free bet tokens. All week we've got double the odds on Grosvenor Sport.
We tried today with double the odds. Rupert gave us a token to try the old Goliath promotion.
Yep.
We backed Sunderland's number 9.
Okay.
Scored a first goal.
And?
He didn't have a shot on target all game.
That doesn't surprise me.
Hence we lost.
Backing Sunderland and goals.
Yeah, but they're in the Championship, to be fair, and you thought, well, you're going to make a good start at home. Yeah, well.
I guess.
But yes, get on Grosvenor Sport because it's well worth it. Double the odds from that. We went from 5 to 1 to 10 to 1.
Issa's just made the call. It's going to be a tough spot from in the river on most river cards. He's going to have a big decision to make.
I think
Mark puts the pressure on.
I think it's been very hard for Mark to rip this one because Issa's range can be so strong here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Issa's clever enough to know that he can check here, and Mark should never really bluff without having it.
Well, he's got 16k left behind.
If Mark finds the shove, then credit to the player. I think he's got the sizing a little bit wrong here.
I think when he bets the turn 6,000 there, and the bricks are in the brick, I think I'd be shoveling here if I've played like him. I'd just get it in.
If you've seen his players well before, he knows that he's will probably defend most of his hands, and on the turn he's going to protect it. I'd love to see Mark shove actually.
Yeah. Well, he's free bet pre-flop, he's bet flop, bet turn, and he has an opportunity to bluff with it.
The dealer's laughing.
Is he not setting out a second to see the count in your head? Yeah, you know,
I think he's got the sizing a bit wrong here though. I think he starts to give. It actually makes me more inclined to bluff, because this is good enough to realise that.
Will he not just check it?
Mark will realise he's giving
Mr.
3 to 1
Well
on the
done,
call.
young man.
Special guest.
Well done, young man. Aye, nice.
Watching you daily.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff.
What's your name?
Joe.
Joe.
Come on, Mark. I see the shit.
Hey, how you doing? Hi guys.
They do our online.
We do. We talk.
This is Joe who runs a casino in Joe.
Oh, it's nice one, Joe.
Probably good. I called him, didn't I? Check all of it.
One more barrel. The bowling, right?
I think I'll put there with all in or 5 or 10k out for play. Doesn't get any of it.
And a king as well then. Still right though. Mine's only 1200. I ain't got a panic yet.
It's turning his own now. Smarter than a gamma now. Delayed. Delayed action.
So just in case anyone's listening on their headphones to the live stream, we've got revitalising massages from the Angels here. If you're feeling a little bit drained, a bit tired, call one of the massage girls over. Might give you that lift you need to push you through to day 2. And we've also got 2 members of staff, two lovely girls collecting for the Carers Trust. Great charity, going to really good courses. Mary Curie is what they collect for, I believe.
Yeah.
And that river went check.
Yeah, we were hoping for the jam from Mark, weren't we? But
I think it would have been really good. But I think he got the stack size a bit.
Yeah, he had almost half. He had close to half his stack in the pot. He didn't get into it, so yeah.
He needs to play that hand really well. Okay.
He
put himself in a very, very difficult situation and navigated it quite well.
Can I just, while we're just in a small pot, can I just mention Andreas and the team over in the cash area? Now we know we know it's Friday, and we know it's busy, but there are 38.
Amazing.
38 cash tables. OMG. Well done, one and all. 38 cash tables in the room. It is so busy. Well done, one and all. Let me tell you, 38 tables. Running that lot.
Yep.
Running that lot.
There's a big
you
list.
can forgive him if he doesn't tweet on the hour every hour. 38. He's got absolutely everything going on. Tower in the house on the final. Tower in the house on the final of the free roll. Oh yes.
Tom, only 8 people here left home.
119.
Back.
Yeah.
Joe Beam's in the building looking for a biggie back.
Donuts. I don't know if there's any left.
You're right. Razor Boy, I think that's a little bit harsh on him. Okay, he can't re-enter.
Yes, it's totally different now. A lot of people in the early stages played it like a freeze out, knowing that there was 720 odd alternates, even though everybody got in. Don't know what the actual. Are we hazarding? No, we're not hazarding a guess as to how many people have actually entered the whole tournament and what it is. We'll leave that until it's confirmed.
Do we have a final Goliath number?
Nope. It'll take hours to confirm. Dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making the pot correct, it'll take hours. We're not even being told to mention it. So we're not going to. Thanks, Joe.
Don't look different in your clothes.
Huh?
Final of the free roll, Joe. Final of the free roll. Final of the free roll, baby.
All right, I'll see you all tomorrow.
Nice one, Joe.
See you guys.
See you all tomorrow. Are you not part of one of the 38 cash
You're going to
tables?
crash it up tomorrow.
You love Omaha.
Sorry.
You love 510 Omaha.
We'll smash it up, Katie.
I don't know if you know, Phil, I made day 2.
Oh yes, well done.
I've got a bit of work to do tomorrow.
Hey, bit of sleep.
Yeah, so...
Well done, one and all.
We've got a busy commentary box right now.
Oh, here we go.
Is this
Wow.
Oh, cheers, buddy.
We've got a raise from the Undergun +1 from Mark, Ace Queen, and Aces. Just looked up and found Aces, and he's folded apparently according to Action Tracker, which is not correct.
We know he's tight. I've seen him fold kings 2 tables out in the IPO.
We have seen him fold kings. Yeah, so a great little spot for Isa here.
I actually really like a flat here from Isa. Really like a flat.
There's 8 of us left in the free roll. Anybody want to chop it? No?
Tower's saying that his deal button is engaged.
Anybody want to chop it? No? No? Okay.
Yeah, I think that this just looks so strong opening up that, and he doesn't get any chance of anyone squeezing in the blinds.
And Mark's only what, 15k behind.
I mean, I think it's a flat spot.
Yeah. Will Mark get it in here anyway? So Mark has shoved and Isa snapped him off.
Worked out like a dream for Isa.
Yeah,
he's got the maximum.
Bright side. Yeah. Not looking so good now.
And the boards run out. Brick for Mark. So hard luck, Mark. Well played. GG.
Oh, I hope here comes the music. That means blinds are up next time, ladies and gentlemen.
Isa increases his chip lead at the table to 132k.
38. Yeah, that's just going to do what they are.
Yeah, I think that hand shows that if Mark had had the, for want of a better word, the heart to shove that ace-10.
So blinds up.
He gets that through and he's on 55k.
Blinds at 8-16.
And he's cruising. Instead he's on 15k and he has to bet call off ace-queen under the gun against a really, really tight range.
Yeah. I think you're right, and it's one of them. He'd have been thinking about that. Should I shove? He was probably in his head, probably close to a coin flip. But he's thinking, do I shove? Do I wait? Do I shove? Do I wait? And his shove probably would have got Isa off. It would have got Isa off.
I think so too. I think the problem was that he didn't think that one street ahead or those 2 streets ahead.
It was. You're right. The sizing was wrong.
He should have known what he was doing on the river before that river dropped.
A lot of guys, I think, would have let their ace queen go there.
He's a bit committed. He was committed. He had less than 10,000.
3,300 and he had 15,000 behind. Whereas, he still have plenty to go, but if he puts him on 2 overs, it's a coin flip.
That's it,
So we're still in the free roll with 8 left. Good luck, me. Or is it 7? Oh, I lost another one. What's happened here? Oh, 8. Oh yeah, it's only an 8-handed final, isn't it? Only an 8-handed final. Good luck, us. Another free roll tomorrow. Same time, 7 p.m. The flips have finished, haven't they, Tom?
Flips are done and they've been a massive success this week. 50 to
go on. Okay.
50 to 200 players playing. I think our highest was about 293. So it's great to see the player numbers and guys jumping in for the flips. We gave away 23 seats over the week. Sorry, I lied. 28 seats. And 7 GKBT seats, which were most of them were exchanged to Goliath seats and then a live stream free rolls every evening. So there's a £110 GKBT seat up for grabs in the live stream free roll, which Tao has final table tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, keep an eye out for the flip tournaments. We're running similar flip tournaments for the Summer Sizzler in the next couple of weeks. Keep an eye out.
What's going on here?
16 levels again first day.
Apart from the fact that that was fucking absolutely nuts.
Well, I went over with Promotional and $165. There's a million guaranteed for the win.
Jake's going to bet this.
Yes, no, it's a lovely turn for Jake. He leads the flop. He gets called. He may think Pal's got the jack, and then the ace comes. It's just a great card to barrel.
I'd like to see a call from Pal. Nice call. I actually played with Pal before a long time ago.
No, this is an interesting spot for Jake.
Does Jake rip it? I mean, he knows he's got a jack. Just trying to think what other hands. Because he shouldn't have that many aces. Because if that was like a 2-5 jack board, I think the Pal's got a lot more ace high with like a gut shot wheel draws. Hands like ace 3, ace 4.
Ace jack's possible. Unlikely, but
unlikely.
Possible.
I think he probably rips that. And Jake's going to go for it.
Yeah. See, I like it here. I like, he's really testing. Pal's going to have to pass this. It's a really nice bet.
It just looks like value. I'd actually prefer a shove if I'm honest with you. I do think when Pal's got the 20, when Pal's got the 30k, he knows he's still got a bullet and he's getting 4-1. I think you're going to see a call from Pal.
Yeah. And if you think Pal's got the jack, Pal can never call the shove. He might, just because he's still going to be in the tournament, call with the jack in this spot. I still think he'll lay this down.
I think he'll call. I'm happy to have a side bet.
Yeah. He's made the call. I didn't agree to that.
Oh, he's grimmed me.
I would have shook your hand, but there's going to be no payout there. Very nice call, Pal. I think you're right, Alex. I did like the bet, but then you look at the stack size. The shove's right.
I think you're giving the guy a second chance. He knows he'll have a second chance if he gets it wrong.
Yeah.
I think, and that if you're targeting your bet for that second pair.
Yep. Yeah, because he probably read it right. He thought he had the jack.
He's probably seen Jake play quite a bit as well. He's quite loose and he's quite aggressive, and he likes to represent hands.
Yeah.
So it's best to flop a pair and hold on tight against those sort of players.
Yeah, there'll be guys in this tournament which will probably get each other who will know each other.
Yeah.
Know each other from previous games. On the circuit, and there's always little dynamics and stuff going on. You remember stuff from previous tournaments.
Now he's got bluffed in the final.
Jake, we're a 10k stack now. He's raised half his stack to 6k with ace 4 suited.
I quite like the subtlety of Jack play. It might not add anything. It probably does add a little bit of a percentage. I think someone might be snapping an ace 10 off in the cut-off.
What from
against the shove, whereas the 6k, they might
not see his stack.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point Alex makes there, is that they might not know how much he's got behind or might not want to ask him. if he shoves, then they ask for the count. If they just see the 6k, they just fold without realising he's got just 4k left behind.
I think it's a really good. It's just a small little edge, but those little edges add up.
Yeah.
To Leslie Parker. Leslie Parker's saying thank you for all the free rolls this week. Didn't want to think we had great fun. No problem, Leslie. We've got plenty of free rolls, and we try and normally tier one around any big sporting event. We've got a lot of other bits and pieces. We've got the side games free rolls for anyone that likes playing side games.
Are we doing a free roll for the McGregor fight? McGregor Mayweather.
The McGregor fight.
Is that next weekend?
It's the 26th of August. I think we've got something. I think we've got a free roll planned for that. So keep your eye out for that as well.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we get some for that. Yeah. We'll get a couple of free rolls for the McGregor Mayweather. I think we're going to plan on a McGregor one and a Mayweather one. And if the McGregor one wins, I think we're going to give people their money back. So we're going to
double the money. I think
double the money. Yeah.
Double the money if you play the. You're going to have to choose one free roll on the free rolls, and if you cash in it and you cash in the one which the
winner is,
you double up your prize.
That was it. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit of fun. You can only play one. We have to. If people play two, they won't get the double money. Yeah, bit funky one.
We'll have a think about that. Don't hold us to that one. We'll have something to do with the Mayweather fight, though.
Martin Ward's tweeted me a treble for tomorrow. If that comes in, I think I'll run around the street and you come round and give you a kiss. 3 aways on the Coupon first day of the season pays 42 to 1. Ooh, for a treble, and it is one, and it does include Rotherham United. Okay.
I don't think we're going to see Rotherham United win a game for the first 6.
Whoa, mouth. No need for that.
It's just a little niggle, really, Tower.
Is this inkling you've got, is it?
Yeah, I just thought I'd just, give it a bit of a rub down, see what happens.
Thanks.
But hopefully anyone that's been at the Goliath this week will have had a chance to play on their mobile on a flip free roll.
Yep.
So if you want to play on the free roll on Sunday or the free roll next Sunday on your mobile, crack on with that. And then when you're happy, start trying to satellite in. We've had some really big overlays lately. We've had some big bits and pieces going on online. We're guaranteeing a lot of seats.
Yeah, we've got some of the Sizzler satellites have just started. So every Thursday and Sunday. Sunday, Thursday, Sunday, I believe, and then it's every day from that point. So a couple over the next week, then it's daily, and the satellites will pick up with guarantees. So we're guaranteeing 100 seats, but we'll likely get a lot more than that. We'll be doing some flips, as I said. So.
Yeah, we've got some good, fun stuff in the pipeline as well. We have a big promotion based around Wilkensooth. We'll have a repeat of the Duke of Z passport at the tail end of this year, where Andy Hill's won. And plenty of other lovely bits and pieces. Might be doing something with some sort of sports free rolls coming up to celebrate the kick-off of the Premier League. And also, now that Grosvenor are sponsoring Fulham, we might be doing something with them.
Yeah.
So plenty to look forward to, and plenty of free rolls, plenty of action.
The Wilkensooth one will be a fun one, so definitely keep riding for that.
So when do we get invited to a Fulham game?
That's a good question, Tower.
Yes. Good question. Yes.
When they play Rotherham.
They don't this year. Rotherham unfortunately got eliminated. Got relegated from the same league last year.
So it might be a few years.
Yes. If they get me in the cup, then what?
If you get me in the cup,
we'll get you the box.
We get you the box.
Alcoholic.
What's the odds of that?
50s.
Quid.
We've got to get the third round yet. We normally fall at the first hurdle against somebody like Accrington Stanley or something like that. You know.
It's medicinal purposes only. My doctor in my home country says 1 bottle a day keeps the coughs and colds away.
I love that. He's just handing around the finished Guinness.
Is he?
He's not handling. No.
He's handing around the finished Guinness.
Don't spill it on the table, for God's sake. There'll be trouble.
Isa, the East King, the Ice King.
Don't drop it on the table.
Oh God! Someone grab it off him. He's going across the table. Oh,
if anybody drops down the table, I'm
3 to 1. It drops.
I'm surprised Dealer hasn't. I don't know. Yeah, he's Dealer almost had a shot.
Oh, if the Dealer had a shot, he'd be a hero.
He would be.
Just a 10 grand table, you know, or even a little bit more. God, I'd hate to think how much that table costs for somebody to holding an open bottle over it.
Yeah, they're having a good time now, aren't they?
They are now.
Enjoying it.
Yeah,
they are now. Thanks, Essa.
I like Essa's tactics here.
Yes, it's a good strategy.
Come in with a real high alcohol tolerance and get everyone else drunk.
That's nice, sir. It's good in the winter.
Think about it.
Esther plays a lot on Grovenberger.com.
He does.
Yeah.
He,
He does.
He's
been in
won
all
the-
the
he's won the
flips,
cash
in all
game
the free
leaderboard.
rolls.
He's won the cash game
He's knocked me
leaderboard,
out
I think,
twice.
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
He's won the cash game leaderboard.
yeah. Esther's won we run a monthly cash game leaderboard. It's up to 10 grand now. We started off at 7. It's 10 grand now a month for anyone that plays cash games with Grosvenor. If you're in profit, you don't have to opt in. There's no stipulations. But you've got to pay 500 hands or more at stakes of £1 or £2 or less. Any game, PLO, high-low, whatever your forte, heads up, anything counts. And if you make profit, you'll climb the leaderboard. And at the end of the leaderboard, the first prize is £2,000 and a GUKBT ticket, and that filters down for the top 30 players.
Yeah, I think last month the guy who won £2 grand only made about a grand profit.
No, I think in July. I think August was a bit higher.
Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. We got another fun hand developing here.
Ooh.
So Jake has.
Is he open to 15k?
No, he raised 15.
Yeah,
He raised it up to 15 after initial raise from Powell.
You sure? No. Small blind, big blind. I think he just pretty much jammed on.
Oh, really? All right. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. He's the chip leader, 131k. We've got a couple of really short stacks here. There's four guys who are shoving. Yeah, there's 4 guys who are just you're gonna have to get it in.
I mean, that's the problem when you get this short. Like anything less than 10 or 15 bigs, to my mind's eye. Every shove, every missed opportunity you missed a shove, you're doing yourself a disservice.
That'd be interesting.
American Airlines.
Because you need chips to accumulate chips.
It's happened once.
Interesting one from Matthew in the ace-2. He's got a very tight reputation, Matt. I haven't seen him play a hand yet.
+2, I'd be folding those 2 there.
Yeah, I think it's a fold.
Like that.
Craig's folding. Cosman's folding. And now...
Here's the shove.
This is a shove.
So this is the shove from Mark. Yeah, but then he goes.
Good shove. Now Jake's got an interesting one here because I might actually even call this off.
You don't. I think in your head you're like, yeah, I could be good here, but at the same time you don't want to be up against ace-6.
Yeah. Power's calling though.
Yeah.
Power's calling. He's not folding this one.
No.
I didn't get to see the actual the positions. I thought the Jake was in the small
Power's
blind.
definitely calling, but anything he's thinking about is just. He doesn't really. Obviously, East is behind him. He's just hoping East just chucks him behind.
I think this is when you need to know your opponent. I think East is a very good player, but he's quite traditional in his play. He's not going to do something here like rip 4s to try and get a heads up against the 1 all-in player. If you're up against a player like that, then I much prefer isolating.
Good luck, Mark G.
You're the one nearest you.
Good luck, Mark G. All the best.
Come on, 6 ball.
Looking for a 9. Drawing very
I had a queen 6. I would have been brave.
Ace-10 holds up.
So that flop you would have bet anyway. If I would have been in it, that flop you would bet. I can't call.
You know his password? Did you go live with that?
You might have a big hand. You might have a big hand.
Slowly losing them now. Right, good table now.
Very unfair is this poking lock.
Can I have your attention please? This is the final call for all 8 game players to retake your seat. That's the final call, 8 for 8 game players, so please retake your seat.
minutes of fame.
Get this through, get this stack through.
If you wheel kazoo, if you get only four times round or something.
Right, back to the action here, gents.
Yeah,
and
back to the
ladies.
action on the action free roll. The tower's still in. The tower is still in.
The side action.
We're down to 7.
Once again, Jake's done his big raise where he's committed himself but hasn't stuck all his chips in. Issa's picked up 7s.
Jeff, what should I do?
So
I think Issa might give it a go.
Issa knows it's going to be a 20k. Is he on the small? Yeah.
I don't think Issa's going to pass this one.
He's faster. That also might be the spot where the raise is working out for Jake rather than the shove.
I think you're possibly right there.
And it's, you know.
Wayne has been so carded, it's been unreal. I was looking forward to seeing Wayne play a few more hands, but he's...
I might pick up this little trick, Jake's.
Honestly, I might adopt it.
I like it. It's you're catching people out who aren't observant of your chip stack behind. They just think of it as a big raise and like, oh, I'm not calling that, rather than it's an all-in. I need a count. I do like it.
Especially where Jake's position is. When he's stealing from that cut-off position, he's stealing, and from the button, he's stealing off. He's in trap 9. He's 1 and 2. The player's got to lean across and see the player's stack. It's not. I'm not saying it's an angle by any means, but it does mean that the player's got to be very aware.
Long while. You're a nice guy. We want you to double up.
Thank you.
Not by me, but somebody else.
Yeah, going card dead in this game is no fun. And there's definitely a few players at this table.
Matthew, 10-9 suited under the gun, loves the hand, but he's got
he doesn't have the stack to
8
play
big
it.
blinds. So, he's gone for it.
He's gone for it. I like it.
Fair play. Get it in, Matt.
I like 10-9 sorted with 13. What are the blinds? 8-16, less than 10 bigs, 8 bigs. Get me in.
I don't like Cosmin doing anything here but folding.
Yeah, it's an easy fold. It's an easy fold, really. He's got people behind him. Matthew hasn't played a hand the whole time, and he's all of a sudden got it in. Nothing's good.
He's unfortunate, but he's going to be 40%.
Yeah.
I think Powell's should just call here. It's quite a big open.
Agreed.
Got a big stack.
Agreed.
Doesn't want to run the risk of isolating and jamming and finding Issa waking up with.
I think you're jamming like. Oh, he has shoved.
Okay.
See, I think if you're like 40k, maybe 50k, you jam.
I really don't like it with this stack because if you hear that word call behind you, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
You see it happen awful lot actually.
I think if you got like, Wayne's picked up the ace king as well. He's only like 20k behind though.
Yeah. So Wayne's going to call. Wayne's going to think about this and he's going to call.
Yep.
Because he's going to realise that. And good luck to Wayne.
GL Wayne, you know you're doing it, buddy. You know you're doing it. He's hovering.
I don't think he should ever fast this really.
No. Well done, Wayne.
It's a big hand.
Good luck, 2 all-ins. Pal's got him covered with the ace, queen of hearts. And
Pal's actually the actual dog here.
Yeah.
So here we go. So here we go. We got ace.
Ace king. It's 8, 10, 10, 9, and 8.
No, I think I've seen an ace. Oh, I'll take those spades. Sweat. Hold. Well done, mate.
Unlucky.
Well done. Yeah, top man. Yeah, good man. Yeah, take it. Cheers. Good luck. Cheers, guys. Yeah, good luck, guys. Cheers, boys. Good luck. Cheers.
No, it took a bit of time now, but...
New deck as well.
It's pretty quick.
Why are pushing? Because I don't want him, you know.
Never going anywhere. Waiting for a hand.
Yeah.
Triple up. No, you want to rather double up when he comes. He was isolating. Try it again.
Yeah.
Good.
didn't realise that Esther had nicked my John Hespat.
Yeah.
I must have been on a break. He must have come in. I'm telling you, it's good that we didn't even try the jacket on. Blah, heck, that'd have been bursting in the seams. He's got the old John Hess. Unfortunately, this week John Hess couldn't make it.
Yeah. The Finnish Guinness has turned into the Finnish thief.
We did contact him, and his son, who is now his PA, come personal secretary, come bodyguard, come everybody, everything else, said that he's very, very tired after his 3 weeks in Vegas. And
who can blame him as well? What an effort.
Oh, do you know what?
What a hero.
Do you know what? The Hess effect has just been amazing, hasn't it? And he's such a humble guy. He'd probably never heard of the Goliath before, never heard of the GUKPT, not heard of the poker rooms around the country. This guy literally did play £10 rebuys, and not very often.
His local casino.
And not very often.
And what I did love is in his interview afterwards, he was saying that his preparation for the World Series was playing, I think it was just generally £10. He said, I played a couple of 20-pounders just to get a feel for the game and get back in it.
Such a hero. That's what dreams are made of.
Yeah, definitely.
Is Will Kassouf still in?
I believe so.
Yes, he is, says Dave, who's running the online blog. Do we know a stack, my old fruit? Do we know a stack-ish? Last time we saw 44,000. Alright, good.
He's always laughing and joking, to be fair. So we've got Razy from Cosmin. Powell's called in the hijack. I think the call's actually okay.
Can I ask for some advice?
Go on.
How do you play when you go card dead on a final table?
You shouldn't be looking at cards so much, Tal.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
On it.
So
Overstrad.
Yes.
Thanks. I can't see that. Where to bet?
So Taylor's gone Oberset style.
We've got Jack's on the big blind here, and we've got the free bet as well. This is turning into an interesting hand. He probably should just take this down, to be honest. I don't know what's going to play back at him.
I actually think this looks so squeezy. I know Cosmin under the gun.
Cosmin's under the gun.
Didn't realise that. I thought it was middle position open.
Evening, Rick. Hope you're well. Back in for an hour or so. Yeah, 10:25 in the evening.
Another one, then you might get too hyperactive with
Guys, if anyone listening has got any question for me and Tom from the online team, just whack it in the chat box now. So we'll probably be with you for about another 15 or so minutes. We want to make sure that anyone's got any issues.
Yep.
Any queries, any little bugs or problems,
I can only say thank you to what you've done for everybody in the chat box, the comms box, the people that can't get to the Goliath.
We've had a cracking 2 weeks, Tower.
It's been awesome.
We've loved being over here. Loved being over here with you guys. It's been brilliant. Can I disclose one of your whole cards, Tower?
No, because Jay O'Mahony's listening. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Feels like an 8 ball.
Uh-oh. Oh.
GG Tower.
Good game, Tower.
Oh. So just to let you know, I didn't play that hand. Oh. Oh. I didn't play that hand, Michael. I'd have folded.
So is that ticket you want to go to the bounty?
I finished 6th. No, it was in my pocket. I did the effort. You can do it as a bounty if you want to. I don't mind. What, so we get the guy who knocked me out?
You can do.
Michael J. O'Mahony, you've just won your... No, he's already won some money anyway.
Yeah, the one ticket. I'm probably sure Tower's up to you. I'll give you the call.
Tell you what.
I really should give it to...
We'll give it the Bubble Boy.
Bubble?
We'll give it to Keydis64.
Bubble Wood picks up the ticket.
Keydis64, if you're listening, say hello in the chat box. My £5 token is now in your wallet.
Lovely.
Keydis64.
Can we make a note of that and put it on the big list?
Yeah. The big list.
The big list of PK.
Nice one, Keydis. Keydis64.
We've got a multi-way pot here. No one's got much of anything.
Kareem's got position in second pair, which gives him a prime spot for the stab. And he's checked behind, which I'm surprised by.
That's probably changed a lot of this hand now.
I'm surprised by Kareem's check there.
Yeah.
I think it's check to you on a button and you've got middle pair.
Your hand's really vulnerable.
Yeah, you bet that.
Yeah, we've already done that, doing a draw for everybody that entered. That was the £120. We'll give this one to the bubble.
I agree with you, Tom. I think that's a bet.
Cheers, Michael.
And now Craig's gone in front.
Yeah, Craig knows his hands are pretty much always good after all the checks behind him on the flops, and no one's likely to have a jack. The 8's probably good. And
Don't mind like a bit of funkiness here. Given the stack sizes from Karim, quite like a raise. Raise isn't bad here.
He's got a gut shot.
He's got a double gutter.
He has got a double gutter.
Double gutter and a pair. I quite like a raise to 10k here. I think it hoovers it up a lot of the time. I think people forget about raising a lot of the time. It seems to be a lot of bet and call.
Cheers, Sean. Thank you very much. A good game.
Karim should win this if he's checked to.
Always a good laugh in the chat box.
Karim just check calling here. Sorry, is Craig just check calling here?
I think Craig should probably be check folding a lot.
Why do you check fold when Karim just flats the turn?
Because I think he's probably got a lot of sixes in his range. Sorry, I'm completely misreading the board, Tom. I apologise profusely. I thought the river was a 4.
Yep. Yeah, the board pairing is just a brick, and it just makes sense for Craig to just check call.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I thought the river was a 4, in which case I wanted to check fold and they bluff from Karim. So S is here in dominant position. Finished domination. Hasn't really been seen actually in history. Sorry, Essa. Kind of hope that Jake doubles up and we can see a bit more of his. He's quite.
He's aggressive, isn't he?
He's an active player. Had a big result in Dust to Dawn as well, I think.
How long do we have to the break, do you know? How long will we have to the break in this tower, do you know? We'll give you an update. How many are left? We'll give you an update on what the blind levels are. Well, you should be able to catch them in the live stream box actually, but we'll give you an update on the next level.
They say 2 hours. Get the new crowd in. Go back to the table 24. After the whole grind, I beat nobody.
800, 1.6.
Rick Dumbarton, you've got to be in it to win it, mate. You will win. We've had a number of people come up to me today to spin the wheel at the Goliath and that have never won anything in their lives, and they come up and ended up winning a 550 GKBT ticket. And honestly, we went on a little bit of a run there, and I'm really glad the casino's got cameras. Otherwise, the powers that be might be thinking I'm giving them away.
50 minutes till the next break. For some reason, there wasn't a break at the end of level 12, like there has been all week. There was a spurt of eliminations, and they were balancing the tables, and the clock went over and they went straight through, so they decided to make it at the end of level 30. So then there's 14, 15 and 16 to play, so there's still 2 hours to play after.
Yep.
It's just that they were literally balancing 3 tables, they were doing like 3 tables split all at the same time.
Yeah.
So they decided just to cut the break, carry on.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and then instead of 4 levels to finish with, there's now 3.
Yep.
So 50 minutes to go until the end of this session. These 2 guys will probably be tucked up in bed ready for day 2 by then. But if you want to stay the next 50 minutes, you're more than welcome, and sleep.
I believe that's not what's known as a baited question there, Tower. And we'll be gone in 10 minutes actually.
No problem. No problem whatsoever.
We'd like to see a couple of tasty hands before we go.
Yeah. I mean, if in the previous one, if Mark had actually pulled the trigger on that river above the ace 10, that would have been a very, very cool hand.
Yeah. Or hit the free bet pre and then bluff ball, semi bluff, bluff.
Yeah. Would have been good.
Yeah. We can make it into a song.
Free bet pre.
Semi bluff the flop, semi bluff the turn. Can you
Bluff the river? It's not that great.
No, it's very average.
Toby Charlie, I like this guy's name.
Yes.
Charles has flopped a decent 5-3 offsuit and makes it short.
Who said that? We haven't got it, no.
1500 for what, sorry?
So it's interesting that I think it's a really good one for live play, even for online play. When someone bets really quickly, especially at this sort of level, they generally never have a super strong hand.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I think generally just people, if you flop the stone cold nut, say it's a 3-bet pot, you've got a pair of 8s and it comes king, king, 8 and there's 3 of you, and someone bets into you, your brain's going to take a little while to process, how do I get paid it?
Yeah. Also, the small blind and big blind game is a fun one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, what do you do?
Yeah, well, I quite like it. I pretty much call all the time from big blind. I'm happy to play, if small blind raises my big blind, I'm pretty much calling everything in position, just in position against them, just because I know their range is generally going to be wide. And I'll happily float numerous flops and stuff like this, just to play out. It can get into tricky situations, but at the same time, you're in position on the blind and blind hand. If you've got a really tight guy folding all the time, then and he raises, then fine. But if the guy's quite active on the small blind, then just happy to defend pretty much everything. I don't know what you feel.
I feel like I think it's really problematic actually playing the small blind.
Yeah.
I really don't like it. If someone good to me is my left, I think the problem is that we've all got a bit of an ego and we all think we're really good, which fundamentally it's a spot where you should probably be folding an awful lot.
Yeah, you want to have a strong, if you're raising out the small blind, even just against the big blind, you want to have a strong hand.
That's why a lot of
there's just so much better spots on the table to be making plays.
Yeah.
Like you're getting like king on opposite there. It's just there's better spots than that to be raising a big blind who's going to call you even with anything, just because there's so many flops.
Especially those awkward sort of like those stack depths of like 20 to 40 bigs where. That's why a lot of people, I remember like a few years ago, like Limping became all the rage from the small. And I'm not too happy with that either. I think giving up the small blind is not a big thing.
No.
Greg Scanlon, who's watching in Vegas. Good afternoon, Greg. Evening Town, how many runners did you end up with today? We've actually just had the confirmation of 1,544.
Wowzers.
1,544. Wow. What was it last year, Mayo? So we managed to squeeze in another 100 players somehow from somewhere.
Yeah, we were pretty much full last year.
100 more than last year, so nearly 10% increase again. Like, wow.
Huge. Absolutely huge. 6,382 entries.
Uniques.
Entries.
Total entries. 6,382 runners. Wow! 6,382 runners.
£638,200 prize pool.
Wow. Have the dates been confirmed for next year? Yes, the same week now. Exactly the same week. So this time next year it'll be Sunday, Saturday-ish. One day in front, something like that.
That's pretty impressive though, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
The Friday
Saturday.
The Friday is like now only not that.
Yeah.
This Friday today is only 150 odd less than the total runners in Goliath 2011.
Wow. Flipping heck.
Wowzers.
I think I need to write that down. That's a big number.
Yeah, the growth of Goliath has been
And it's only
phenomenal.
10% of what you're getting paid, Tal.
I'm getting paid that much, I even had to give you £5 token away.
There's a word for that. I forget what it is. There's a few.
I just saw this small violin somewhere there. Oh.
Quite like a 3-bet here from Powell.
We've got Neil raising in the +3 mid position.
Powell's got. Oh, Neil new to the table, yes, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay, I don't like the 3-bet then.
No. Powell just makes up with the ace-4 from big blind.
Jimmy Brown said 6,300 on the Facebook guess. Absolutely amazing. PK's just got the job of running through the 600 entrants for the total numbers. We'll give you the answer next Thursday.
Good spot here for Powell to stab this on a check back flop. I think if you're going to defend ace-4 from the big blind, you need to be...
Yeah, that's a good flop to rep.
Yeah, you need to be... When it gets
There
checked
should be a
back.
button where you could just press it at the top and it goes in numerical order.
It's another fun one as well because generally Neil's not going to be... Not really getting too funky here, so it's just an easy one for Powell just to bet. And that gets checked
Powell's
through.
check called here.
Interesting.
So he's check calling here again.
Okay, so if you check call the turn...
He has to check call here, so he's calling. He's already
And Neil's
called.
betting really quickly here.
He is, yeah.
Right, he's repping a 7 now.
Yeah.
And obviously Neil...
The fact he's bet quite quickly, but I think it makes it easier for Powell to call as well. Yeah. As soon as he calls the turn,
I think he's going for it.
As soon as when he calls the turn, he knows he has to call the river when the 2 comes out. Like otherwise, there's no the call on turn makes zero sense.
Yes, like we spoke about earlier, like thinking like 1 street ahead. And he's made the call. Great call.
So he already knew what he
Great
was doing.
play.
There. Well played, Powell.
Great call. Nice play. I wonder if these guys have played against each other before. I saw a little bit of communication between the pair of them.
He's given in the eyes. Very well played. Love it.
So Jake's quite short now with 17 bigs. And if Jake's seeing what's going on at this table, he'll be itching to get some chips and start being able to get a bit more liberal with his...
Mark McMaster, thanks for the donuts this morning, young man. Very much appreciated. I've had to share with a couple with the team.
Thank you.
There's a couple left for breakfast. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Mark's been in the commentary box, in the chat box all week, and played today, and brought us in a bag full of donuts.
Top man.
I actually heard about this now. So you were pleading poverty.
I was just saying we needed feeding.
Some thieves that stole your Krispy Kremes.
Yes, who was that?
And then you came in and someone racked up.
Absolutely.
16 donuts. Sticky fingers. Hands in the cookie dough jar. No. Wayne hasn't had a hand since the ace king.
That was a lovely little triple up for him.
Yeah.
Afternoon, Steve. Good evening, Steve. Steve Nickel. He's back.
Steve Nickel?
Yeah, that's back watching the live stream. Oh, blinds up.
Cosmin picks up the king jack of spades.
Cosmin's actually been quite impressive. He hasn't actually put a foot wrong.
He's fairly active, but hasn't really...
No, a lot of marginal hands.
Yeah.
But red hasn't made a single mistake, really.
No.
This is looking interesting.
It's always nice picking up like king jack spades like that. King jack suited late positions, quite a nice little hand to pick up, isn't it?
We don't know what Essa's got, but Essa looks interested, which means he's got a hand. Not one for Hollywooding, Essa. Oh, he is. Oh God, have I done myself over?
I'll show you my boat as well.
He is folded.
Yeah.
He's showing the cards as well.
My favourite hand.
Oh.
That would have been my favourite.
Perhaps he was just saying hello to the dealer.
Maybe.
That must be it. That was what it was.
Level 12. Yeah. I need it. It was level 12. Now it's level 13. Did you go and ask them, please? Would you call you? Yeah. That's not the experience. I'm sure I borrowed it earlier.
Okay, Sam Orley's on table 42. Good evening, Sam. What's the chip stack like? Keep it going. We are 4 levels out tonight. This is level number 13. The break is at the end of level 13.
560 left.
And 560 players left.
Third of the field.
I think they'll be fetching 300 back.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
That's what I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon about that.
I'll go more 200 mark.
And then I lose my pound.
200
I lose
mark.
my gamble. I lose the bet. I'll be skinned by the end of the week.
I'd be surprised if there's 300 left. There'll be a lot of short stacks if that's the case.
True.
A lot of short stacks.
Just a reminder to anyone that's streaming in now, we've got a Community Shield free bet free roll on Sunday. Cost you nothing to play, and you'll be paid out in Grosvenor Sports free bets. You'll be paid out on Monday. And then also for anyone that's playing any sports on this weekend, I know there's a few nice horse races and obviously the Community Shield. The Grosvenor are offering double the odds, maximum bet £10. So check it out.
Kareem's bumped up under the gun. Jack 10 suited. Standard open to 4K. Easy fold for Easter on the small. Wayne's made it forward, Jack 7.
Wayne, what are you doing?
Just give that one up, mate, under the gun raise.
I understand it, but Wayne's been. Hello, we got some action.
Yeah, this is trouble for Wayne.
Yeah.
They're both picking up the same gut shot, and Kareem's got the pair.
Wayne's going to go for a lead as well. Oh no, he's not. He's gone for the check.
Check call. So Wayne's got himself in a tough spot here.
Yeah. Wayne can still win this hand now.
I'm not sure. I think you'll find it. Kareem will probably check behind here.
And then if Wayne bombs it, Kareem should check behind. There's nothing he can really get value from on the turn. Trying to get value from any random 9, but I think that's a little bit. There's way too many better tens.
The problem is with the stack
8s.
size is if Wayne jams now.
And Wayne's capable of jamming here. I mean, there's not that many 8s in Kareem's range. He's blocking a house of 7s. So there's.
So he opens up to the jam, which he has to unfold to.
I mean, are you bet calling kings in this spot if you're Kareem? I think it's probably like setting money on fire.
Yeah. And Wayne gonna think about it?
Wayne should fold this, honestly. Obviously,
Yeah,
with the benefit of the cards.
Yeah.
I think Wayne's getting a bit. He wants to play a few more pots, but he's not getting the hands to play them. Make the fold, Wayne. We got faith in you.
Or ship the lot, buddy.
Yeah, or ship. Don't call though.
I don't want to see a call.
Actually, I really don't mind a jam. Actually, a jam's quite cool.
A jam is very cool, but we don't want to see a call.
Does the jam get snapped?
I don't think jam gets snapped at all.
You can't. Kareem can't call the jam. It's just super strong, but I think Wayne's taking too long now.
And Wayne's got a very good image. Yeah, he's taking a little bit too long. He looks quite quizzical as well.
Yeah.
And if Kareem's shrewd, and he should be picking up on that. S is just there taking pictures of his almighty stack. He's going back to the tank. Yeah, it was nice to see Wayne earlier. I saw him at the last year's Goliath. We were at last year's Goliath. He came over.
Yep.
I think he won a little prize on the wheel.
Yep.
And he plays with us online.
I think we played a bit of 25p, 50p cash.
We did, yeah. We played some cash games with him, yeah.
So Sam's got 78,000 while he's watching the live stream. Good luck, Sam. How many through already, says Martin? 1,178? No, 653. 653 plus today's.
Martin Ward, that is something that you'd have to find out yourself.
Yes. On Grosvenor Sports.
I'm not sure. Rupert can get you
Rupert
that.
can find that out. That's a great, a treble for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fleetwood.
What he wants to.
No, he wants to. It's Barnsley, Rotherham, and Wigan treble.
Rotherham, that sounds
Look like a champion.
That was actually put on by somebody else. But he says it's about 40 to 1 treble. He says it's about a 40 to 1 treble. So he just wants to. Can you get on?
Well, double odds. You get double odds on, Grove.
Can you get on for us? No, I just want to know what the odds are.
Yeah, I can find that out.
Thank you.
You're in luck, Martin.
Barnsley, Rotherham, and Wigan.
You're in luck, Martin. The poker guys wouldn't do that, but we've got a member of the sports team here, Rupert, who's going to have a little look into it.
Yeah, Rupert, the sports guru.
And he'll be placing the bet on.
On Grosvenor Sport.
Okay,
Yeah. Shut up, Jimmy. None of that, thank you very much. Yes, my team. Oh, Ash, all right. 650. 653. So you need 247 to get through to win the bet.
What's this?
We had over or unders 900 coming back on Saturday. I had the unders.
So Rupert, someone's saying here, Jim Carl Clay is saying, is it double the odds only on singles? Or are actors included in double the odds? It is only singles. Apologies, Martin Ward, it's only singles.
Well, you can still have the bet anyway.
You can still have a bet.
I don't know why.
Possibly bet Rotherham, maybe.
All the wagers and everybody.
Real footy starts next week. No, wrong, Rick. Real footy starts tomorrow.
Right, it's been the last time that me and someone will commentate on.
Thank you very much, boys. We'll see you over the weekend for day 2 and the final.
Yep,
most definitely.
We have another free roll tomorrow night at 7 p.m. No more flip rolls.
Well, what we're gonna do is tomorrow, because people are so engaged in the wheel.
Yeah. In the wheel.
In the spinning the
All
wheel
right,
out there. Do donut, PK. We're going to say that if anyone plays 3 tournaments on their mobile,
yeah,
can be any stakes. If they play 3 tournaments during the day tomorrow, we'll give them a spin of the wheel. We'd like to give them. We'd like to say 1 tournament. We give away too many GUT tickets this so far.
So basically, if you prove that you've played 3 tournaments
on your mobile, come over. And,
I think it's worth mentioning that the average spin of a wheel is worth about £25. If you break it down for the amount of value added on the wheel, segments, it's about 25 quid per spin on average. So worth playing a few $1 tournaments for a 25 quid spin.
Yeah, play some fish party sit and goes. Nice and quick. You can invest 3 quid. And
Marty Ward's already won a free roll flip roll and he's made day 2 where he says, when can I register for day 1A next year?
Well, Martin,
can we
wrap up this one.
Can we just get rid of this one first? We're only on our 7th 15-hour day, so can we just think about that on Monday, please? Aye, the boss is in the building, Mr. Russ Tamplin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations yet again. We had so many comments about you dancing to the steel drum band.
I wouldn't call it dancing.
Russ was a bit 2-step. Bit of garage.
Yeah. Bit of dad dancing.
So
what's the word on the street?
It's all good. It's all looking wonderful.
Yep. Good. It sure is. It's
we will have a prize pool very, very soon.
Are you announcing it tonight or waiting till tomorrow morning?
We'll have it tonight.
Oh, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have, if it's exactly the same as last year, and I'm only preempting, it'll be 10% payout. We're not too sure. But Russ will give it us all in full and we'll talk about it for the rest of the night because it's the biggest prize pool we've ever had. If the numbers are exactly correct to what we've been told, it is another record. Russ won the sweepstake because you're the only one going over 6 days. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. Yes.
What did you shoot?
It was the only one that went up. Yeah. The only one that went over 6,000.
I went 6-1. 6-1 was my guess. I was a little way off.
And they all laughed at me.
Yeah.
I said 6-5. I pick him up off the floor.
So Wayne's got himself in a little bit of bother here. He's tried to flat the open of Charles with Ace King. Wayne's played up the 7, and Wayne's actually going for the double barrel here on a really, really bad card for him. Fortunately, it's a really, really bad card for Wayne as well. Joined by Mr. James Sims.
Good evening, all.
Hi, James.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
How did you get on today, buddy?
I've got 20 bigs when we go back.
Okay.
50k.
50k? Good. Would love to see you through day 2.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Be nice.
How's your table?
I've recently been moved.
Okay.
I've been moved to a table of short stacks, actually.
Okay.
10 to 15 bigs, most of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That makes it for an interesting game for you after the break then.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Charles takes it down with the C bet on the turn. It was it's a nice turn to bet from Charles, to be honest.
Yes, it was good. It was a strong but double barrel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Risky bit of work.
Wayne will be thinking, oh, I wish I free bet, but at the same time, I don't dislike the call just in case one of the blinds wants to get tricky and jam.
But we've seen very little in the way of like post-flop moves on this table. Very little in the way of someone getting a bit risky and a bit creative.
If you compare what we've been commentating on in the previous days versus today, it's a different game. You can tell that people know that it's now
last chance to learn.
You're going through day 2 and it's your last shot.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's a different game.
Diamond comes, doesn't it?
Come on, Wayne, stop. Wrong way, man.
You walk. First one we see.
First one today.
This is what we make a drink from. It's pepper. That's what they make the drink from. They mix this powder with water. It's a lovely boiled sweet.
So the Barnsley Wigan Rotherham bet is on. 40 to 1 it pays. How you doing, Sam? How you doing, Paul? Tired. He's on 80,000 at the break, Sam Oledge. In about 25 minutes time it'll be the final break of the day, and then 3 more levels to play. 3 more levels to play at the end of this level and the break. I think the break's 20.
Crush them up, put them through on the top of the bottle. Shake it for 24 hours. Yeah. No, continuously. So
Split image of monies.
you get this drink. Or you can speed up the process by putting on a tumble dryer for about 1.5 hours. That will do the shaking. Then you get your own costing what was Salmiakki. If you're on drink, yeah. Simple.
You're good?
No, it's vodka.
No, there'll be more.
It's vodka.
How many remaining now?
This is the type of licorice they use. Obviously, when it's made in a factory.
Yeah, I'm going to lose my fortune, my worldly worth to Ash Lippett. I had a max bet on under 900s coming back on Saturday.
You've had the under?
Yeah. Oh, don't laugh at me. No need. Don't kick my money down, why don't you?
Max bet, was it? All in?
Max bet, all in. I was all in.
The bankroll was
Ash
in.
Lippett. Ash Lippett is coming to the Goliath for day 2 tomorrow with a wheelbarrow.
Get in the middle, it gets a bit stronger. 35k. What's that for 50? Yeah.
Yeah, similarities.
Different pictures. Any bets versus me is easy money. I don't think I've won one.
Do well to get away from this.
Ace 9 against King 5 on a 7-5-5 flop. It was checked, raised and called by Powell. He then hits the ace on the turn. The ace from space and it's checked. So he's trying to, I think he's trying to say that he hasn't got an ace. The river comes and a bet of 18,000. Is it a busted flush draw?
I think I called this off a lot of the time. So he's defended King 5 in the big blind and flopped rather nicely.
Does he call? He's in the tank, C1. Pavel Gachovic. And he calls with the ace. Thinks about it for so long, calls, leaves himself just over 38,000, which is going to be around about 13 bigs when we come back after the break. $8.16 with a 2.
How much for the table? How much for the table?
This particular one.
Somebody said there's a big Goliath comp discount going.
After Sunday night, you can have it cheap.
That's what I mean, yeah, it's used.
It'll be signed by the winner, get option on.
I don't mind that, without the signature. What sort of money is dog in the box?
This? These are about 10.
10?
Yeah. You said 7, just at the table. Then you got all the cameras then.
Oh, right. No, I'm just talking about the table in itself. Oh, sorry, yes, you got...
it's all the bartenders
in there, yeah, of course, yeah.
That's PK as well. Yeah, PK.
All right.
It's not too bad.
You want to get red, yes.
The average stack at the moment is about 80,000. Just been out to check it out. About 80,000. There's just over 550 runners left during level 13. What will be the average stack for Friday's day 2? Normally around, well, obviously we don't know yet. We don't know how many people are actually getting through to day 2 from day 1G. But 30 bigs maybe, 150,000, be about right. So we couldn't exactly tell you until we know exactly how many runners there are for day 2, but the average, yeah, so it's going to drop down, isn't it? So if you round about, if you look round about 150,000, 180,000, you're not going to be far away. The average stack, I reckon, will be about 170 maybe.
I've got a bit of work to do with my 40k stack.
You have.
Is what you're telling me.
You have. What blinds do you go back to?
I'm going to have 20 bigs.
12, 24 you go back to?
20 bigs I'll go back to. 48.
No, that can't
I
be
think
right.
I've got 50k actually. Not 40. Yeah, it is.
What, when you go back? Oh, yeah.
That's right.
That's why they have the extra level. Yeah, like it. So anything between 150 and 170,000 will be average stack, round about 35 bigs-ish. The free roll's still going on between the three of them. Next man out gets a £30 token, two £30 tokens and a £110 token.
How many runners do you get for this free roll?
119.
Okay.
I come 5th.
Did you? Yeah, well, good work. Must be soft.
Ah. So blinds 1,000, 2,000, running ante of 200. When we start level 14, it'll be 12.24, then 15.3, and then 2.4. Mark Lee's going to nail the footy bed tomorrow and jump straight in the high roller. You have to tell us what the footy bed is, then, because we all want to win. I've been told hoof it tomorrow's a good thing in the horses. James will tell me if it's good or not.
That Lee Westwood's horse?
Yeah. Yeah, they said hoof it. So I don't know what race it's running in. You can tell me that, being the James Sims Racing Extraordinaire Entrepreneur.
No idea until I get the rag tomorrow.
Trying to get up in the morning studying.
About 7ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, bets on between 9 and midday, and then
Sit back and watch it all rolling.
feet up and watch your bankroll deteriorate. Or increase on the odd occasion, yeah.
Who won the 2 p.m. free roll? What's your online name? What's your online name, Lewis? And we'll find out for you. Tell us your online name, my friend, and we will tell you. If we can find out, if it goes back that far. It won't be Rotherham. Cheers, Mark. Thanks for that. Top 6 Rotherham United this year. Thanet.
Some famous players in
Yes.
Thanet, you know. Cream of the crop in Thanet.
Goliath Slayer wins. Goliath Slayer won. Nice one, Lewis. Well done. Goliath Slayer did win the 2 o'clock flip roll. Well done, Lewis.
Like a boss.
So I've just got to go and do a video outside. Back with you in 1 minute.
is a flop where both players can rightfully think they're good a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think you're going to see it go bet call a lot of the time.
Also, considering the stack, sevens, it's not hard for him to call one and see what happens. Plenty behind.
I mean, yeah, given the exact hands they have as well, obviously, they don't have the cards, but it's going to go check all the time in return, especially when the overcard comes like a 9.
And I mean, it obviously depends on the players, but there's some presumption when it's a good player that's open in early position, he's supposed to actually bluff some portion of his range on this turn if he's got any sort of king 10 suited or king 10, it's meant to fire again to put the maximum pressure on hands exactly like 7s and 8s.
Yeah, and given his range as well, I would be inclined to actually fire with a hand like 6s here. Only small, but it's actually 7s.
It's interesting that sevens has taken the betting lead.
That's interesting. I mean, that can be correct play, it depends on the tendencies of your opponent. C-bet that flop and check for the one turn. You have to ask the question what you think Craig is betting. Some people are only betting better hands than 6s, in which case, from Craig 6s is a very reasonable check fold, but it depends how wide it's betting. If someone's betting 7s there, you might be betting some worse hands there. So, the sort of person that bets 7s with protection there, or whatever the reason you're betting, might also bet some worse hands like 3s. So
from Craig's perspective as well, I mean, it can look like a one and done with a sort of overcard combo hand that Craig is now like, well, I'm good a lot of the time here, plus I can fold out some hands with equity. So
yeah, it's not far-fetched to think the guy could have had ace king or ace queen or called the flop and then bluffed the turn, made a decision. But these things are very situational, very much depend on the player.
Hey, the A-team's back. The A-team's back in the building.
Hello, Sarah.
How are you?
Not very well.
Just a little wander around, do a Facebook Live. We're breaking about 10 minutes. Not 20.
2010.
10. Is it a 20-minute break or 15?
They just have one. Are they breaking twice? Are they breaking 7?
This is interesting. Jake has made a pseudo shove. He had 21k, he made it 14k, so he's essentially gone all in. Sometimes people are stronger when they do that.
Oh, an A3 shove from the small blind.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2k big blind, it was a 10 big blind shove on the bottom. Not everyone actually goes with the race 3 here. That's quite a marginal call against a 10 big blind shove. I'm not going to say it's horrible. It depends on the player. As we can see,
he's got there.
Let's just avoid the ace card.
All the 3.
Yes. Just like that.
He's got there.
Easy game. It's a nice one for Jake. Although it's quite a light shove on the button, not everyone's going to call with ace 3 there.
That's why I think it's such a good idea to sometimes shove a hand like that.
Yeah, you've only got 10 bigs, you have only one play. You have to shove or fold there, so...
I think you can make even some bigger kings fold.
For sure. King 10...
King 8, King 9 might possibly fold.
Yeah.
King 10 plus
should.
King 10 plus probably does call.
and specifically in this tournament as well, where people are overfolding, I don't hate a shove on the button there with the king 5 suited. sorry, at all. Really. And he got there. Which always helps.
And he did get there. He got his hold on.
So getting their skills, you have to work out, are you the kind of guy that gets there a lot?
I mean, there's a lot of spots in these competitions where you are down to that 10 big blind shoving range, and you're there on the cut-off or the button, and you shove a wide hand, and the big blind just shows you an ace and goes,
Nice hand.
I'm not interested, nice hand.
I've seen that a lot.
Kicker's not good enough.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot.
And you just take the blinds, take the antes, and move on to the next hand.
And even if you know some proportion of players are shoving as wide as King 5, I mean, not everyone is, so you've got to work out who, on average, if you're against someone you've never seen shove King 5, you can't assume that everyone's going to do that. So it's not like you can go with any hand then, like you need to King 5. In the long run, that's not going to work out. You need to know your customer.
And some people as well, if they're sitting there on a 25 big blind stack and they call and get it wrong, they think, I'm down to 15 bigs. I mean,
Absolutely.
I don't think like that, but some people do.
No, you're absolutely right. It's a very, I'm going to say, a live poker thing. People care about in inverted commas, their tournament life more than they do in online poker. So I play a lot of online poker, and people just get it in quite liberally. They bust a tournament and sign up for the next one, right? So, but in live poker, you've got. I mean, there are rational reasons to be more attached to your tournament life. It's not like you can just hop straight into another tournament straight after. You can't re-enter this anymore. You've got expenses associated with travelling to a live event.
Sure.
It's going to be at least, very likely at least tomorrow noon or something before you can play another tournament. You're certainly not going to play another tournament like this, so for a while. So you can understand why some just fold the bottom of the potential calling range.
This is an interesting hand.
9-6 is overcall.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Open and a shove, and he's overcalled with 9-6
I feel like I've missed something
off.
here. I feel like either he's misclicked, or the guy
sure.
doing the graphics is misclicked.
He's got 7 big blinds.
or something weird's happened.
But the cut-off is shoved first, so
yeah,
the button with the 6-9 off here. I just think you have to let this one go and wait for a better spot.
I mean, to call 9-6.
It's not the worst flop.
You might be right.
Well, it's getting thin now.
You put 8 outs.
3.
Oh yes, I didn't see that.
He's not one of them.
Yeah, no good sir.
I don't know what happened. Did he really call the shot? Nice.
Yeah.
Maybe it's his favourite hand.
Might be.
Not anymore.
There we go, last hand of the session. We will see you in 20 minutes.
The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else, really, in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else, really, in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else really in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't win this kind of money anywhere else, really, in the country, in Europe.
If you make the final table, or if you win it, you're going to win a huge amount of money just for a small buy-in.
I've always said that Grosvenor Coventry is just the best casino outside of Vegas. When you walk down the stairs and you see the palm trees and the waterfalls, and it's just like, it's not like any other card room in the UK. You're paying £100 and you're trying to win £500,000 prize pool by the look of it. Nobody can turn that down, whether you're professional, recreational, whatever you are. The Goliath, it's the biggest poker tournament in the UK.
Grosvenor unconditionally guarantee £250,000 in prize money. They could double that. I mean, it was smashed on day 2.
It's a friendly game, but we're all competing and playing for the big bucks.
You can't.
Please all the players in the Goliath event, retake your seats. We are starting in 2 minutes. The total players in the Goliath event, please retake your seats. We are starting in 2 minutes.
The best thing about the feature table? I need a weight. I need a weight.
This is our final call for the players in Goliath. Retake your seats. We are starting in 60 seconds.
You know what he said about them cleaning the feature table?
You've got to keep these boxes clear, have we?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, two to either side. Just wondering where I'm going to put mine.
5509. Okay, 50, 12, 54, 330.
300. What would the blind?
Yes.
The blind is going to be? Oh, all the screens are back?
No.
What blinds are there?
12, 24,
324. Thank you.
Actually, I wouldn't mind sitting taking your step. You actually
What was that?
Oh no, I'd love to, yeah, of course. Yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, no. Tell me if I want the road or anything. That's nice.
how do we look at our cards?
Yeah, you got to get out. Like, actually, I've got myself now. You lean it over.
Like in here, yeah.
If you get your cards, guys, just blend
Okay
them
guys,
on.
just to let you know, we have confirmed the prize pool. It is 638,500. We will confirm the prize within about 15 minutes and we will display what the first prize will be in about 15 minutes time.
Incredible. You're going to speak to Yanni Santa Russell. Spoke to you off air. I congratulated you. You just said team effort.
Oh, it is, isn't it? You know, it doesn't happen without everybody, yourselves, Ian, Yanis, Dina, Raj. You know, there's too many people to mention. So, but it is everybody, and this is a good example of a team working together. Not just the poker, but the casino and everything coming together.
Yeah, could we actually envisage 6,385?
Well, I have to tell you at this point that actually I did say 6,500 at the beginning.
And everybody
people
fell
laughed.
on the floor.
They fell on the floor laughing, and there you go. You know.
Yeah, no, it's a super effort. We're going to get to it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We're just going to speak to the man, but I tell you what, absolutely brilliant. And what a great, fantastic running it as well.
It was easy as day. It was actually. It was very easy.
1 in, 1 out for hours and hours and hours.
1 in, 1 out for about 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
So everyone loved it. Players enjoyed. So they all
I think
happy.
we got the word out about the Thursday and the Friday as well, didn't we? It wasn't as bad as what we thought it was going to be today. Did it?
Yes. Obviously, we told everyone around that they need to come in and play earlier the week. So we had first 5 flights, we increased a minimum of 25%. Some flights were 55 even. So today, yesterday, 7 and 5%, which is still good. on 1,600 players, there's still massive increasement, so,
Absolutely.
which is good.
That was the prize pool to be confirmed. Prize pool to you.
It's confirmed.
It's confirmed.
We're going to confirm the first prize in about 15 minutes.
Excellent.
And how many will get paid and min cash as well, obviously, which is very important for players. So
Great effort.
Thank you.
Fantastic effort, sir.
Thank you.
Fantastic effort. Look at that. 6,385 runners confirmed. £638,500 in the prize pool.
Is that mine?
Welcome back, everybody. The Three Stooges are back. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Tom, Nick and Andy Hills. I'll be back with you. We're going to do a Facebook Live as well as the commentary. Back with you in 2 minutes myself, but the guys are here to entertain you. Take it away, boys.
Well, it seems like we've got a caller straight off the bat. Second nut flush into nut flush.
Big Blind is first to speak as well, so you can imagine he's probably going to lead this. And
James, if he knew the guy had the king of clubs, would have bet the turn, right? He's gone check on the turn, which is a very reasonable thing to do, because you know you're going to get a lot of folds when you bet the turn.
Absolutely.
When they obviously don't have the ace of clubs.
if this is me here and I've got the ace of clubs, I'm all in. But some people advocate for a smaller race. He's decided to shove. I like it. He's probably going to get snapped off.
I don't think he does.
I don't think no, it's never a snap off.
I think he folds.
No, it's not.
I don't think there's any worse hands
he
does
bet
with.
fold. It's a bet fold. I mean, it's really hard for it to be a bluff, the shove, because the guy who's shoved, if he was bluffing, would have to not have the ace of clubs, and he's got to fear the other guy does have the ace of clubs.
And the queen and jack are on the board.
So you're down to like, his bluffs would have to be the 10 of clubs or worse. And why would you bluff with the 10 of clubs? So it has to be like the 9 of clubs or worse, and even then you would probably just call or fold. So it's just not really, it's just on the 4 flush boards, they're just hard for there to be bluffs. I mean, anytime you say it can't be a bluff, I guess you could start talking about GTO and what would you use as a bluff, and
there's one good thing.
Maybe you should have some bluffs to balance the fact that the times you have the ace of clubs, but in reality,
in this tournament, I don't think
it's
it's happening
normally
too much.
going to be the ace of clubs, so it's normally going to be a bet fold, and if the guy's got the guts to ship without the ace of clubs in his hand against a guy who could have the ace of clubs.
Yeah,
then,
absolutely.
I think if he ever
you have
is...
to ask yourself, what is he going to turn into a bluff? He almost has to not have a club, because a club can call, right?
It
a
sets.
club can just call.
It sets and
on
hands
two
like
pairs.
queen jack. Really will be the bluffs.
And it's a big bluff. I mean...
It's a long shot.
Like, at least one thing is his river shove is polarised. It is literally ace of clubs or nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
The guy with the king of clubs just has to decide if he's the type of player who can
ever pull the trigger.
Pull the trigger and put maximum pressure on, and that's just from you're going to know that. From
Now
playing
with less experienced players, you've got there's a psychological thing going on, which is not to do with game theory or poker strategy. There's a problem which is mentally he's decided that he had the best hand with the king of clubs, or very often or very likely had the best hand. He's made a bet. He's in the mindset of thinking, I might have the best hand here. What you don't want to happen is to get shoved on. So that is actually a psychological hurdle in poker. Sometimes you do bet thinking you're good.
Yeah.
And then the thing you don't want to happen does happen. The one thing you don't want to happen is to get raised.
Do you play this as a check call rather than just lead folding?
I like lead folding. With the king of clubs, you're missing value if you don't bet your club, I think.
What, from the...
You could get called by a worse
the
club.
10x of clubs.
You could get called by a worse club. So imagine that you're trying to get called by a worse club. So I didn't.
He found the fold, and that is a very, very
That's
good
good
fold.
That's good fold.
very good fold.
I mean, if you imagine you're trying to get called by someone who's got a queen 10 with a 10 of clubs or whatever, you have to work out the size of the bet that's going to get called by that. And so when you lead out,
he did lead for third pot on the river as well, which is a
okay.
It's a nice size.
I
It's
like
a nice
that.
size to get called by
With that. With that bet, you could, if you imagine you're the other guy with the queen, I don't know, whatever, 10 or 9 of clubs, and you're facing that bet. In order for you to call that bet, you have to believe that the guy's either bluffing or value betting a worse hand than yours, right? In order to call with that hand. So that's a size that does achieve that. You know,
he's giving you a good price. And with the fact that the turn has gone check check as well, it could be a spot where he's like, maybe you're only checking back, you're not flush. So, I'm going to take a stab as a bluff. And with those that king of clubs that wants value from those 9 and 10x of clubs hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I really do think in this competition that is a bet fold, and I have seen a lot where a lot worse hands have gone in those spots.
I absolutely agree. People bet call. It's basically a tilt call sometimes. It's a tilt.
It's entitlement tilt.
It's absolutely those things. They bet believing they've got the best hand, and then when they get raised, their world collapses.
Yeah.
And I've played poker for a few years, and a few years ago I've done the same thing. I've bet with a hand that I thought was very likely winning. And the thing you didn't want to happen does happen. You get raised, and your world collapses, and it's tilting. You actually go on tilt in that moment.
It's all about how you deal with it in that exact spot. In that moment, you have to be like...
One way of dealing with it is actually to be prepared for it. So when you bet in a spot like that, be aware that you might get raised. So think in advance. When I'm betting, am I bet folding or am I bet calling? Don't wait till someone raises before deciding what you're going to do. Bet knowing whether you're going to call or fold to the race. Then it's a lot less tilting if you've clarified it in your own mind.
Wow, he just snap folds the king queen to a 3-bet. No, he doesn't.
It's
back
under
to
the
him.
gun 2 versus under
It's
the
back
gun
to him.
3. I don't think you should call the king queen unless you know that Gerard is very aggressive. Like most people don't have
It's a nice size 3-bet, to be fair.
Most people don't have a worse hand when they 3-bet in this position. Full table behind them.
I think it's a good fold. I think it's a tight fold.
Yeah.
I think
And
it's
I think
the right fold, even though we can't see his cards. At best, he's flipping against a hand like jacks. I don't think tens is 3-betting in there all of the time. And yeah, I think it's a good fold.
The ace king had the option of flat calling there. It's not. I can't remember I'm not sure how deep they were.
They were both relatively deep. Effective stack was 80k.
It didn't seem like. It didn't seem ridiculous to flat call to me. I mean, one of the things about these games is there's a lot more overcalling in these games than you might get in some bigger buy-ins. So that is always an argument for 3-betting when you believe you've got the best hand or a dominating hand.
With a hand like ace king suited though,
Well, ace
do
king
you
suited.
mind?
No, it's
you
not.
don't really
Well,
mind.
no,
If
that's
a
good.
couple, like you can flop really well with that. Ace king off, I'll be more inclined to 3-bet.
Yeah, that's
You
very
can,
good
you
argument.
can under-rep your
Absolutely.
hand so much.
Yeah,
with flat
one
in
of
it.
the reasons to flat is a hand. Well, this is a good hand, by the way. A table where people are aggressive, you can induce a squeeze jam
Yes.
or a squeeze
Short
3
stack,
bet or
yes.
whatever. So that's one reason to flat with hands like ace king. Sometimes in early position, and sometimes the problem you've got with ace king is you just you don't have too many bluffs.
Got a cooler developing.
Wow,
Cooler
this is-
developing.
This is serious.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's going to do his chips.
They're all in, mate. They're gone.
That's
Well, they're not all gone. There's some hearts. There are some hearts in the deck.
It is possible.
There's a couple of
to get
kings.
there. I've got there with ace king against aces.
Absolutely.
Never happens.
You can remember them on a number of times on one hand. It's not a great flop.
That's not a good start. We need some sort of running queen jack or something.
No, that's it. Oh, a 7 can chop it.
7 for the really.
Ooh.
I love the thing of going ooh when it was a card that was near, but not the right card.
Yeah.
It's like raise first hand, raise second hand, raise first hand. What?
What are we going to do? Fold?
Well, no, obviously not. No way.
And that is pure a cooler.
Yeah, it doesn't get much worse than that, except
Ace King
kings. Yeah.
has to shove.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only situation you could ever not shove with that many big, he's got under 20 minutes against a single open. Only time you could ever not shove Ace King there is if you've got some serious talent in the opener, right? It has to be a nutted open, like where they never have.
I think the other
Worst Ace King, right?
The other exception would be literally on the money bubble for ICM situations.
Again, if you thought you were never getting a fold,
then
yeah. I mean, you should shove if you can possibly get folds. If you thought someone has a bet tell or a physical tell or something, they that when they bet a certain size they never have ace queen.
Yeah.
You've seen, and they're consistent.
Kings plus.
But you need to be fine to not shove ace king there. You need to have a really good excuse to not do it.
Yeah.
Very compelling reason to not shove it.
What do you make of this under the gun raise with Jack 9 suited? I mean, he's got a big stack. The table's playing relatively passive, apart from the last 3 hands where it was a bit.
But even when he got 3-bet, it was by a real hand.
I personally don't hate it.
I don't mind it at all. I don't mind it at all. I mean, you don't win the tournament by folding.
Absolutely right.
And Jack 9 suited is quite a nice hand to mix up with your early position opens. You should be mainly opening solid hands in early position, unless you've got a table that's a pushover, which is very rare in modern poker. It's all any stakes, low stakes, high stakes, mid stakes. You don't really get pushover tables these days. It's not like years ago where you could raise, and it's not very often now you can raise and get everybody to fold. But it's nice to mix up what you've got. You should mainly have strong hands in early position, but that's a hand that can flop lots of equity, and you can flop. And the cards are high enough, they're just high enough for you to flop sort of a decent number of second and top pair hands. You can get jack high flops, you can get a king 9 flop where you're winning with the 9.
You've got 2 overs against a hand like 7s or 8s as well.
Yep. And you can fold out some better hands.
Absolutely.
When you raise Jack 9, you shouldn't, just because you've got Jack 9 this time, they shouldn't really be like the cutoff shouldn't deal with Queen Jack offsuit.
Yeah.
Yes, Queen Jack offsuit would be crushing on this occasion, but against your overall range, you're raising them. I'm sure this guy isn't raising Jack 9 offsuit, so Jack 9 suited isn't going to be a great part of his range. So it's absolutely fine.
This is a pretty interesting hand. The under the gun obviously raised the Jack 9. The Queen 7 has defended the big blind. The flop went check, and the Queen 7 has decided to lead the turn, and all I can think about is the massive range advantage that the under the gun player has against the big blind.
Yes,
he has all the aces.
I personally wouldn't mind turning a jack into a bluff there, just purely on the fact that you have all the aces and you have all of the big cards. I mean, the big blind has the queen blocker for the straight, but
I think. Oh, you've got a fold.
Yeah, a fold. Jack 9 folded. Yeah, Jack 9 folded.
That's what I mean.
Don't like that. Okay, so here's the problem with that fold. It does depend on the player. So that's my first disclaimer. If it was me in the big blind there and I led out the turn, you shouldn't fold your jack.
I didn't think
because I'm going to have a lot of semi bluffs. I'm not going to check call with. Was it 2 diamonds on the board?
Yes.
2 diamonds. So I'm not going to check call with 2 diamonds. I'm going to lead out with them. I'm going to have the betting lead. And I'm not going to check call with. There were some gut shots on the board. There was a jack and a 7, so you've got all the 9-8, 10-9, 10-8 combinations. So a lot of those hands, if I think the opener has shown weakness by checking the flop, I'm going to attack that with some gut shot draws and some flush draws. And so you're not always beaten just because the guy's bet out on an ace. It's almost the other way around. Like you actually, the opener has more aces in his range.
Yeah, that's exactly what Nick was saying.
That's why he's checked. Yeah, exactly.
He's got the huge range advantage.
I just think I actually don't.
So my range. So if I have an ace, I'm not actually leading out with 1 pair.
No.
I might lead out with a strong ace or with 2 pair. but my value range isn't many marginal aces.
No, it's all your two pairs.
It's
that
more
you've
like
checked on the
two
flop
pairs
and
and
sets
yeah,
that you've checked on the flop.
Exactly.
But you want value from the gut shots, the diamond draws,
Absolutely, yeah.
stuff like that. I just think it's interesting as well that he thought about it for about 5 seconds, folded, showed the jack, and I mean, if you're in the spot of the guy who had Queen 7, that's gonna boost your confidence. You're gonna be sitting there thinking, okay, this guy's passive. You know you can.
Yeah, run over this guy.
Yes, you can push him edges.
He's making exploitable folds. I mean, he might not realise. I mean, so a lot of the reason that people show cards in live poker is the reason that people cite for why they show cards is not always the real reason they've shown them. So there's an element of ego in poker. So people want to show that they made a good play. People want to make, people show bluffs. There's an element of bravado there. Ego, flexing your ego. People show.
Interesting. What are the blinds at the moment? 1.2k, 2.4k. So he's raised the 7s and he's folded to a 20 blind shove. So yeah, I can see that. He's raised from the hijack. The button is shoved.
The player depends on the player.
Yeah,
it really depends on the
so
player.
much of poker depends on the player.
I don't know enough about these players, so there are players where that's a snap call.
Yes,
you've raised 7s from practically a steal position. So someone who's savvy will, if they think you can be stealing, will shove 2s, 3s, 4s.
Ace 5.
It's not implausible to think ace 5 suited.
Yeah.
Yes, some people might go wider. Some people might put ace rang in, like offsuit. You're not going to see that much in this.
No.
This comp. You will see that more in high stakes.
If I'm shoving that button there and someone has 7s, they should definitely call.
I mean, actually, and I'll say with a disclaimer that when you go to high stakes, everyone knows that all the high stakes players are doing that. So there's a levelling war where you have to be aware when you 3-bet shove ace rag that they're going to snap you off a little bit lighter than they would in this. So they're going to call off with
sixes
ace
are
10
calling.
And, sixes for sure. Sixes and ace 10. So.
But in this, I think.
Yeah, the ranges are very skewed. The more value-y.
Yeah, way more value-y.
It can vary by player, of course. You'll get some people who are on monkey tilt, and their 3-bet range might go through the roof. Or you might get people who want to go somewhere. Like they're fed up of playing their in their mind short stack or below average stack, and might do something more rash than usual. I've seen someone shove the king 7 off, over a raise, but that isn't what I'll call typical. Thank you, Dominic, for the kind comments.
And hopefully I won't be here tomorrow because I'm going to make day 3. So
hopefully I will
too. So this is a spot here where the Queen Jack is raised under the gun. And for me, in a 3-way pot, this flop is just a check fold.
It's a terrible flop to bet.
I mean, he's been called by top pair, so when you're not getting top pair to fold, and you're not getting
There's no club redraw.
How many did it go 3-way?
It went 3-way.
It's sketchy. I think monotone board. Okay, just to balance what you said, I think monotone boards people do play more honestly on those boards than usual. So you're not going to get as many sort of floats. You shouldn't get floated too often by a naked 7 or a naked 9 with no club. So people do play a bit more honestly on those boards. So there might be a little bit more fold equity than you think on the C-bet. I think.
I just think it's the fact that he's raised from under the gun.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a lot of value hands, and I actually think that Gerard led the river there for 12k, which that bet is not going to accomplish anything. You're not getting caught by worse, and you're just going to fold out every hand that can bluff you on the river.
So Gerard led
river and didn't allow Joe a chance to bluff river.
Folded.
Did Joe see that flop check turn?
Yes.
I don't know if I agree. I think Gerard's got to miss flush draw.
You think he's turning that? Oh, he's
got top pair.
Yeah.
I think he's winning with top pair a certain percentage, and he could value bet it. I mean, it's a thin value bet. I mean. I take that back because the problem is the guy under the gun could have checked loads of better hands than Queen 10. Yeah.
And it also goes back to what we said, where you make a bet, you have a plan, and they go, I raise.
Yeah.
And then you're like...
I mean, I don't know if the guy should have many raises on the river. I don't know. I don't... Like, the bet, when he goes bet, check, and then raises a lead, I don't think that's a very credible bet. Like, he's repping a really narrow range of hands when he does that.
He's ripping clubs, isn't he? He's ripping
well, like a flop flush
flushes,
that he's played incredibly tricky. But people don't normally take that line with flop flush. Most people don't bet the flop flush and then check back the turn. That's very rare. Mostly people bet for value with their flushes on the turn. Just try and get 3 streets. So yeah, I don't think I agree with that. But
it's an interesting hand,
I mean, there's with the Queen 10, I can see some merit to making a small bet on the river. You don't want to bet so big that you just get action from better hands, right?
Yeah.
Because the under the gun can have better hands.
Of
You can
course.
have jacks with the jack of clubs, queens with the queen of clubs, ace 10 with the ace of clubs. There's a, it's not unreasonable for him to go bet, check.
I think
you might have been planning on value betting.
For me personally, I probably play it as a check call, only to allow, if he does have any bluffs, to keep them alive.
I mean, that would really depend on the player, because that would not be a check call against me. Like when you go, like the line of raise under the gun, bet flop, check turn, bet river is extremely value-y.
Yeah.
Like it does look very value-y. So I don't know whether you
you
really
can check
call.
decide. You can check decide rather than
I agree
necessarily
with that. I agree
bet
with that
folding.
statement. Yeah.
Especially you might choose to use a polarising size, you might use large size if you've got it, or you might bet small to induce, so you can deduce what you're going to do based on. It just gives you the option to fold or to call instead of betting. I just don't know, is 9's going to call you there on the river? Because that's really what you're targeting. You're targeting 9s.
It's hard to imagine many worse hands that can actually call.
And 10 jack and 9-10. Just worse 10s. There aren't a lot of from a razor under the gun.
I'm not going to say this is a spot where I could really give a definitive,
it's close.
And it's going to depend a lot on the player. Like how can you? I mean, for example, could you make a really small bet and get a crying call from ace high?
Possibly.
Or something like that, ace king high or ace queen high.
Miss straight draw, yeah.
And they just think that you're having a.
You're at it.
Yeah.
Not taking a cheat. You couldn't be so small that it could be never a bluff. But like a small, big enough to be a bluff, but still small enough to
20-25%.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like those monotone boards, monotone flops, I feel like they're one of the more. I don't mean like unsolved as in game theory, but I mean they're unsolved. There's more variance per player with how to play those.
Okay.
Like you can play against one player, and the optimal line might be to lead out small with your queen 10.
Sure.
And you can play a different player where that would be just burning money.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, multi-way, I find them quite tricky usually. So in those sorts of spots, in a tournament format, I don't want to be put in a spot. So I try to take the lower variance line and minimise losses rather than maximise value. That might be a mistake, but...
Yeah, that seems... I mean, definitely in the Goliath, it's the kind of tournament where that is a good overall strategy. To reduce variance.
I think A7 may just have got there.
I think it did. Yeah, it did. You check the turn. We just went check.
Check, 2 pair. Are you looking
What?
for value on that?
Yeah.
What?
Just checks 2 pair.
He's
Just
like,
checks it back, doesn't he?
made my
Checks
hand.
it back.
I
check it back.
I don't like being disparaging, but that's a really bad check. No, see, the thing is, he's supposed to represent that river, so he's going to get some heroes there. If you bet,
Yeah, I mean, Jack is a perfect hand to hero.
It is
small bet.
It's I think maybe bet big with your ace 7 there. Like try and represent your value betting ace king or ace anything. You've got to represent a bluff. You've got the range advantage when it comes up an ace. You can represent an ace.
And like in layman's terms, you're leaving chips on the table when you check that back.
You've got top pair. Top two pair.
Yeah, top and bottom. You are leaving chips on the table.
Yeah, that's a really I don't know what he was thinking.
That's again one of these spots where if he bets that river, he doesn't want to maybe get check shoved on and be put into a spot because the queen 10 got there. That was the obvious open ender.
But it was against the big blind, right?
Yeah.
You can't put a big blind on Queen 10.
Of course.
This is a mistake. You have to think about the big blind as having a very wide range. You know, in modern poker, big blinds defend very wide. You can't go fearing monsters under the bed.
Yeah.
You're missing out on so much value in the long run by thinking about the one hand that beats you. Of course. Think about the whole spectrum of hands someone can have. When there's a big blind, that's a very, very big spectrum.
Yeah.
So here we've got an under the gun limp of 100k stack with ace-7
Open limp. I'm going to try and keep an open mind about it. It's not a really, really bad hand. It's not a great hand. It's a hand that has potential.
And a very interesting choice for the King 9 of Hearts to raise from the hijack.
The hijack? Oh, I don't hate that. Against a limp, I don't mind making an isolation raise. I much prefer the isolation raise with King 9 of Hearts than I do the limp with the Ace-7 of Spades.
Yeah.
This is where I go, oh, this is an action flop. Wow. 2 top pairs and the nut flush draw.
Now, they've both got bad top pairs. They've both, you know, although the guy only has, he has the nut flush draw, but both of their top pairs are sketchy ones. You know, they don't beat any of James's value c-betting range. So when James makes his c-bet here, having been the pre-flop aggressor, he has everything strong in his range.
The ace king.
This is a really good flop to c-bet your. Yep, that's an excellent c-bet. He has all the strong hands. He has a set of jacks, a set of eight. Oh my. Oh, okay. He's made second pair.
Yeah.
Now this is a really interesting card because he's not really got the showdown value that he might think, oh, now I've hit my king, but that's actually worth not a lot when you've got called in 2 spots on the flop.
Is this a double barrel for you, or is this just to check back and realise?
Well, that's a really good point. So I think I want to bluff this. Well, I mean, you knew it was coming, but I want to bluff that
value,
king.
then. I want to bluff that king.
I want to bluff that king.
Yeah, it smacks you.
Because
top twos.
They don't have ace king.
No.
And even if there was a slight chance that someone flatted with ace king, you block it anyway. You've got a king in your hand, right? Yeah. So you could put the maximum pressure. Like, I think if you're going to bet that turn, you probably have to go bet. Like, you have
I'm
to
not
bet.
sure if I bet that turn. Primarily for the fact I think when I'm getting called, it's literally only aces that are calling me, and I have to improve. And I have to go a third street to get them off it.
That's the
Yeah,
thing.
that's what I'm
You're
saying.
using
You
it
either have to go
Of course.
bet or bet.
If I've got king nine,
check,
if I've
try
got
and
king
get
nine
there.
of spades, I don't mind it as a bet because they can have all the heart draws. We want to get called by some heart draws. We beat them. When we have hearts,
when I say when we have hearts, I mean we're doing it as
a semi bluff.
Yeah, of course.
But we're doing it with it. You have to go all the way.
Yeah.
You know, you have to go all the way with his hands.
Yeah.
You have to go right. Now I've got a set of kings or ace king.
And
or
ace 10 has
jack.
decided to lead this river.
And this goes back to the spot again. I mean, if he's going to lead fold, well,
This just seems a disaster. Lead folding. A
Yeah.
hand as strong as ace 10.
I don't know. I'm never leading it multi-way. I'm just checking, and I'm probably folding to a bet.
Okay, so you know the guy doesn't. So you know that the aggressor doesn't have ace king, ace jack, or king jack because he has to bet the turn
Yes.
with all those 2 pairs.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's just shipped.
So the only hand you're actually losing to is ace queen now. So
Or the flush.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The flush, yeah. He doesn't have queen 10. This is quite a crazy hand, isn't it? Because he's got exactly what he's representing.
Yes.
But how many hands is he really representing? Like, he doesn't have the 2 pairs, and he wouldn't rip the 2 pairs anyway because the guy who led out can have a flush.
Yeah.
That's really important in his hand. The
Yeah.
guy who led out in the small blind can have a flush. He can have a baby flush.
Would James do the same with a hand like Queen 10 of Hearts that has the world on the turn, decides to check it, and then is gonna bomb any river regardless? Or because I mean Richard, he's got a decision here, and James is completely polarized to a big flush or a bluff, and I mean he's folded, but if he had thought about that longer, he could have leveled himself into calling there.
The bluff, the ultimate bluff hand would surely have to be king queen with the king of hearts. Because that would be the hand that would go bet flop as a bluff,
or king
check
10.
turn because now you've got a bit of showdown,
Yeah.
blah blah blah. But
Yeah.
it's probably not worth. You might give up on your bluffing, right? But then the heart comes in, and now you've blocked the nut flush, and
when
you
someone
just,
leads
like,
into you on the river
and
as
you're like,
well.
how can I not have the flush when I rip? Right.
Yep. James Brown has just written terrible in the chat box.
How long ago was that?
It was
that might not be
six.
relevant.
It was 6 minutes ago.
Okay. I don't remember what the hand was.
Please
then.
let us know if it's us, the play.
Please do.
And elaborate, because
Terrible
if you've got any pointers,
we're getting a lot of noise on the image. Like,
please help us.
We've got a complex going on here.
Terrible red hat. I don't know.
There are some confidence issues in the booth.
Oh,
right now.
I think it might have been the. I think it might have been the A7 check back.
Oh yeah. That makes a lot. Yeah, that was the last
6
time we
minutes
were
ago.
Rather than our
of course
horrendous commentary. That's a big hand in the small blind.
I like just a flat here versus an under the gun +1 open. You could fold, but I don't like folding
Seems too good to- it
suited
seems
aces
too good to fold.
with a really good kicker.
The guys raised to 6k off a 38k stack or 39k stack.
Oh, I
I don't
actually
actually
didn't
mind.
notice that.
I don't mind folding the ace 10 then.
Yeah, it's not horrendous.
I didn't notice his stack.
The suitedness is a bit of a little bit of a diversion from the fact that you're actually dominated a load. An ace 10 doesn't hit a lot of flops, so obviously 1/10 of the time you flop a flush draw, but apart from that, it's still ace 10.
What do you make of the big blind lead with top pair?
Bad.
Yeah,
I don't
I
like
agree.
it. I don't like it.
I mean, Graham, who raised that, has all the overpairs.
Sorry, just to butt in there. Thank you, James, for that. We thought it was our
Confidence
commentary.
restored.
Confidence booster. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, I just mean when you lead there, like it just goes back to you fold out the bluffs, and I mean if he rips it on you there, you're just in pieces with one pair.
It's almost a textbook reason not to donk bet. That's almost a
Yeah.
textbook hand to never donk bet.
Yeah.
I agree. You have a marginal hand, but you're often winning. But you're kind of turning your hand face up. You're saying, yes, I've got a jack, everyone. And but you don't even have a good jack.
No.
So you're not going to get a better jack to fold. You're not going to get queens to fold. But you might get hero fold out of some worse hands that would have c-bet.
Ah. Someone's found the AAs.
That is my favourite hand in poker. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah. When I fill in those questionnaires that say, what's your favourite hand, I can't resist putting novelty hands in there. I know aces are great.
7-4
Aces are great.
suited.
King, I like jacks actually. I like jacks. No one likes jacks.
It's tens
I like
for
jacks.
me.
I'm weird.
I always hit a set with tens.
Yeah, I'm.
I always make a set with tens, nearly always.
Right, here's the thing about jacks. So I've got almost the same reasoning, but the thing about jacks is you get a lot of spots with jacks because it's the tweener hand, right? When you get 3-bet, it's that hand that's on the cusp of like sometimes you want to 4-bet, some you like all in or whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to just
flat.
call to keep worse hands in.
Yeah.
Sometimes you
Well,
use
based on the
4-bet
plan.
shove, you're always going to get called
Yeah.
back. So you've got that hand that's you kind of it's quite good to raise and flat with 3-bet. I feel like in that specific spot, I'm not going to say I flop more sets with jacks.
Yeah.
But I feel like in the spots where I feel like I get rewarded a lot for making the correct flat with it.
Yes. Yeah.
That was just an interesting hand, and I don't know your take on it because I think we will look at it from different perspectives. There was a raise from the hijack with King Queen off, and the small blind wakes up with the American Airlines, and he decides to 3-bet. And if that's me, I'm 3-betting there, and that's in my range of, and I'm 3-betting quite light from the small blind to a late position open to get value and to like be the aggressor. I just didn't know if you thought maybe from a exploitative scenario that would be a hand where you would flat and trap, check any flop, and look to play the streets with a hand like that.
That was exactly what I was thinking. I would play aces as a flat there.
Where you're...
What was the stack depth? How many big blinds, roughly?
They were like 30-40 bigs.
Yeah.
30 bigs?
I think it was 40 bigs effective.
Yeah, it was the guy who opened was the effective stack.
Okay. So you're. I mean, let's forget about like balance. Like if you 3-bet out of the small blind with ace 10 or queen jack, are you expecting to get a lot of folds from the guy who's got 40 bigs, or a lot of peels, or a lot of shoves? In the Goliath, I'm going to stick my neck out and answer my own question and say, I don't think you're getting many 4-bet shoves.
No, you're not.
That's the one thing that I don't think is going to. So the question is, are you going to get a lot of folds, or are you going to get a lot of?
I think it works both
peels?
ways. With your bluffs, you can 3-bet to like 3.2x, and you're going to get a happy amount of folds. And when they call you, you're going to have the betting lead on the flop, and dry flops which you don't connect with, you can bet, and you're most likely going to win.
Do you feel like you're going to get a lot of peels? How often are you getting?
I don't think you're getting peels.
You think you're actually getting a lot of immediate folds pre-flop?
Yeah,
because he's got that stack size where he doesn't really want to skew those chips, right?
Your range from the free betting from the small blind is just so nutted. I
mean,
feel in this
I mean,
field.
in this field, yeah, he looks nutted. I don't think people 3-bet. Well, I'm not that in touch.
Blind.
So
again, next hand.
Different
okay,
blind.
so here's a crucial thing. I haven't got to this level of the Goliath. Okay, I haven't. What level are we on? Like, what is this? 1200, 2400 sorcery. What's that all about?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, last year I got to day 2, but this year I haven't got beyond level 13, which was I think the 1k level maybe.
It's the end of level 14 right now.
Okay.
From where we stand now.
I think I got to the 1200 level. I think I got to the 600, 1200. So I'm digging deep and trying to think how it played.
This
felt last year.
this isn't a good example. I mean, you've got a small blind raised from aces, and tens is even thinking, is he good here? This is how nutted the ranges are.
Our exact point has just been proved here.
Thank you guys for doing this.
And
for
he's
us.
folded tens. He's folded tens.
He's folded tens.
So you're getting
exactly
a lot of
the same scenario.
Right.
+3, small blind 3-bets. He folds tens.
Well, you couldn't have made it up, could you?
That's unbelievable.
That's incredible. Like,
and if you ever want to play aces as a flat from the small blind to a stack of, I mean, he's got 18 bigs.
So here's the thing, right? It depends how nutted the. I mean, I'm not expecting most people to fold tens there. I feel like maybe that's an anomaly. Do you think that's an anomaly or not? Like the guy raise folding tens there.
If that's a button raise, he probably just piles with tens.
Yeah.
But from the small blind,
I mean, in his mind, he wanted to get 3-bet, right, with tens.
Of course.
On
I
the
think
button.
from the small blind, he's just said, "Hang on a minute, you're like the best I'm ever doing here is flipping." Ace king, ace queen, or better.
I mean, like in a similar kind of way. Okay, so this is slightly deeper stacks, but I've had a hand in live poker where I opened the aces in the spot where the guy had tens there, right? So I was the opener with the aces, and someone's 3-bet the small blind. Yep. And I think we were a bit deeper. We might have had like 40 to 45 bigs, but he did the 3-bet with the trembly hand thing in the small blind. I've got aces, and I'm like,
in dreamland.
I'm in dream. So I just piled the lot. Like I thought, pretty quickly called. So I, like it looked like a strong 3-bet. So
that's exactly what I was going to say. So the guy on the button now, he was the one in the small blind when he had aces and 3-bet them, and it's up to the player with the pocket tens in that situation to stare the guy down and be like, are you messing about here? Am I going to put my last 20 bigs in this tournament with tens?
Try and go for your bigs.
Or do you have it?
By the way, the physical reads are much more valuable in these comps than in.
I
when
agree.
you play against really good players, they're a lot more experienced.
They don't give a lot.
They don't. I mean, it's not just that they've practiced not giving stuff off. It's often that they're experienced enough that they don't actually get as nervous when they have queens or whatever.
Right,
They're 3-betting. They're not getting nervous about whether they're going to lose the hand or not. They're just thinking about the decision they have in a vacuum, right?
All in a call, and 10-8 has decided to call for roughly
that
1/6 of a
again,
stack.
Is this a glitch?
I think he's raised button. Called off a 5 big blind shove.
Okay.
Oh, a 5 big blind.
No, it's actually
it's 11. 9.
Is it? Yeah, 9.
Is it 24k big blind?
Okay, that makes a bit more sense.
9 big blind shove.
Oh, it's got 8s.
What? Okay,
it's
it's
got
a
8.
glitch.
I thought it
a
was
glitch.
10-8. Did I?
No, it said 10-8. It was just wrong. Yeah,
It's Queen 10 is the glitch, maybe.
Yeah. That's a lot of outs.
Big hard draw.
Wow. There's always a sweat.
Boom. Tell me what that guy folded.
4 diamonds.
Oh,
slow motion.
Dealer.
Boom.
Right card, wrong suit.
I don't know who had Queen 10.
Oh, do you actually guess the number as well?
The graphics are wrong.
That's rigged, it's rigged, it's on TV.
Either someone's doubled up to a 20 big blind stack, or Darren's getting the lot.
Graphics wrong. Ever.
I think Darren had the Queen 10.
Because he has the 10 of hearts.
The 10 of hearts.
Yeah, so Darren, I think, may.
Yeah.
No, but he's chipping up.
Oh, maybe the.
Nobody's left.
I don't know.
Sorry about this, guys.
Not sure what's going on.
I've never seen that happen before when the graphics were.
I think they can hear. Yeah, there's a mic up there.
Yeah, there is a mic.
Sorry, Mum.
Looks like Kasuf has been eliminated.
Yeah.
According to a comment from Ash Lickett.
Oh, is this the hand we just saw? No, he's not on this table. It's just the fact that it was 8s against Queen 10.
Illuminati confirmed.
That's not about.
Yeah, you have to make his.
I say he was here a couple of minutes ago, so he's obviously just bust out, isn't he?
Yeah. We might be back on track with the graphics now, I think.
Raise 6,100. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Eights?
Did you just fold 8s?
Yeah, I mean...
The raise is a sizable one. He's gone
yeah,
like 2.8.
Like, these things, so a lot of people would never think of folding 8s, but I sometimes do nit fold some low, mid to lower pairs. It's very situational, this stuff. The guy's raised off. Just 68.
You just don't think the stacks are deep enough.
I mean,
it's not worth calling.
You can't call as a set line.
No.
Purely as a set line. Yeah. So you've got to ask the question: am I going to win the hand post flop very often? So that's the thing to always ask yourself with a hand. You know, do I have? You almost want to be deciding in general. Do I have a hand that's going to quite often get to showdown and be the best hand? Do I have a hand that's often, going to a smaller amount of the time make a big hand, but then the times it does make the best hand, win a pile of tips to offset all the times you don't make a hand and you give up. And there's a few other reasons to call. You know, if you think you're in a position where you can have a range advantage on a significant number of boards, and your opponent's going to sort of bend over, they're going to give up on certain runouts.
Yeah. 8 is a bit low down.
8 is. It's in betweeny. Like, you know, there's some people who would never think it'd be ridiculous to give up 1/8 pre-flop, but it depends on the people behind you as well. If you're always going to get overcall, 8 is not going to win the flop very often.
What are you doing? New deck. New deck. New luck. I can't call this deck. I don't know.
I would never be snap folding 8s.
No.
Like, it seemed like a quick fold. It seemed like it.
It was an interesting river lead.
It's never a snap.
To be fair, I haven't really been seeing exactly. I mean, it might be the guy who's opened is not opened the hand for the last 40
there's all
minutes.
sorts of reasons. He could have a bet tell. That could be a bigger than usual raise. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons you could find to fold.
Interesting hand last hand where the 10 high decides to lead the river for reasonable sizing. He gets snapped off by ace jack. I think the action must have checked all the way through to the river.
It did. It was top pair on the flop, top pair
checked it back.
Queen on turn, check.
He's gotten a bit tricky there, but I like it.
So we had ace jack on.
Jack 4 deuce. I like the check back
against the big blind,
and he was the opener.
He was the opener, yes.
I don't hate it.
I think he's got tricky versus a range that isn't going to smack that board when he has. He's played it in a very tricky way.
He's allowed people to bluff off.
He got what he wanted. He got him to bet the river.
10 high is not calling flop.
I mean, that's true. So what was the 10 high?
10-8 off.
So to offset. Okay, so we. On this occasion, he got the guy to make a stupid bluff, right?
Yes.
And the times the guy has got a jack, he's probably going to bet the turn and bet the river.
Yeah.
So I can definitely see some merit to what he did. I still like when we have the best jack, we have almost the nuts.
Yeah.
So against someone who's defending 10-8 off, defending 5-4
Yes.
probably defending 6-4
Yeah.
ace-4 off.
the big
Like
bears
loads of
like
worse
that.
jacks. So you get, by betting the flop, you set yourself up.
Or at least two, if maybe unfavourable cards on turn.
Someone who's kind of, I'm going to be a bit lazy and say bad enough to just bluff with 10 high on the river just because it's got checked down.
Yeah.
Might be the guy that pays off 3 streets
Possibly.
with top pair. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
he
That's
might.
a bit of a, that's extrapolating a little bit. I mean,
I think one thing I found in these sorts of lower stakes buy-in high fields, it's a little bit different online. I'm talking really micros online. Is if you can kind of predict / estimate how often your opponent is going to do something ridiculous, like non-standard.
Yes.
You can
Yes.
base your decisions on that. And
Yeah,
you can,
yeah,
you can
absolutely.
get them to put a lot of chips in with absolute garbage because they think they're good.
Yeah,
If you can
yeah,
convince them you're weak or convince them you're strong when you're
so
weak,
you can be
put
really
a lot of
unbalanced
chips.
and
Yes.
check back really high up the
Yes,
range.
yes.
Just because they're
Just-
doing something that's so exploitable.
Correct.
You can play exploitative.
Yes.
And play
Yeah.
really. It doesn't matter that you're completely unbalanced.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's
I mean,
just
I'm not
pure-
into balance in a big way at all.
Especially
Not
in this
against-
competition, it's not.
The lower the stakes, or
I think a
you
lot
know,
of
the-
people just see it's gone check, and they say, well, you haven't hit that flop because if you hit it, you've bet. So you must have ace king. I'll get you off this on the river.
I mean, some people. I mean, moreover, a lot of people, when you check back the flop, will go bet. I mean, that's
Yes.
a much better reason to do the
100%.
check back. If you've got someone who just can't help themselves, they've got an itchy trigger finger. You check flop, they think that gives them the green light to
bet.
fire away.
Yeah, you've got ace high
Like
on.
it's less appealing when they're only going to fire one bluff.
I mean, the turn was a queen as well. So let's just say they are bluffing with a hand like queen 10 for like backdoor straights and stuff like that. If they've made top
Sorry,
pair,
turn.
the turn was a queen. If they bet the turn and they got there, and they bet the river and they got there, like that sort of player that's making that bluff on the flop, you're going to be a good enough player in your heart of hearts to work out if they've actually hit that queen. And sometimes if they've bet super small and they've hit the queen, fair play to them. You went a little bit crazy, you've hit top pair and you've gone bet.
Well, a lot of people who have the itchy trigger finger, as we put it, like they're often very unbalanced in their bet sizings. You know?
Yeah.
So when you say you can know that they don't have the queen or do have the queen or whatever, that's kind of what we mean, right?
Yeah.
They bet bigger
do
when they
often
tend to have it, and they bet smaller when they haven't because they don't want to.
Or vice versa. You know,
Or vice
some people
versa.
think some people, if they have a marginal top pair, might make a smaller, like a blocker kind of bet,
Yeah.
which can never be a bluff, and the bluff might always be bigger. So
Yeah.
again, depending on the player, you can in inverted commas know. But
I mean, let's say he did have a queen in that spot and bet the turn small and then bet the river really small. You might just flick in a call and just to see getting a really good price because of the type, because they had the ability to no equity buff basically on the flop, and you can use that information later on, and you're getting a ridiculously good price with a good hand. They could just do it with a jack.
I mean, what you just said is actually absolutely nails it. When they have no equity bluffs in their range, that is the absolute. That can change the whole thought process of a hand, right? If someone is bluffing with no equity, they're capable of going. You know, if you check a flop instead of c-betting, and they're willing to go bet with absolute nothing, absolutely nothing. That changes the whole hand, right? It changes the whole maths of the hand because.
And if they
it means
get there,
if they're so unbalanced that they're not even waiting till they've got a gut shot draw or something to make a bluff, they're just bluffing because you've checked, literally because you checked. Yeah. That changes everything, right? Because so that becomes the argument for checking like even as strong as ace jack.
Yeah.
So I agree with you.
And I've been in spots like that, and they've just got there and they've bet so small, and you just call, and they just show the no equity bluff that's made like the queen, and you're like, nice hand, sir. You're like, I'm gonna stack you later because you were gonna do that, and I'm gonna have it. And you just know, you just have to smile and laugh it off and move on. So.
What did the 9-5 do pre? That happened so fast. Happened so quickly.
I think it was opened.
There's 23k in the pot.
He just opened
He must
A7
have
flats.
He must have raised the 9-5 off C.
Yeah. C bets flop A7 folds.
Game to play.
He did. Who would be proud?
Well, this is why he's got 200k. I'm too scared to raise 9-5 off in these games.
Yeah, I'm not.
No, I'm so
not
going to get
raising
called in
9-5
two
off.
spots. Like,
Yeah, I'm not raising
I mean, it's obviously working out for him so far. So he feels like a genius when he raises the 9-5 off and continues to extend his table chip lead.
I think part of it is, especially on this particular table, is the fact that it's on the live stream. I think that actually plays a lot of part. You've got friends at home watching. They don't want to see you do all your money with A7, and I think that maybe play a part into the way people play.
I've got a bit of a classic tell going on here. The big raise with the jacks.
Yeah, I don't want to see a flop. Can you all go away, please?
And I don't. This is actually exactly how you shouldn't play jacks.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to overly nitpick. I mean, raising jacks is never going to be a bad thing. But he's just taken down the blind, and everyone had rubbish hands. And if you raise small, one of the very common good things for you that can happen is you raise small, and the big blind just flicks it in with a total trash hand.
Yes, makes
and
top
that
pair.
is now some people. So there's a sort of underlying psychology for why people do this. They think back to all the times they raised with the jacks small, or saw someone else do it. And the big blind peeled with the queen 2 off or something. I think that's what we saw someone fold.
Yeah.
Some trash hand, one overcard, and the guy hits the overcard. Nobody wants that to happen. I'm the same.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, of course.
But I still raise small because for every time they call with queen 4 off and hit their queen, there's other times when they call with queen 4 off and hit the 4.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what you do want to happen.
That's
and
right.
you don't want them to fold queen 4 in the long term.
That's right.
And you shouldn't lose a big pot when they hit their queen. But they might win a bigger pot because you've got position on them. Positional advantage is worth a lot in poker. So you may win a big pot when they get their pair. You might get 2 streets from their 4, whereas they might only get 1 street from their queen when they hit their queen.
Ash Lippett says, last year I pulled a crazy bluff and lost on this table. Was like, oops, and all my mates ripped it on me for ages. What were you even repping?
That's
and I
exactly
said
my point.
What the other guy had.
Yeah.
That's exactly my point.
Look, everyone reps what their opponent
we've
has
got a potential
sometimes, right?
caller developing here.
So Ash, just quickly, if you're saying that you were on the feature table, I can imagine that might have been a little bit of butterflies. I think, but
I mean, he said he repped what his opponent, what it transpired his opponent actually had, right? So that is something that happens in poker sometimes, right?
Of course, and sometimes like you have to bomb.
Yeah.
Like,
so we need to know more information about that hand. Like we can't say that was good or bad. And sometimes, I mean, I don't know how expert your mates are, but sometimes when your mates say, "Oh, what you did is bad," they might be being results orientated. It might be because of what they saw the guy show up with, right? So it might have been a good bluff or it might have been a bad bluff. We don't really have.
he says he was happy with his play, and that's all that matters.
Right,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's fair enough.
Look, if there was a thought process behind why you did it, you've got to go with your read all the time in poker. The only way, even if you get it wrong sometimes, the only way you get better is by going with your read and then reflecting on it afterwards. If it doesn't work out, or even if it does work out, still reflecting on it, whether it's going to work out in the long term.
I run a crazy 3-barrel bluff in a tournament a few months ago. I just ran into quads, and everyone was ripping me, and I was like, I mean, he has quads, so what can I do? But I was happy with my play, and he had quads. Fair play. Well done, mate.
People don't make quads very often.
No,
I do. I'm lucky.
just
It's just
bang
easy.
bang.
It's easy. few times.
It's a shame I don't.
Most people.
So strange.
We've got French Elvis in the booth, ladies and gentlemen. What do you make of this raise under the gun +1 pocket threes? He has a big stack. The table is playing passive.
Yep, it can't be bad. It can't be bad.
It cannot be bad. And then the overcall from under the gun +2 with the sixes, super deep as well.
Terrible.
Yeah,
I don't mind it.
I mean,
if there's no
so when I
shovels-
look down at the threes, it's a very situational open, right? So there are times when I'll always open it, and there's times when I'll never open it. And it depends on the stack, my stack size. It depends on the stacks is behind. Depends how aggressive people are. Depends how cally people are. I haven't got a short answer to whether I will or not. I think about a lot of variables in it. So the sixes, well, I mean, yeah, it was a good call. Just look at that one.
Dobes is not a 3 on the turn.
Did the guy see bet his 3?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
That's
he's
good.
just picked.
I mean,
no, he hasn't got a diamond draw.
I like not having the diamond there if I'm going to bluff, because then they can have more diamonds, even though they got there as well. This threes hand is...
Snap check
just-
back with the sixes.
It's getting worse and worse.
Oh, that's a naughty card.
Oh my word.
And
we could see James lose a lot of chips here.
can either of them really have the flush? They
Yeah,
can.
I know. I mean, this is so we're obviously we're a sort of slightly more
deep stack.
if
player.
you're like a slightly more basic level of hand reading, where people are going like,
James
"Ooh, a
just
third
checked
flush,
it.
A third flush."
James has just checked his set. He's going to go for a check raise.
Nah,
No,
you
he's
can't.
going to check call. He's going to check call.
He's not. He's going to check call. I mean, the guy can't
call.
Yeah, call.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I
How
like
big?
that.
How big was the bet?
16.
He did well.
Small bet.
He did well to lose the
That's
minimum
not
there.
enough. You can't. That's too small a bet. The guy doesn't have a flush.
Yeah, I would have said that.
When he checks river, you don't think he has a flush?
You've got to bet the river with a flush. The guy's what with the threes? Oh, he c bet the flop. Out of
Yeah,
position.
checks turn.
Sixes. Check back the turn.
Yes.
He's check sixes. Sixes with a better flush.
Check, turn, check, river, call, river. There's a flush down, straight down.
So the threes should be leading out the value on the river.
Yeah, I would be leading there.
And the sixes has
Probably
should be
flatting.
should probably flatting in reality.
The straight was there as
Really,
well.
if it was me, I would be looking at the board and trying to work out how many flushes the guy can even have.
And if the guy's capable of betting a hand like top 2 there,
right?
And you could just like min click.
Because I would be raising my set of sixes a lot there.
Yeah.
And I'd be sitting there on the river, looking at the size of the bet, and trying to work out if the guy can ever have a flush, like if it's ever a flush.
It was a really small bet on the river.
So I'm going to be. I will raise really big. I'm going to raise big with a because when someone bets small on the river, they're often going to level themselves. If you raise big over a small bet, people often go, "Oh, you're just attacking my small bet, right?"
Yeah. So you go for the big
I'm
bet,
gonna
get called less
if I
often
can,
rather than the small bet.
The thing I'm going to
getting
tank
called.
about on the river is, can he have the flush? I'm going to really work it out. But once I've convinced myself he hardly ever has the flush, I'm going to bomb it. I'm going to bomb it.
Once the guy with
Because
threes,
you don't look like you've got a flush. You check back the turn.
Of course. But I think the biggest thing is the fact that the threes are out of position. So he's not checking a flush, especially on the river. I don't think. He can check a flush on the turn. I don't think he checks a flush on the river. Because it's going to go to check just far too often.
Again, this is really player dependent because some people
stakes dependent as well.
To see bet that flop and then not bet the flush.
Yeah.
Having made your flush on the turn.
Absolutely.
You can never have a flush out of position. You've always got to bet the flush.
I think so.
It's terrible. I mean, if you ever checked a flush on the turn,
You're not
it should be
going
to
to
check raise.
Yes.
Yeah. It shouldn't be to check call. Yes. Because you're now repping. You're now saying I don't have a flush. Your opponent might value bet a bunch of stuff on the turn, but then check back the river. So you can't allow them to do that. You've You should be checking the turn to check raise it if you ever. But that's way overcomplicating.
Yeah.
Sometimes just play poker. Poker can be really simple. Bet because you semi bluff the flop. Hoping to
Made
get
your hand,
folds.
let's get value.
You make your hand. Now bet.
Yeah.
Bet turn, bet river. So when the guy doesn't bet the turn, six. So I don't know why the sixes didn't value bet the turn. Sixes should value bet the turn.
Yeah, but it took me a lot longer to think about it then.
And the threes for the value bet river. So they both misplayed it really. They both missed a bet. So this is quite common in people who are less experienced players. They look at 3 diamonds on the turn and start fearing monsters under the bed, right?
I agree.
That's what's going on there. That's the underlying reason.
Three to Broadway as well.
3 to Broadway. There's so many hands that I lose to.
Yeah,
I'm scared.
Jack 10.
Right. But the crucial point is they're not hand reading. They're not thinking about what does the check mean. The check means I can't have a flush.
Yeah.
And the check probably means I can't have a straight eye.
Yeah.
And a lot of this, I can imagine, as they were both relatively deep. I don't know if they're high-thinking players.
Right, but they're dreading the horrible situation where they're suddenly playing
Someone's got to play for it all. Yeah, absolutely.
And then they're out, and they can't come back
That's
tomorrow
right.
and have all the fun. And
Who wants to go out saying I had a set against the flush?
No one wants to get in that spot. And don't get me wrong, I get into spots where I face the raise that I did not want to happen. I bet for value, thinking I'm always good here, and get raised, and oh no, I did not want this. It's the worst case scenario in poker. What you thought was always the best hand is now just a bluff catcher.
Yeah.
So, firstly, you shouldn't try and avoid those situations at all costs. Sometimes you have to make a balanced judgment. I have the best hand 90% of the time, 95% of the time. Go with that read. If you don't try and make those reads and go with them, you'll really impede your progress in poker.
Yeah.
So make the read, put the bet in, and if you get raised, deal with it when it happens. Because in the long run, you're going to have to deal with those decisions. No one likes it, but you need some you're going to have to face some challenges if you're going to be good at poker, right?
It's all about learning from your mistakes as well.
Yeah,
that's right.
And afterwards, maybe you can reflect on where the bet was a good idea. Maybe it wasn't a good idea, but in the moment, you've got to go with your read.
I did that.
It is a good value bet.
Yeah. Your luck now.
And this is what good players do. Good players who win a lot, they're not luckier than other people. They look at all these spots and think, well, I know I'm losing to a flush, but I don't think he has a flush.
Yeah.
And they'll bet.
Let's get value.
And they'll bet more.
Pairs.
And they'll keep betting. And and they'll keep reevaluating and keep betting when they think they can get value. And they'll win more with their big hands than other people do.
And lose less when they're behind.
Yep.
I think Michelle Bennett, they are taking registrations. They were taking them today. I know somebody registered for the APAT main today. I don't know if you can get in tomorrow. But I'm sure if you come tomorrow reasonably early, you'll probably get a space.
Oh, hello. Top pair, top kicker against the not flush draw.
Well, that's an action flop.
And they're super deep.
I can't see loads of money going in. Oh, it's check
Unless
raised.
he raises the top pair, top kicker, which I really
dislike.
He's raised out of position and then check raised said he's c-betting.
Yeah.
It's a small to big blind hand as well, which means the ranges are wide and skewed.
ace-9, yeah, we can see he's got the best hand, but it's actually quite a marginal hand when you start shoveling lots of chips on this board. When you're so far from the nut.
6-7 beats you.
And the big blind can have a lot
You're
of...
dead to 6-7, crucially.
Yeah.
And there's so many things. 8, 9, 9. Look, we saw a guy earlier from a 13-big blind stack, flatted Jack 2.
Yes.
This guy's deep. He can have 9-5, 8-5, 9-8. he can have 6-7.
All the 2 pairs.
He can have any 2 clubs. He can have 4 2 of clubs.
Yep.
You know, like,
All
I'm not
the
saying
gut
every
shots.
player would call with 4
Jack
2
10
clubs,
he
but a
can
lot.
have now.
Yep. Now, the problem with bloating the pot out of position is you get into these spots.
He's bet again. I mean, he's doing that thing what you just said. He
He's
thinks
just
he has the
decided.
best hand.
Yeah, and he's shoveling chips in.
And if a club
I mean,
comes,
he is good, but
river and chips ain't the worst.
wow,
either.
I mean, he's run.
Do we check this now?
Let's be clear. He has god moded this hand.
Yes, big
with
time.
the ace-9, right?
Big time.
There's very few brick runouts on this board. You don't want to see a 7, a 6, a 10.
Nope, not a 10. You
A jack is a
You don't
jack,
want to
and
see a jack.
even the queen was a bad card.
Yep.
That queen was a horrible card.
I think I like a check in this spot.
Oh, he's trapped him as
I
well.
love it. He's
Yeah, I
let
was
him
gonna
bet all his missed club draws.
I like this check.
Just cool. Yeah, he's going to snap call. I like that. If he bets river,
That's
he can't
really
get ace
interesting
10 to
because
call.
I can pretty much guarantee that James has gone there. I have the best hand. You probably have a flush draw or a straight draw. I've made trips on the river. I'm going to check and trap you because if you've missed them, you're going to bet.
It's worked out because the guy had a bit missed club draw, but think about the straight draws though. The straight draws have mostly got there. Like, I don't mean they made a straight, but the queen 10 and the queen jack both made top pair. So, but yeah, those hands are going to check back the river. So yeah, I guess it's only the jack 10 that you're losing to.
Which he... No, he doesn't block it. Sorry, Gerard is a 10.
I mean, one problem with that river check is that queen jack and queen 10 are going to check back.
Yes. I think you have
and
to
you
take
don't,
a chance.
you can't guarantee the guy's going to bluff his missed club draws.
You can't, but you've got to give him that rope to hang himself.
Depends on the
He's
player.
not.
I mean,
when you said he has the 4-2s and the 5-2s and the of clubs,
yeah,
he has a lot more of them.
He has a lot.
top
No,
pair.
you're absolutely right.
So
he has
many
a lot
more,
of
doesn't
clubs.
he?
He has a lot of clubs.
I think he has to give him the option to let him try and bluff those hands.
Plus
He's not actually repping that much, is he? Like if he bluffs a missed club draw, he's not repping.
People
that,
don't
so-
think.
No,
of
you're
things
right.
like that,
if people aren't thinking about how much they bet.
they just think I can't win this pot without betting.
Yeah,
so let's
absolutely,
bet.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And again, it goes back to what we said about.
Genuinely, if it's me in that spot with missed clubs, if I'm bluffing, I'm piling the lot in to put him under absolute maximum
You've got
pressure.
to rep the boat or the straight.
The boat or the straight, and
or backdoor
let's
flush.
see you call.
Straight draw,
Let's see you call with your trip 9s for your tournament life.
Yeah.
With Super D, 2x pot.
The guy doesn't have to have trip 9s. He can have the queen.
He can have the queen, yeah.
Which you're also going to get to fold with your misses.
Yeah, that's.
He can have over
So
pairs.
it works.
That's the point I was making. Like,
Yeah,
it's not only like I wouldn't make a habit of trying to get into trips.
No, not in this
not
event.
in this tournament.
Not in this event. No.
Not in any event.
No.
I mean, there's no tournament where it's generally going to be a good strategy to get people off big hands. In poker, you want to get people off weak hands.
Yeah.
You get them off. Identify when someone's got a weak range and put pressure on it. When you've got a
Capped
stronger
one-pair
range.
range.
Yeah, caps. Yeah, exactly. And when you've got a strong range, the only times I'm going to try and get people off trips is when I genuinely have a stronger range. You know, I've got the flushes and the straights and everything like going on, and boats and stuff. And 2, when they understand that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
it's
the
not
most
enough just to
important
have
thing.
a strong range. Like, people can try and make clever bluffs and curse their opponent for calling off. But like, you have to know your customer in poker. It's not clever to make a sophisticated bluff and then to moan that the fish called you. That's not clever.
They just look at you and go, I had top pair. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I can't fold.
I thought you were bluffing.
Yeah. And if you're bluffing these sorts of players,
People say things like, I thought you were bluffing, and they can't actually name a bluff hand. You know, they just go, oh, maybe I thought you didn't have it.
This seems a
They
little bit
don't work
loose.
out what you could actually
This
have
seems
as
a bit of a
bluff.
loose shove under the gun. Queen 10 off.
Yeah, that's
for
not really good.
10 bigs?
Yeah, I'm not a big advocate of that.
Don't think
what
you-
are the blinds up? Is it more than? Is it still 2,400 big blind?
I believe it is.
Well,
more than 10 bigs.
I mean, what's the king jack take?
It's just got a load of chips, isn't he? Yeah, he's called.
Wow. I mean,
I don't want to be doubling up. I don't want to be doubling up an under the gun shove there with king jack off
From
suit.
the cutoff with 3 people
Yeah,
right behind you.
I don't like that.
I think
that's a remarkably loose call.
Yeah.
King jack. I mean, what do you put him on?
Somehow in a vacuum he's right though.
Yeah, he
is
feels
sick,
like a genius.
Which is sick.
James feels like a genius.
He might just get there with the gutter ball.
You know, even though the queen 10 is a loose shot, I secretly want, well, not secretly want the jack to come.
What? Just punish the
Punish the
non-GTO
loose-
shove.
Yeah.
Oh, we made a pair.
Yeah, pair's no good. Nice answer. Nice read.
Soul read. I put you on queen 10.
But it just goes back to what we were saying. Like, I mean, there are a lot of people here, like myself, who have qualified for a fiver, and I'm not saying this guy has, but they've come here to have fun,
Come to play.
To come to play. He's not here
Not
to
come
fold.
to sit for fold for 16 levels.
Look, there's no law that says you can't call the king jack there. Of
course.
He's not going to get a 2-round penalty for it.
Of course, yeah. You've paid your money. You play what you want to do, you know?
Do whatever you want.
Absolutely right.
And that is also, no offence, but it's one of the reasons why poker is profitable. Like,
Yeah. It's not going to work out for him in the long run. But I mean, just to put it in perspective, it's not a colossal mistake.
No, he
It's
doesn't
a
have
mistake.
9-2 off.
Right. Like in the long run, that's going to lose him more money than it gains. But he's introducing variance into his game. Sometimes that variance goes in your favour. Like he's giving himself a chance of. I don't know. Presumably he had a big stack. I didn't
Yeah,
see one.
282k,
Right.
absolute pass.
That's probably how he's got his stack.
Yeah, loads.
He's not going to have that stack if he carries on making those calls. But you know, like he might, maybe he will.
But then
maybe
again,
he will.
Andy, maybe he just gets the lot and wins it all. That's a possibility, isn't it?
Oh, so the blinds have gone up. They are now 15 and 3k.
So it was 10 big blinds.
So it's 10 bigs from under
It's
the
still
gun.
loose.
Still too loose.
Very loose. Very loose.
Was it 10-handed?
Yes.
I'm not. What did you have? Queen 10.
Queen 10 off.
I'm not shoving king 10 off. I'm not shoving king jack off.
It's sevens plus for me there. Ace jack suited plus probably.
More than that. Ace 10
Queen
suited,
suited.
ace jack off is okay.
I'm just checking on an app which
It's going to be ace jack off.
shows you
ace 10. More than suited aces as well.
ace 10 off plus ace 5 suited and 4s plus.
You can shove ace 10 off. Like
Sorry, bro. You can hear it. Yeah, they heard it.
I'm a big snap on the face.
One of the boys just texted me, sorry, man, but lol. No, just not watching.
Yep. Pretty standard.
You're in if I ship on you, you would be one as well.
Wow.
Okay.
33k, he can just rip that.
Tight fold.
I thought he was either going to raise, call it off, or
not. I mean, jack
or just
10.
ship it.
No, you can't raise call it. That's not very
I'd just be
good,
ripping it.
Just rip or
11 bigs.
Rip or raise fold or fold. Like those are your options. But I think
Ripping is the
ripping
best.
is the best. Yeah.
Because then you get it in with a hand like 8 and you're flipping.
Yeah.
And you don't lose 6k chips.
Yep.
Yeah.
Straight in, one each. You can talk with them on.
Thank you, mate.
Take it.
Trying to be force-fed a donut here.
How much did I say I needed really to come back? 120?
I think in that spot there, it is just a rip. But
it's situational.
Shoot the moon.
It's situational. Like, if you've got some, I'm going to just to be devil's advocate.
Of
I'm gonna
course,
list an extreme scenario, which is not. It's fairly atypical. If you've got 3 nits behind you, and you've got Jack 10 suited and the cutoff, I'm going to min raise it. Because you're going to get a load of immediate folds. Your raise is going to achieve the same as a shove. You're going to get a load of folds. A lot of the time. The times you've been coolered, the times they've got a real hand, they're either going to flat with the raise jack or whatever, or shove with the raise king. And you're going to kind of know
That's
where
a
you
very
are
good point.
from the nittiness of the player. So I know that's a bit of an atypical scenario, especially in the Goliath, where people like to call. But I'm not going to say it's always a shove. That's my point. Poker's extremely situational. There's not loads of situations.
I mean, can you
where-
make an argument for shoving it if you've got nitty players in the big blinds who are actually folding much better hands, i.e. better tens, king tens, queen tens, king jack maybe is folding.
You say that, but if you min raise, someone defends with king 10, you're still going to win that pot most of the time.
Yeah, you can outplay them.
Outplay sounds very fancy, but the simple fact is they're going to miss the flop.
Yeah.
They only have 3 cards, 3 cards to hit their king or whatever, which you bet and lose 1 bet against them, right?
Yeah,
First
sure.
flop. And then there are some cooler flops, but you might not even bet when you've got it. When you hit the jack and or the 10 or whatever it is, they've got the better kicker. You can really slow down on those boards because you think they've defended with a legitimate hand.
Sure.
But yeah, obviously that is one of the advantages. There is a sort of balance.
It swings
of
both
EV.
ways, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's arguments either way.
I guess
But
both
folding out king 10 is definitely one of the.
I guess
folding out ace rag is one of the reasons we shove jack 10. Yeah,
absolutely.
So if someone has ace 3, they have the best hand. We can make them fold because they can't call with that.
That's right. Yeah.
Also, just maths.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like maths, so maths kind of work. It tells me to do it, so I'm all in.
It's just when you are called and you are losing, you lose it all in one hand, as opposed to the times you nick a little bit of money in the blinds
But,
every
I mean,
time.
what, you're
You
like-
can double up as well.
Absolutely.
It's
Double.
fun when you get there with jack 10 of spades.
Absolutely, it's nice.
And the thing about all those sweats, you get exciting sweats with the suited connected.
Absolutely.
You get the gut shot on the spade draw on the flop and all those things, or you get the back doors.
I'm not missing them.
Oh,
if I flop a gut
I
shot
know,
and a flush draw,
I know.
I'm not missing that.
That's why you make day 2.
Not if I'm
skill.
against kings or aces. I'm
Key
not
skill.
missing that. No way.
Oh, that is so tilted. I'm tilted on behalf
I
of
know.
Mr. 88, which apparently is.
Yeah.
It's just an unusual name, but I would seat 8, name 8. Okay, we don't know his name, right? So we've got
Okay.
8 is his name. So he's seat 8. Seat 8 had aces, got folds.
Absolutely,
Tilt.
just the blinds.
Tilt.
Yeah.
And just because that happens, guys, in a tournament like this, don't think next time you get them you have to limp them, please, because
he's run badly there. He's got unlucky.
He's had no hand
in
to
the
defend.
Goliath, you have run bad when you get aces, raise, and everyone folds, big time. Because people have come here to play.
Yep.
At the end of the day,
We have seen a big blind defend Jack 2 up.
Yeah.
So
I think Jack 2 is a great hand.
I actually mustn't. I can't say too much. I defended yesterday with Queen Deuce off to a min raise against Ace King, flopped a deuce, called 1 bet, check turn, and I actually won come the river. So I can't say too much.
It's always fun when you make a pair.
3,000.
Hey! Are you still in? Yeah. How many?
what? That can't be right. Here we go.
Yeah. We thought seat 9 had just lost his mind.
I like 10s.
10s is a good hand.
It's nice when they're the same colour as well, black 10s
Yeah.
or red 10s.
Yeah.
So much easier to remember. Come on, someone have something. Make it interesting.
This is a possible defend.
Yeah.
Oh,
So will it be the jack high flop or the 9 high flop? Come on.
16k stack. I mean, you.
Well, the ultimate flop would be
10-8 queen.
10-8 queen, wouldn't it?
10-8 7.
10-8 7.
10-8 7. That's
You
the one.
sadists, you.
Just want to watch the world burn.
Let's just get a jack high flop and make it interesting. Because you know those are the flops where you have interesting decisions. See, he has options here. This is not. This is one of those non-clear-cut ones.
I don't hate a bet.
He's just bet. That's fine.
There's only one overcard.
It's one overcard, and more importantly, you can think of worse hands that might call here.
Yeah.
You know, there's. It's a big blind defend. People can have things like 8-5 and 5-4, 8-9. We don't block any of those hands.
No.
So there are worse hands that call. Someone's going to call one bet with a 7. They haven't defended.
Yeah, I agree.
They haven't defended King 7 to fold that flop.
I think I'm more inclined to be betting that particular flop than possibly an ace or king high flop. To be fair.
Yeah. Queen hits was less than an ace.
Even from the big blind?
Yeah, the
I
queen
think
hits.
so.
The queen hits more than the ace does. They're
It's
going
of
to
course,
defend
'cause he
ace
just
every
called,
day.
yeah.
They're going to defend ace 2 offsuit, ace 6 offsuit. But they might not defend queen 2 offsuit. They might have folding range.
Release yourself, yeah? That's fucking unfair.
Raising with 9, even 7.
It's on the card there. You're not allowed up there.
I know, mate. I'm very aware of that. And it's actually 30 because it stopped the clock.
There's no read guy there.
You find out how many people get paid?
I'm pretty sure pocket 7's just folded from early position.
What stack do you have?
All
I
of
think
day
in
2.
about 30 bigs, but it went so quick, it just went flash.
I mean, it's just a shove with 30 bigs.
30 bigs?
Oh, sorry, so 30k. Did you say 30 bigs?
30 bigs.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, 30 bigs.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's quite old school too.
I think a lot of players now just want to make day 2, getting this far.
I mean, there's on difficult stack sizes, it can be okay to fold
From early
up
position,
to about 6s
yeah.
or 7s. It's not,
Yeah,
that's okay.
it's tight, but
it's like whatever.
nothing wrong with tight.
No, you know, look, your EV occurs on a continuum, right? You clearly have the most expected value from aces, and a little bit less from kings, a bit less from queens, and so on. So as you get down to the hands that are playable but less good, you have less EV. So I'm not going to knock someone for. I mean, it's not many people do that these days, to be honest. I don't think I would do it, but
This is interesting. We've got a 3-bet with ace 6 suited. So we just said earlier how tight people play from the small blind. And now we've got a 3-bet.
Comes to play. No,
we've got a 3-bet with ace 6 suited.
He's picked totally the wrong time.
From a range perspective, he's picked the right time.
It's a good hand. It's a good hand range
You know,
perspective.
I'm not knocking the play.
But
I mean,
we know the cards,
yeah,
and
it
he has
looks,
queens.
It looks silly because of it might look silly to some people watching because he's just 3-bet queens, but actually I quite like it.
I like it a lot.
The guy who's raced from the cutoff have a very wide range.
Very,
of
very
hands.
wide range.
And it's much better to, like, you will see some people in this tournament flatting with the ace 6 of hearts, which is my least favourite
It's
option.
not a good option.
My favourite options, it's very close between 3-betting and folding. Calling is my least favourite. So if you're going to play a hand like that, do 3-bet it, because now you've got more than one way of winning the hand. If you get flatted, you can bluff a king high flop. You don't rely on hitting your 6 or your ace or whatever you need to hit to win the hand.
I don't want to 3-bet to less, 20 to 3x. No. It just looks too weak.
More bigs than that.
All that was my reason. I think 30%. Good when you pull my jump.
What?
There was only one level on each table. There was only one level on each table.
You get one session.
You got 5%.
That's for the 3 levels. Yeah.
Still doing well though, even though he's chip right down.
That's a big shove.
20 big
Really?
blinds shove from under the gun with king queen off.
King queen.
Is it? It's a four. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a 4K big blind. Okay, it's not. The blinds are up, so it's not quite as big a shove as I thought. But it's not a mandatory shove here. Just over like 15.5.
I think a lot of the time it gets through, but when he is called, he is. And this is a good
Oh,
example.
Oh.
This is exactly what I was going to say. When he gets called, he is behind by a long way.
Now, is he going to flat and trap?
I'm going to say. I mean, I don't have. I'm not an encyclopedia of shoving ranges, but I think King Queen is really near the cusp. It's really close.
It seems
for what you can shove under the gun. It's probably
not a shove.
It's going to have very marginal EV.
Yeah.
It's not in there.
No, I don't think it's a shove.
I've just checked the app, it's not
okay.
in there.
Yeah.
So,
as I said, slightly minus EV.
Yeah. I think Paul would be doing well to flat this as a trap.
Yes, he's got.
If
he has done as well.
Oh, my goodness me.
Stop it.
Oh, did he shove?
Oh, he's all in. So, what does Queens do in this spot?
Okay, I think
Queens
let's wait for the graphics to update because I don't think.
Right, I want the straight.
Queens can't fold. Oh, he's reshoved.
Oh, Queens is all in as well.
Caller alert.
There's a three-way all in.
441k.
Find the straight.
How many kings and queens are in this deck?
I think I just saw King 7 fold.
Oh, wow.
So there's one queen in the deck for James to hit.
Oh, it's not looking hopeful.
You come back to an 18
it's looking
big blind
ominous.
stack if James wins this spot.
He does have diamonds.
Do you really have 14% equity? I know there's only one.
He's got diamonds.
Okay. Yep.
Window card.
Diamonds.
Diamonds.
Okay, diamonds.
Window card.
Is there an argument for
Jacking.
No.
I don't think you can. Just because he's reshoving ace king.
You've got to shove. Oh, you've got to reshove jacks. Tens.
He's got running diamonds.
Oh no, wait, you're not just out. Running threes.
That is not a diamond. Just the one queen.
Case queen.
One out.
No,
Doesn't get
not to be. Kings wins a massive pot.
Yep, up to 441k.
Wow, that is a big stack.
That's a huge stack to go through the day to with.
That'll be one of the chip leaders.
Nice hand. It's my second favourite.
Just me and you, buddy. We're the originals.
The OGs though. Thank you. The OGs though.
Alex.
Yeah, now.
Alex. There's only two of the original table.
Yeah, Ash Lippett has just commented. It's a fold under the gun, in my opinion. There's no more day ones. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Stack preservation.
It's just maths as well.
Plus maths.
Maths says which hands you can shove and which hands you can't.
King, queen, shove. King's call. Queen's reshove. King snap.
I think Flynn had said ace jack folded would have won. Did not see that.
Would have made the ace.
I feel sick.
Anyone fold a 3?
Some fool fold a 3.
Going kings, yeah? Kings, burning queens. I don't know if you know Bongo. I don't know. Oh, you keep going up on that.
Fucking A7 guy, the ghost.
181, 182, 182.
We're verifying the stacks now, and the
Was Queen's all in?
No, the Queen's got.
Queen's got 104k
Oh,
left by the
104k.
looks of it.
Yeah,
104k left. Okay.
I think for James now, it's all about how he's going to deal mentally with that.
Yeah.
With a level or a level and a bit to go.
I mean, 104k is a very respectable stack. If I could still be in the tournament,
It's
104K,
not the worst stack.
yeah.
It's 20 big blinds at the end of the level 16, going into day 2.
I never got to 104k. So it is a good stack. It's a good stack.
It is. No, it's what is it?
26 bigs. 26 bigs? 4k big blind?
Yeah.
26 bigs.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was
Going into day 2.
Oh,
It's
okay.
going to be
Okay.
just under.
Okay, players, we are ready now. We will confirm what is the first prize.
which is fine.
The first prize is £85,760, and it's only for 120 quid. We are paying down to 682 players. And the main cash will be £255, so you will get double the prize back.
Right, how many
Well
people are
done,
in
you
day
all
2?
who qualifies for day 2.
Very good, Ash.
My mum folded a 3.
How was it? What was it? What's happening?
Kings v Queens v King.
Oh yeah, there was a big hand.
Yeah, there was. It was Kings.
140k pot.
King, Queen shoved under the gun.
Small chips.
Kings piled. Queens wakes up next to Act. Calls it off. Kings win the lot.
Time to spin.
So it's a nice stack now, 450k.
450k stack now.
Lovely.
Just timing, isn't it?
He's got about 420. Well, it's 360 was, it's 360, 420, yeah, it's way more. Maybe 500.
So I'll tell you a little bit. No, I knew that wasn't retribution.
Who was the beneficiary of it?
It's the guy still stacking them up, I
Oh,
think.
yes.
C3. He is still stacking them. He has got absolute piles in front of him.
For the guy building castles / looking slightly smug.
Paul Matthews. Good man. What would he do if he won the Goliath? Buy a beach hut for his missus. Oh, bless.
Lapland.
Take the Lapland
Lovely.
to the kid. Well, first prize has been announced. 85,000 plus change.
It's not the worst day for a weekend's work, is it?
Not bad for 120.
Not the worst.
His beach hut equity has increased.
Substantially.
Indeed.
After that massive pot.
Yeah, that's a huge.
We're dreaming of Vegas and the Mirage.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. That's why I've gone basic.
Darren's made a steal with the ace-9, which is a very light hand to open from, but it can be good sometimes.
It's one of my absolute least favourite hands.
Yes,
It really is.
It's got very little floppability. It's very hard to get a 9 high board. The ace high board, you're losing to auto hands.
What can I do? I can't find this. Can't fold.
I think he just checked, yeah. Yeah.
Can you give Ashley Pitt the good news? Can you tell him to bring his wheelbarrow tomorrow for his winnings? Yeah, Ash, I think you smashed it. To be fair. I've just been looking at the numbers. I needed 247 or less. That is not happening. Under 900. Line at 900 coming back to Saturday. And that was,
what do we think it's at?
That was set like 2. What
do we think it's at?
It's about 940.
Okay.
It's going to be about between 940 and 950. They're not finished just yet in the room, but
almost full capacity.
900 of it's going to be 10-handed tables until we get in the money.
Okay.
And then once we get in the money, they're going to start going play 900 because the space in the room means we have to go 10-handed.
Yeah.
So bring your wheelbarrow tomorrow, Ash, for all the winnings, and we'll do it live on TV as well. What app are you using for all the maths? His head. All right. Are you using Snapshot?
There's one, obviously.
There's one cheaper.
Snapshot.
Others aren't available.
Correct.
By Max Silver, and then there's another one called Float the Turn. It's done by a guy called Jonathan Little, who's a online tournament and cash pro. Just go on Android or Apple and type in Float the Turn, and you can download it for free.
Gives you hand ranges, how many big blinds you can shove profitably, and what hands you should also be calling with as well.
I mean, the bit about what you should be calling with is the more sketchy part of it, right?
That's dependent on whether people are shoving correctly.
Yeah. You could very easily be over reliant on this.
Yeah, I agree. If people on your table are not shoving correctly, then you have to tighten up your calling range quite considerably to combat them.
That's true against almost everybody.
Yes.
Not many people are shoving wider than equilibrium.
No, that's correct.
Yeah, that is true, 100% true. The shoves are always tighter. If you don't know, just assume they're tighter.
Yeah. People just aren't shoving 9-10 suited with 12 big blinds from mid position. They're just not doing it.
Unless they've just lost like 3 of the
Yeah, of
queens,
course.
right?
That's a bit different, yeah.
Maybe that
no,
could be the
no, put
case.
9-6 off in their range.
Yeah. But generally, they're not going to do it. They just wait for good suited Broadway cards, pairs.
Get involved in at least 2 wizards.
So Jack 2 has decided to c-bet on this flop with ace high, and ace 9 has check shoved, which gets a snap fold as well.
$449k.
Yeah, that's a lot of K.
Dreamy. The next biggest stack's 25 bigs.
Yeah.
That's incredible. What a disparity.
Yeah, I would be bullying this table with that stack.
I mean, that is actually a very, one level from the end of day one. There's a psychological bubble in some people's heads. And
Yes.
It's not a real bubble because
Yes.
it's a freeze out. So tomorrow is a pure, it's just a continuation of today. However,
Yeah, I had the exact same conversation with someone who folded king queen suited in late position with about 3 hands to go with a 300k stack.
Right.
And he said, I'm not opening it because I want to get to do day 2, etc., etc. I said, but if you got dealt that hand in the first hand of day 2, you're going to open it. Essentially, it's exactly the same thing, but it's a mind thing. They don't want to go broke 2 hands before the end. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not a bubble.
No.
It's not a bubble. And I mean, I don't know whether in the back of people's minds there's embarrassment or something that they might be embarrassed to tell their friends.
I guess I went 2 hands,
to
like 2 hands to go. I opened king queen suited. I ran into aces on a king high board, and I lost all my money. I guess. By the way, Nate, it's called Float the Turn. It's an app. I'm not sure if it's on iPhone. I know it's on Android because I use it myself. By Jonathan Little.
Well, if he knew his opponent had ace 9, he would call.
He would be snap calling.
And it is a 9.5 big blind shove, so it's not a big shove. So
I don't think I'm folding in.
But it's not. It certainly isn't fist bump. I'm not going to say that's a terrible fold.
It's
to be honest.
reshove or fold. You can't be flatting there.
He does have to commit his own stack. He has to
Yeah.
commit all of his chips to call. He has to just shove.
Yeah.
You can't put half your chips in and then fold for the other half pre-flop. But Now this is interesting because this guy's got a weaker hand, but he doesn't have to worry about anyone behind him. And he's getting a discount as well.
He folds as well.
I mean, those are both. They are both close to units, right? The guy did raise from the the low jack from the gun 3. It's slightly early, so.
Yeah, sure.
And people's ranges for shoving do vary, right? So
absolutely,
what some people rip 9.5 bigs with under the gun 3.
Yeah.
Some people could have ace 8 off there, which would be like a very sketchy kind of shove. But some, like marginal one, and some people could have only ace 10 plus.
Yeah.
In which case,
No,
ace
I
jack
agree.
is a fold.
I agree. Yeah.
It's one of those aspects of Hold'em when you're faced with those shoves, and you don't have the information. You don't know what someone's range for shoving is. You have to make educated guesses.
Yeah.
If you know that a nit would shove sort of ace jack plus, and a loose player might shove ace 8 plus, you have to try and gauge what sort of player they are, and from what little you've seen of them, or their age, their gender. You've got to be prejudiced in poker. You've got to think about stereotypes, and like if you've got nothing else to go on, maybe an older guy's more likely to have a tighter range.
Yeah,
You've got to think about all these things.
I'm really pissed off with that.
Generally, here's the
the odds.
case. You don't tend to see them get too out of line.
Max, if you listen to this, we're all pissed off with
Of course, I'm sure there are some people that capitalise on that.
Absolutely. You're just making a guess, and people who play against their image, make more money in poker.
I feel like if I have a pint,
Lands another risk.
I know. I can't fucking, apparitions, aces.
Had another A7 of spades under the gun. Took the pot down. Okay, so Gerard has limped the 6s under the gun. A lot of it's something you see more in low stakes than high stakes, where people have the lower pairs. Everybody wants to make a set. Who doesn't want to make a set?
Yeah.
Now the question is, are you going to make much profit by seeing a flop with 6s? So one of the things that can thwart your attempts to see a flop cheaply is that someone might isolation raise you. So Mr. Graham's got 7s on the button. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he made a raise here. I wouldn't be surprised if by anything he did here, a limp, even a shove, or a raise. Here's the thing: you might flop your set of 6s and not win a big pot.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, you end up going multi-way on a board like this.
Won a huge pot.
And you just can't put any money in.
You can't put any more chips in, so you forfeited the 4k you put in pre. So you might, at the time, have thought, well, I'm going to have a cheap shot at
winning a big
set.
pot.
Very cheap shot, but actually, the most you can win is 76k off somebody if you do make your set. And actually, you don't always win a big pot just because you've hit your set. There's a good chance that nobody makes a strong hand. So no one stacks off to you.
No, I don't pocket down anybody apart from you, Nate. He come up to me and went, what are you ringing me for when it's the same building? I went, I ain't rung you, look at your phone. So there he goes, ringing him. Good evening, Nate. Oh, you've had a good day?
Well, it's a
No,
lot more
I
fun
would
when you go
love-
runner.
I would love. Oh, you actually made his hand.
Yeah, he
I was
made
going
his
to say
flush.
if he didn't have his flush, I'd love him to send me bluff. Sorry, to bluff this river. Represent that he made his flush. There we have the problem with sixes.
Yeah.
He didn't make a good hand.
And let Queen High get there.
I mean, you've called pre for 4k, you've called a bet of 6k on the turn, thinking you're good.
And he was.
And he was, it's fair enough, he was.
The other guy had a lot of equity.
And
There's a pretty good chance that one of the three other players in the pot is going to have a lot of equity or some equity on these boards. So yeah,
I don't think
I
any
just
of
opened
us
fold the sixes
can,
on pre-flop.
I don't think any of us can advocate limping off a 20 big blind stack.
No.
We've seen them with the
You're
gun.
better preserving those chips. If you just open fold your sixes, you actually buy yourself quite a bit more time to get a better hand.
That's right.
You win more chips when you do get that better hand.
You don't put yourself in a position where now you have 15 big blinds and you might have to play for your tournament life towards the end of
With
the
a
day.
potentially weaker hand. Because you're being forced to play it.
So one of the key skills of playing multi-table tournaments is playing these kinds of stack sizes. 20 big blinds, 15 big blinds, 25 big blinds. Yeah, okay, at the start of the tournament you have a lot of big blinds, hundreds, but you spend a great deal of a tournament having 20 or
20
plus
to
or
40,
minus.
yeah.
Anything between 15 and like you say 40.
Yeah.
And playing those stack sizes correctly and not wasting chips is really important.
It's
because
imperative.
Wasting one big blind for a 20 big blind stack, that's quite a big mistake in the scheme of things. The edges are quite small in poker. You don't want to be wasting chips. You don't want to be undisciplined.
Ace-2 of clubs from the cut-off, raised to 9k. Don't see a problem with that.
No, that's fine.
And with
the aggressor, he has a way of he can win the pot without other people coming along. There's a possibility that the people behind him will fold it.
It's not the worst peel either with Jack 9 suited in the. Oh, it's in the button.
On the button.
That's
with all the chips.
Yeah, that's a fine call.
It obviously depends how strong you think Graham's open is. We can see Graham stealing. If I raise the cut-off from that stack, I have quite a strong range. I'm not saying I never have a steal, like ace rag or whatever, but I have a lot of strong hands, so you have to be mindful that Jack 9's is a marginal hand.
Doesn't want to hit a club on the river.
No. Ace-2 is a big favourite here.
Certainly is.
Is he going to barrel?
He didn't bet a lot.
The question is if he misses, is he going to bomb it?
Yeah.
50k into 75k. He has missed.
What can he do here? I mean, is he going to blast off?
What will be interesting is if he checks. Does Jack 9 just check back and give up?
I'd like to think not, but he might do. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, what is he repping there?
I like this. I like this. He has to do it, I think, in that spot, leaving himself that many blinds. If you're going to go one, I think you have to go three with that hand. When you turn that nut card that you're
You've got to ask
after.
yourself, what's the guy calling with?
That's
what's
exactly
the
what
guy
I'm
flatting?
thinking. What's he calling
What's
with?
he called with? Like
He beats-
we can see he's got Jack 9.
He beats
but that
9-10.
isn't a big part of his range in the grand scheme of things. Okay, I mean, maybe he's calling with 9-8, 9-Jack, maybe the 10-9 that turned the flush draw, but it's not a great deal of hands. Like, what else do you think? I mean, you're beating those hands anyway, right?
Yeah.
But
I guess in his mind, you don't give the player an opportunity to
bluff
you
Yeah,
with
I mean,
a worse hand.
Yeah, I guess that's
I mean,
true.
when you get to the river, you should always think, have I got a hand that can check call? And it feels thin to me. Check
Yeah,
call.
that's a fair point.
To call with ace-2. I mean, the guy shouldn't be bluffing with ace-jack or anything like that. He shouldn't be
I wouldn't
bluffing
think
with
so.
Why
Taking
would
the
you
showdown when
call?
he
Why would you
did
call
it.
two bets with ace-jack high or ace-queen high, and then bluff the river? Like, you should be. If you're ever calling those hands in position, flop and turn, it's because you think you're winning.
Yes.
So that hand shouldn't be shoving the river. So you don't need to bluff the ace-jack. And a lot of the pairs, I'm not saying all the pairs, but a lot of the pairs, pocket pairs, the higher ones are going to 3-bet pre-flop, try and get it in against you.
Yeah.
From the medium ones aren't going to bet the river.
Yeah, I agree.
The question is whether you can bluff. I guess that's the target of your bluffs, right?
Is 9s folding on an 8-high board?
I mean, I don't know if 9s. Well, actually, 9s is an interesting one because it blocks some of the bluffs, right?
Yeah.
blocks
some of the gut shots.
But we've just said 9s is probably going to try and 3-bet get it in pre.
Yeah, 9s is like on the cusp, I think. Like in the Goliath.
I think a lot of people this close to the end of day one,
is 9s
they're not
3-bet get in?
9s.
I mean, it is in high stakes for sure.
It's
Eights
20
could
big
be a
blind,
few.
button open.
It was in the cut-off button. So
cut-off button, sorry.
I mean,
No,
the
Ash.
under pairs, 5s and 6s.
Don't forget to bring your wheelbarrow tomorrow. Looks like you win. It is a Maze Balls commentary. Let me tell you, I've been listening to it outside. It's been great. They know what we're on about and everything. I've learned new positions on the table. I've learned everything.
The low jack, the medium jack.
Absolutely, I've been in it. I'm on it. I've been playing.
Upside down jack.
We have people on the edge of their seats.
Bit of a setup here, small to big. Ace 4 suited. 12 bigs and Queen Jack in the
Who
big
wins?
line with 10 bigs. I'm going for
Who
Queen
wins,
Jack.
Nick?
I'm going for Queen
Probably
Jack.
Ace 4.
I'm going to vote for the 8-4. I'm going to play the odds. They call me crazy.
Me and you were gambling.
We're Queen Jack.
We're
We're Queen Jack.
We're
gambling. We'll have
No
five,
more.
baby.
Brick it on. Oh, stop it.
It's a sweat.
We
It's a
high five
sweat.
too soon.
Always a
It's got
sweat.
to come into.
Oh,
We high five too soon. We got there.
Jack Queen
held.
flops
We
straight.
We got there.
Why are we getting so excited
Nice
about this?
flop.
And he's still in though.
Because
He's
it's towards the end of the night.
got 12.8k left. Not a problem. 3 big blinds and a dream.
Yep.
Gutting to play so long.
That is. And it's like we said, it's not a bubble. You know, it could have happened at the start of day 2.
I'd like to give a shout out to the guy giving the comments right now. He's one of our good friends. He's a big loser in the games.
Yeah.
Just salty. It's not a problem. Thank you, Izzy. We love you, and we'll see you in Ipswich soon.
So very soon they'll be pausing the clock and shouting the number of hands. Video to finish the day with. Quick wander round. And back tomorrow, more of the same from midday. Live stream starts at 12:30. And all these guys will be in day 2 with a dream of £85,000 up top come Sunday evening. Delicious.
Praying to all the poker gods that that is me. You can have second, Tom.
No. The only reason nobody's Tom and Nick before is because one's a plumber, other one's and they only do it in the part time. They wanted to come into the commentary box and we let them. They talk sense. They know what they're on about. A lot of poker players are the same. Just because Andy Hill's got lucky once or twice doesn't mean he's...
Is any actually good?
I got lucky 3 times.
3 times?
3 times.
You've won a big one at 25-25. What else we won? We've got all sorts.
What haven't I won?
Exactly. Now, yeah, every 6 max there is. He's got, what was it? How many flags in Vegas this year? 7? 8? 8. 8 flags in Vegas this year.
I even got my first Malta flag.
Well, there you go. There you go. Had a wander around early for about the A path. Still going on. There's 4 left in the 8 game. Just going on and on and on. And on. Still 4 left in the A paths.
Yeah, I bombed that big time yesterday.
Yeah.
First, no little hold'em level, lost 35k, a 50k stack.
I wouldn't know how to play 6 of the 8 games.
It's only the top.
Oh, I limit mine. I limit, call, fold. That's me. That's me when it comes to limit. They've had a donut. Whoa, hang fire. They've had a donut. They've had a drink. They've had a Malteser. What else here?
The donut was actually the source of the good commentary.
That's right. That's the only reason they came in. Man, Nick refused one. Quite upset.
It was good.
It was a good donut.
Mine was quite colourful.
It was.
They will be doing the same.
No idea how to bribe these guys tomorrow. We've got no donuts left.
Plus we're playing.
Oh, that is a big factor.
It'll have to be a big bribe.
that is a big factor.
I don't want to be in any of tomorrow.
Never. Well, we'll see. We'd like an update to the break, and that's about it. How many through today? Two, roughly 950. Yep. 950-ish. It's not confirmed. It might be just below, but it's definitely over 900. I thought there were 29 tables. Yeah. Well, we'll find out. The numbers will be there. 900 or around there. It's above 900 because I do believe I've lost my wager.
So the 8-6 of clubs is folded to mini raise.
Min plus 2.5x.
I mean,
he just wants to get through the day too.
The guy was stealing as well. Like he's raised with ace-10 early, which is really a steal. I mean, ace-6 clubs was very live.
So Yanis has just announced the final 6 hands of the evening. 6 hands of the evening. This is the first of 6.
I'm going to put in 1.5 big blinds to win 6.
Was it a 2.5x? Yeah. Okay, 2.5. Yeah, I don't hate the fold.
What do you do on the
I'll
final 6
definitely
hands?
go
Oh yeah. What do you do on the final 6 hands with 150k?
Play my hand. I play my hand. If it's, I mean, like, I could give you a silly answer, but I just play my hands. Like
it's no different to
it's not
the
a
first
bubble.
hand of the next day.
I'll cover the silly hand, the silly answer.
Okay, give me the silly answer.
Fold blind.
Fold blind.
That's a silly answer. It's not a bubble.
If you want to make day 2, full blind.
There's no money implications in play.
Just play it.
No, we are well over 200 spots away from the money.
Yeah.
The only thing I could add to that is if you really hate the table, you could play tighter. Like if lots of people are a pain in the backside, or you think they're going to play back at you, or someone's really tough. In 3 hands time or 6 hands time or whatever it is, you're going to be on another table and you redraw. So I mean that could be an argument for
if you've got
if you hate
someone
your
menacing
table,
with a big
I mean that's
stack.
true at any time, not just because at the end of the day. But I mean you know you're going to move soon.
Yeah.
So
I
that's.
think generally you can just, if you really want to, you can tighten up your ranges a little bit. Like you just play a little bit tighter, and still play good cards, but maybe you're not opening the Queen 10 suited from the hijack, things like that. Maybe you're.
I mean, an adjustment you can make is to actually work out what adjustments everyone else are making, right?
Yes.
If you think some people are locking up, open wider.
I think
when
that's
they're
a
behind you, right?
big thing.
And if you think someone's taking the mickey, play back at them.
Yeah,
you know,
3-bet lighter.
Look, it's a start. It's not a bubble, so just go with
Absolutely.
your read in every hand.
Yeah.
Like you think someone's taking them with a pile of chips.
Could see Frank put
do a big
some.
3-bet against them.
Could see Frank put some money in here. He's got less than 100k and he's got an ace queen.
Oh wow!
I think he might rip this.
He's got 23 bigs.
Yep.
Is he calling or is he raising?
I mean, that's not. It's not. So
calling.
He wasn't under the gun 3 raise for what it's worth. It's not. It's not
also,
fist pump by any stretch to rip the ace queen.
He's under-repped his hand massively as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
he
the
can
ace,
keep some
if,
worse
if,
aces in here.
Yeah, if the guy who doesn't have ace king.
Look, the guy's opened ace king. He could have opened ace 10 or something, and then you shove the ace queen, the ace 10 folds. So
yep.
We're getting a very cheap price to try and cooler the guy or whatever we need to happen. And he's going to lose the minimum. He's going to lose. He could have lost it all.
Yeah, I mean, ace king just doesn't want to put any money in. He's now betting.
But I mean, shoving. If the guy had shoved pre-flop, I wouldn't have knocked it. I haven't got enough information on the opener to say whether He's opening worse hands than ace king.
Ace queen is called. Ace queen is called.
Yeah, that's sketchy. I mean, again, the delayed c-bet's a little bit odd as well. I mean, what are you trying to achieve with a delayed bet? Is it just to take down the pot? I mean, if the guy's put it this way, if the guy's making a delayed c-bet with ace king high, maybe he's making a delayed c-bet with ace queen high and ace jack high.
Yeah.
So maybe ace queen is beating that range.
Queen jack
So what is the? You have to ask yourself, what was his reason for betting the ace king? And you do see it. Like I do see people do this in the games I play regularly. You know, they make a delay. They decide they have the best hand because the guy's checked them
mainly
twice,
just for protection, I suppose.
Yeah.
They can't think of many worse hands they're going to call them.
It's not necessarily. It's not usually a great place to do that. You can just check back and get to showdown.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the guys, you often don't get bet into all the rivers.
No.
A lot of people are going to be paranoid that their river bluff is just going to get snapped off by whatever you've checked down.
And you do have a hand. You have ace high. Like
Yeah,
you
you
could
have
potentially
got ace high.
you could potentially call off a bet on the river when
People
you go
do.
check.
Oh, people do.
Small bet, and you can.
I don't know what proportion of the Goliath deals in this, but certainly in the games I play regularly, like online, people don't like being bluffed. Like they don't.
No.
They're not going to let someone just do a kind of, if you like, a stupid river bluff.
A stab, just
like
a random
just a stab. Yeah,
yeah.
they're not going to let them get away with that. They're going to go side fold. Like you're going to have to show me whatever pair you're value betting.
Under the gun +1. It's got all the chips.
GTO aces. Ace 5 suited.
Raising it up.
Thing of beauty.
425,000.
I love the open.
Good old Paul.
And I like the fact that he's made it big as well, like 2.5x. That puts maximum pressure. He doesn't want action. You do not want action if it's very pretty, but you only have ace 5. It's ace rag. You don't normally fold the flush draw. It's a raggedy ace. Buy fold equity. Why not? Why not go bigger?
Is that right for Gerard? 2 bigs?
Yes, I think
Yes.
so. One reason I wouldn't advocate that, just having seen the stack sizes behind from under the gun.
You've got shoving
There's
stacks.
some nice shoving stacks behind. There was a few on 11,
You
12.
might disincentivise people from shoving with the bigger ace, you know?
Because of how your range looks.
You look like you're not folding, right? It's a level. All these varying bet sizings. There's always a leveling aspect to it, right? If you go bigger, you can fold.
Yeah, I guess if you wake up with ace 10 there, you think if I pile this, it's not folding.
You can fold to like maybe a 11 big blind jam.
Yeah.
Thereabouts. Well, I mean, put yourself in you've seen someone go 2.5x, albeit from a big stack. Like you don't love it, do you? When you put ace jack in, you're shutting your eyes.
Even
oh,
a pair
please
of sevens.
don't have it, right?
Sevens are not loving.
So those times, so anything worse, like you're not piling ace 8.
No, no way.
So ace 5 is always crushed. 100% crushed by the range that shoves over it. So you can 2.5x fold it.
3 hands left. This is 1 of 3.
Why? You're looking alright. Shaking too much. It's like my leg.
You see trends come and go in poker. Like if you play regularly online, you see a lot of the trends. Like there was a phase where people were calling off shoves a lot lighter. No one was raise folding ace 5 suited. So, people were sometimes using bigger raises to give them an excuse not to call, not to fold to the shove, right? Which is actually erroneous logic because they're actually isolated a stronger range with the bigger open.
Yeah.
But you see, and I don't know if that trend will change. Maybe people won't call off as much. It might come round in circles, a bit like music. You have a 70s vibe comes back every few decades. And
the trend now, I think, is very much pot control, checking back, lots of flops to keep opponents' ranges wide, allow them to bluff later streets. What do you think?
I think especially with this introduction of quoted GTO play, there's a lot of
there's a lot more betting.
There's a lot more betting. There's a lot more floating in, like you say, playing range versus range and not really being particularly interested in what your hand actually is in the spot. It's all about what your opponent perceived can have.
And that's not a trend that's going to reverse either, because as more people understand that, that's going to be a hard style to beat. More people are going to do it. It's not going to go the other way.
Yeah, I mean,
like it will in something like this.
Yeah,
when a good player plays in the Goliath, they're going to do exploitative stuff and understand why it's better to do exploitative. But
I'm all in, baby. For me, 2 bigs. Is that right? Is that
he really does have 2 bigs.
Really?
Yeah, he got crushed in the hand earlier.
He really has 2 bigs?
He's crushed here as well.
He is.
Only if he calls.
I think he's going to
He's not folding, is he?
That looks hell of a lot more than 10,000.
He does.
What?
He doesn't want to
just
get
folded King Jack.
Oh, could the graphics be wrong? Like, maybe he's got.
No, he got stacked. He was the one. He was the one with the Queen 10 against King Jack.
So it looks more than 10,000.
Oh, unless it's all shrapnel, like 500s and 1.
The big blind's never folding. No, I won't even look at my cards. Please don't fold. Wow! If them graphics are right, that's the worst fold in history.
It depends if the graphics are right. It really depends.
They can't be. They can't.
He was the king and queen. 5 bigs now.
I know it says.
Yeah, but that's what it's still the graphics. The graphics are keeping. If there's been a mistake in an earlier
big blind's
hand,
got 1 big already in.
The Queen 10 against King Jack.
I'm folding.
No, sorry.
Well.
It was the Ace 4 suited against.
We've seen it all.
I'm not.
Against the Queen Jack that flopped a straight.
I'm not looking at my cards.
He turned
I'm
the
not looking at
heart.
my cards.
And I said, oh, that's left him
putting the money
crippled. It's left him crippled, isn't it?
yeah, but we don't know what he left it with because we're relying on the graphics for that. That 2 bigs figure has come from the graphics. If they've got at any point they've got a bet size wrong, one of the hands to play or a stack size.
Thanks, Izzy. Top man.
So you can, like, if someone shoves like I don't know 4.5 big blinds, you can fold.
Not with half a million in front of you, ever.
Doesn't make any difference.
It does. Makes far too much difference. You got to eliminate everybody in the competition to win it.
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
10 to off.
You need every single chip in this competition to win it. That's the only way you win it.
Doral Rumsey's not folding, is he?
Never. He won a competition or 2 with that hand.
2 bracelets.
He won 2. Back to back.
So Nathan's raised it up to 9k with black.
Blank cards.
Black napkins.
I'm going to have a guess at Ace Jack offsuit.
I'll go for Jack 8.
We have 9s.
And we never saw it.
I'm going to say Ace 10.
Oh, we never saw it.
You never know.
Does he get a 2-day penalty for not showing his cards on Friday?
500 big blinds, isn't it? Still 100 big
I
blinds,
want to be on
isn't
the
it?
figure table so bad tomorrow.
Just buy it up, innit?
So bad. So much fun.
2 levels I buy.
Yeah,
This man just ripping into me. It's like, this is GTO, but it's horrendous in this competition.
Well, this must be the last hand. Thanks to the boys, thanks to the chat box, interviews at the end.
And thanks to the Opportunity Tower, it's been emotional.
No problem, good luck tomorrow, boys.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it a lot.
Good luck tomorrow.
Hoping I'm not in here at all weekend.
Yes, that will be a great weekend. This is the final hand of the day. Interviews to follow. Thanks, chat box, you've been great.
That's it.
We're going to see a lot of folding in this hand, that's my prediction. It's going to take a very solid hand.
Everybody has to bag and tag. What do we do now?
I was hoping if I can look at I appreciate it.
Ooh, nope. Real hand.
I'm all in. Give it a jam. Nope.
He's got a chance.
He's got a big stack.
30 bigs.
32.
I like the 30 big shove. It's not in any book.
Oh, he's gone for the let's 2.5 exit to take off the pot.
It's going to work.
Yeah. The big blind's going to have to be quite far up his range to continue.
Snap, fold.
There we go. Here's what the guys said at the end. Crazy day. Well done, one and all. 2017 Goliath buy-ins and finishes. You know, we announce the prize pool of 200, 600, £638,500. Superb effort. We're not going to... So many chip counts. There's 200... Looks like around 280, 290 players at this moment in time coming back for tomorrow, so we'll leave them to bag and tag. I just want to ask this guy how many times he's had aces, because he's got 180,000. He's definitely had aces at least 5 times.
Oh, hey man.
Hiya.
How are you?
Well done.
Yeah,
well done, buddy.
We got a bit of luck.
Yeah, well, I know that. I know that. just how many times?
We had a guy limp call off his stack with 8s against my ace queen shove.
Yeah.
It went limp. So I've shoved with ace queen, my second hand on the table.
Yeah.
And the guy said, I did that to trap you.
Always a good day when you buy the 100s off.
So I river a straight and...
Buy the 100s off. You ever done that before?
Cheeky devil.
Well done, Kev. Well done, Mr. Kev Blower. Let me tell you, there are a lot of stacks around, and I'm not going to go through this. It's impossible. Look at this. It's impossible to get through the whole table, the whole tables. I'm not going to disturb anybody. A lot of players are bagging and tagging, but there's some massive stacks. Well, the full chip count will be up, but it's going to take a while. The guys are going to be waiting for the chip counts. It will be a substantial time, but it's looking like, if the numbers are right, it's looking around about 950 coming back for day 2 tomorrow, and directly behind us the table will be there. 950 means a full room. 680 places are getting paid tomorrow at some point during the day. Whenever it is you'll be watching it on the live stream, there will be the bubble on the live stream for the money, but 680, it looks like 950. Join us tomorrow. Thanks to everybody, thanks to Jeff, thanks to Joe, thanks to Katie, thanks to the guys in the chat box, Tom and Nick and Andy Hills. How much sense did they talk? That was great listening, by the way. They were excellent. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to you, especially in the chat box. Yet again, you make our job a lot easier, and we have a lot of fun in there, especially with the online guys. Alex and Tom, they were there as well. What a day. What a super day. We're ready for day 2 in about 10 hours' time. We'll see you then. That table tomorrow is going to be well worth a watch. We'll catch you down the tables from 12:30.